Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the people listening and viewing audience. I am Genevieve Whitaker, the chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. I want to first off, thank everyone for making today possible, members of my staff. I want to thank my colleagues as we have a very successful day today. As part of my opening, I wanted to highlight just a few items as it pertains to how we got to this day. Also, I see the testifiers who are also joined with us via Teams, as well as my colleagues on St. Thomas. So just good morning to you, good morning to the testifiers, and good to my colleagues in St. Thomas. So as part of the efforts of the committee, we really began hitting the ground running. On the first week, we met and we started the school tours. So the school tours was actually a collaborative effort between our committee and the Department of Education. We asked the Commissioner Raquel Berry Benjamin, as there was concerns about the reopening at that time. The schools were slated to reopen January 25th. However, due to concerns about safety, of course, as we're dealing with COVID, that date was essentially rescinded. So as part of the effort to obtain perspective on ensuring our students, faculty, staff, everyone's safety within the school system, we embarked on that. I want to thank the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education because the first week of the 2-week tour was the second-year CTE classrooms that we visited in both the St. Croix and St. Thomas district. I thank my colleagues for being part of that effort. On the second week was a direct collaboration with the Department of Education, wherein we visited the pre-K to third grade classrooms in both districts, because of course those are the classrooms that are set to reopen. Also too, I want to thank the various stakeholders and coming to this meeting, several meetings, and I look forward to having my committee members join as we work collaboratively on addressing the issues surrounding school reopening, but overall, our children. And I want to say that as we move forward beyond this hearing, as we look to address schools and address more significant matters such as the issues surrounding the buildings that our students learn in, and specifically the curriculum. So today's hearing is broken into 2 blocks. The first block really focusing on the matters surrounding reopening. We've invited the stakeholder entities regarding school reopening. One of the requirements for school reopening, not just for the sake, just in the wake of COVID, but is the requirement that our schools meet basic safety standards. And throughout the tours, and just to highlight, when we embarked upon the tours, at that time, the Department of Education was still awaiting various materials in order to open the schools. The schools cannot reopen unless they're safe to reopen. So at this time, I would like now to ask the clerk to call the roll. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Here. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter present. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru present. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet absent. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Present.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker present. Madam Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondences?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. At this time, as no bills will be considered, we do have a quorum, but I just want to highlight that as no bills will be considered today, a quorum is not required. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. So the testifiers, I want to ensure that is everyone's camera on? Okay, sorry. Madam Clerk, please kindly read the agenda into the record. Again. And just as we wait, all the testifiers, be sure to have your cameras on because you will be sworn in. I will. Thank you.
The Committee on Workforce Development meets today, February 12, 2021. The committee will receive testimony on the status of the readiness of schools, expenditures of the CARE Act funds, support and service for students who have fallen behind, as well as the exact start date of school. Also, the committee will receive testimony on the use of the Carla D. Perkins Vocational and Technical Education Act Fund. Invited to testify are Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education; Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education; Jean Perry L. Oriel, Commissioner, the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Justa E. Encarnacion, Health Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health; Dean Andrew, Director, Virgin Islands Division of Occupational Safety and Health. In Block 2, the committee will receive testimony on the various education stakeholders as it pertains to workforce development and overall youth development. Invited testifiers are Dr. David Hall, President, University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees; Michael Carty, Chairman, Workforce Development Board; Dr. Anastasia Jackson, Vice Chair, Career and Technical Education Board; Rosa Soto Thomas, President, St. Croix American Federation of Teachers; Carl A. Callwood, President, the St. Thomas St. John American Federation of Teachers; Yvette Brown, President, USVI National Parent, Student, and Teacher Association; Vanessa Perfer, Director, Youth with a Mission; C. Lloyd, Director, Montbijou Youth Center. You're welcome.
Thank you. And I also want to highlight in the case of Block 2, one of the encouragements that I have is to have, one of the areas of encouragement is if you're a community group and you would like to also be part of our stakeholder efforts, you can kindly contact my office as well as, so in the future, definitely look forward to having additional community stakeholders. I also want at this time to recognize my colleagues in St. Thomas. We have Majority Leader, Senator Marvin Blyden. We also have Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you for joining. Non-committee members, thank you. I'll take a 1-minute recess. we are back now on the record. So testifiers, I see I ask everyone to turn on their cameras. And you repeat after me in the place after I say your name. Just wait for everyone's cameras to come on. Okay, thank you. I
I,
let's try to do it all together. I say your name.
Kaiser A. Caldwell,
Rosa Soto Thomas,
Swear that the testimony I shall give today
swear that the testimony that I give today
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And I'll have you do it once again. That was a rerun. That was a test run. Let's do it one more time with your hands raised, your right hands. And so I think everybody's ready now. Okay. I say your name.
Rosa Soto Thomas,
Swear that the testimony I shall give today
swear that the testimony I give today
will be
The
the truth,
flare that happened.
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the
but the
truth.
truth.
Thank you so much. So first on the agenda, we have the Virgin Department of Education, testifier Raquel Berry Benjamin. Are you ready? Yes, Senator? Can you recognize the mic of Senator Fred Gregory?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I heard the president of the St. Croix American Federation of Teachers on the virtual line. Is that accurate? I asked a question because I don't see her as a testifier in Block 1. So did we make that change? Is there a change there?
Thank you for that. All the testifiers were notified of where they are in the block, and so some persons have joined beforehand. I'm not
Okay.
sure why that is,
Okay.
but thank you for that. I appreciate
Because
that.
the only reason why I ask is because I know we are always challenged with bandwidth issues.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that the testifiers that are in Block 1 are the testifiers that we're focusing on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That's an important note. So if you are not in Block 1, I would encourage you to come off at this time. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, Commissioner, are you ready? Colleagues, are you ready? I know that I just want to also point out, Commissioner, in terms of we requested your testimony in a timely fashion, and we received your testimony very late into the morning. So I asked that.
I'm ready.
So for colleagues.
The sound went out.
Colleagues, are you ready? Okay. You may proceed.
Senator, if you can hear me, there's no sound. I could see, but there's no sound. I'm not sure if anyone else can hear.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Testing?
I can hear you.
Thank you for the confirmation.
Okay, you may proceed. Commissioner? Commissioner, can you hear me? Commissioner, can you hear me? I'm gonna take,
Can anyone else hear the Senate? I can't hear the Senate.
we can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay.
Are you ready?
Okay, shall I proceed?
Yes,
Should
yes,
I
Commissioner, proceed with your
Thank you.
testimony. Thank you.
I'm hearing you now. I wasn't hearing you before. All right. Good morning, Honorable Chairwoman Senator Genevieve Whitaker, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, other members of the 34th Legislature present, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. During this unique time in our territory's history and that of the world's, the Virgin Islands Department of Education has faced and continues to overcome many challenges. Despite these challenges, the department's progress remains steady and at an all-time high. Enough cannot be said about the tremendous care and commitment our educators and educational leaders have done to ensure the success of every student enrolled in our schools. The department's leadership team and I are here to provide testimony regarding the status of school readiness, exact start date of schools, general safety measures for students and staff, status of cleaning contracts, plans for cleaning schedule once students have returned, procurement of laptops and MiFi devices, supports for students who have fallen behind, and a breakdown of the expenditure of the CARES Act funds. Present with me are Mr. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner, Ms. Ava Penn, Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Carlos McGregor, Superintendent of the St. Croix District, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, Superintendent of the St. Thomas St. John District, Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Kimo Smith, Director of Federal Grants. Before I continue further in my testimony, it is important for the VIDE family to honor the lives of two of our own in the St. Thomas St. John District. Jamie Andrew, an 8th grader at the Bertha C. Shelter Middle School, who passed away on Sunday, January 31st, 2021. And Ms. Faith Malvar, a 1st grade teacher at the Joseph A. Sibley School, who passed away on Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021. We remember them fondly and the impact they have had on our lives. We continue to keep their respective families, schools, friends, and loved ones in our prayers. In accordance with the guidance of public health officials, the Department of Education is making steady progress towards ensuring the safe return of students, faculty, and staff to our campuses during the evolving coronavirus pandemic. We've been working tirelessly to prepare our facilities to welcome students enrolled in various grade levels, and will continue to evaluate options for a safe return to in-person learning for all students in 2021. Each school will host reopening orientation sessions for parents, as school will look and feel very different when teachers and students return to their campuses. We have outfitted our schools with a variety of signage that will provide guidance to help students, faculty, and staff understand and practice living and functioning in the new norms required for campus life. We have procured sufficient PPE resources to ensure safety of everyone and provide schools the resources as they arrive in the territory. Thermal scanners have been ordered and distributed. Touchless soap dispensers continue to be mounted in bathrooms, and hand washing stations are being strategically placed throughout school campuses, and desk barriers for teachers, as well as automatic hand sanitizer dispensers, have been installed in every classroom in the St. Croix District and continue to be installed in the St. Thomas St. John District. Trifolds for students' desks have been procured and delivered to schools as they arrive in the territory. All students, those learning in school and those learning from home, will continue to receive breakfast and lunch as the No VI Child Goes Hungry initiative will be in full operation, providing hot, nutritious meals to students. The program has served 399,219 meals to date for the 2020-2021 school year. Due to social distancing guidelines, parents are asked to transport their child or children to the school campus. School bus services are being provided to students who have no other means of getting to school. Under COVID-19 conditions, students must wear a mask at all times while boarding the bus, riding the bus, exiting the bus, entering the school campus, while on the school campus, and while leaving the school campus at the end of the school day. The same is true for all adults as well. 30-minute mask breaks are built into the schedule for students, and they may take breaks as needed. The department have conducted a series of tours with various external stakeholders and agencies, to include the Committee on Education and Workforce Development of the 34th Legislature. In the St. Croix District, the Virgin Islands Board of Education, Korean Technical Education Board, and the Department of Health, Fire, and Public Works have received tours. The same will be done in the St. Thomas St. John District. Preliminary reports have been favorable, and we anticipate announcing the official reopening of our school buildings at the appropriate time. The department's hybrid instructional plan entails students in grades pre-K through 3rd, students with special needs, and Korean technical education students returning to school campuses for in-person instruction once their schools have been outfitted with the necessary fixtures that deem them safe to reopen based on CDC guidelines. No official date for the reopening of schools will be announced until we are confident in the safe return of students, faculty, and staff of our facilities. As previously mentioned in the department's last updates to the public, schools will be opened on a staggered basis as the readiness of each school is at different stages of the reopening of schools process. This will look similar to the territory's 2017 hurricane season, when students returned to their school campuses gradually as school buildings were repaired following the storms. The hybrid model also provides students in grades 4 through 12 to continue learning from home. We anticipate being able to provide definite dates in the coming weeks for schools that are closer to completion than others. The Office of Public Relations will provide an official release on reopening dates for each school respectively. Both school districts will now share updates from their respective districts to include the general safety measures for students and staff, cleaning schedules, the procurement of laptops and MiFis, as well as supports for students who have fallen behind. Superintendent McGregor.
Good morning, Senator Whitaker and committee members. I am Carlos McGregor, Insular Superintendent of the St. Croix District. Good morning. The St. Croix District has recently completed the first semester to include the second marking period.
Dr. McGregor, just wanted to give a quick hold you on that. Just to make sure that we are clear, Commissioner, so you're gonna have various sections read by different members of your team? Is that what I understand? Because I thought that you were gonna read, we didn't get that note that it would be broken up in that way, just for the purpose of media and to understand what's going on.
Oh, okay, thank you. I wasn't aware that I had to make that note. In past, we have always done this, so I know now to inform you of how we're going to read our testimony.
Give us an overview of who's going to also testify. So we have Mr. McGregor on now, who will be after him, and
so Superintendent McGregor is going to proceed. After him will be Superintendent Jurgen, and then I will close out.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, good morning, Senator Whitaker and committee members. I am Carlos McGregor, the Insular Superintendent of the St. Croix District. The St. Croix District has recently completed the first semester to include the second marking period of the 2020-2021 school year. And I would like to highlight our recent social, emotional, and academic successes across the St. Croix District. 4,825 of our 5,032 students in 1st through 12th grade received a passing grade at the end of the first semester. That's 95%, with our 12th grade having the highest passing rate of 88.6%. 2,478 students have participated in group and individual counseling sessions led by school counselors. Students identified as in need of additional services have participated in therapeutic sessions conducted by private entities contracted by the district. Office of School and Community Relations is hosting a 4-part family dinner series focusing on building a better community by strengthening family dynamics facilitated by professional psychologists and family counselors. On the Smarter Balance interim assessments administered to students in grades 3 to 8 and 11. Let me just 1 second. I lost my spot. On the Smarter Balance interim assessments administered to students in grades 3 to 8 and 11, 54% of students scored at, near, or above standard in English language arts during the second testing window opened on February 8, 2021, which will run through March 5th, 2021. 46% of our students scored at, near, or above standard in mathematics during the first testing window, which ended on December 23rd, 2020. The overall district attendance rate increased from 84% in the first marking period to 93% at the end of the second marking period, with the highest attendance rates in pre-kindergarten, 11th, and 12th grade. Approximately 100 teachers and paraprofessionals participated in professional development sessions focused on providing instruction in a hybrid setting. The district is continuing to work diligently to address the challenges and needs of our students as they arise through a data-driven approach. Teaching and learning continue through the delivery of high-quality learning experiences, which will provide them the tools needed for lifelong success. The most significant academic interventions that the district is implementing for our struggling learners include the daily intervention block. All schools in the St. Croix district utilize the intervention block to target students in need of additional support using educational programs such as iReady, Achieve 3000, for example, for asynchronous intervention, teacher-led small groups, and one-to-one sessions. The intervention period is also used to fulfill the required hours specified in the IEP for special education students. Schools are utilizing additional staff during the intervention block to serve as many students as possible. These include librarians, computer teachers, and paraprofessionals. Second semester credit recovery at high schools. Both high schools will host an after-school credit recovery program for students, especially seniors, who require recovering credits for graduation. K-6 and K-8 schools, academic intervention and enrichment after-school program. Students in 4th through 8th who have been identified as needing additional support will participate in this after-school program. These students can be identified based upon academic performance, low attendance rate, or IEPs. 21st century after-school programs. The Eulalie R. Rivera K-8, Claudio Marco K-6, John H. Woodson Junior High School, Each applied and was granted a 21st Century Grant to host an after-school program that focuses heavily on skill building in the areas of English language arts and mathematics. The elementary explorational learning areas include agriculture, computers, and physical fitness. The middle school explorational areas include music, poetry, robotics, and painting. We have been working tirelessly to prepare our buildings to welcome approximately 1,878 students enrolled in pre-kindergarten through third grade, special education self-contained students, and second-year career and technical education students and staff physically back to school full-time 5 days a week. 4th to 12th grade students who learn in general education settings will continue learning at home, and we will continue to evaluate options for a safe return to in-person learning for those students in 2021. The district will utilize a hybrid instructional model where teachers will be instructing students both in class and at home simultaneously. Teachers and students will continue to utilize Chromebooks, digital resources, and platforms such as Schoology, Study Island, BrainPop, and Achieve 3000 within this instructional model. The daily instructional focus for pre-kindergarten through third grade will be on the 4 core content areas of English language arts, mathematics, social studies, and science. As we continue to follow the guidance of our public health officials, the St. Croix District has made significant strides in ensuring that schools are equipped and, more importantly, safe for the return of our faculty, staff, and students. Each school will be hosting reopening orientation sessions for parents, as schools will look and feel very different when teachers and students return for the second semester. Our schools have been outfitted with a variety of signage, supplemental PPE resources, thermal scanners, and handheld thermometers. Teachers' L-shaped desk barriers and automatic hand sanitizer dispensers have been placed in every classroom. Student trifold partitions have been procured and are en route to the district. Touchless soap dispensers have been mounted in bathrooms, and hand washing stations are being strategically placed throughout the school campuses. Several agencies to include the Committee of Education and Workforce Development of the 34th Legislature, the VI Board of Education, the Career and Technical Board of Education, and the Departments of Health, Fire, and Public Works have completed walkthroughs of our school campuses. Preliminary reports have been favorable, and we anticipate announcing the official reopening of our school buildings for our pre-kindergarten to third grade, self-contained special education, and second-year career and technical education students shortly. The St. Croix District has encumbered $5,412,554 of the $8,653,433 Education Stabilization Funds, or also known as the CARES Act monies. Of the $5,412,554 that has been encumbered, $2,265,384 has been expended as of February 5th, 2021 grant status report. The majority of these funds procured, $4,329,690 in technological devices, to include 6,000 Chromebooks, interactive boards, protective cases, etc., and operating supplies, to include digital licenses, lunch coolers, lunch carts, signage, cleaning supplies, PPEs, etc. Of the remaining $3,240,879.25, $1,477,092 have been allocated for non-public schools, and $1,763,786.25 of district funds have been allocated for indirect costs, professional services, contracts, personnel, machinery, and equipment. Equipment availability continues to be the utmost importance to us in this virtual learning environment. One second. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I got it. Equipment availability continues to be of utmost importance to us in this virtual learning environment. As of February 10th, 2021, the district has received 5,132 of our 6,000 Chromebooks ordered with CARES Act funding. Presently, all students in the St. Croix district that needs a laptop or a computer has one. As we work towards reopening, we are mindful of the important responsibilities, including those that we shared with you. We are striving to provide the best possible education, and we are implementing the required procedures to ensure the health and safety of our students, faculty, and staff. It is my sincerest wish that we work together to ensure that our school reopening provides exceptional learning, safety, as well, and well-being for everyone. Thank you. I am joined this morning by Deputy Superintendent Dr. Carla Bastion, Pedro Parija, District Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Kira Samuel, District Director of Data and Assessment, and Cheryl Serrano Griffith, District Director of Special Education, to assist with any questions you may have. At this time, I'll turn the testimony over to Dr. Stefan Jurgen of the St. Thomas District.
Thank you, Superintendent McGregor. I am Dr. Stefan Jurgen, Superintendent of Schools for the St. Thomas St. John School District. Good morning, Senator Whitaker and the members of the 34th Legislature. Joining me today are my Deputy Superintendents, Mrs. Disha Powell and Dr. Simra D. Brown. Additionally, the Acting Curriculum and Instruction Director, Mrs. Keisha Corbett. The St. Thomas St. John District is comprised of 6 elementary schools, 1 primary school K through 3rd, 1 pre-K through 5th, 2 K through 5th, and 2 K through 6th. 1 intermediate junior/junior high school, grades 4 through 8, 1 middle school, grades 6 through 8, 1 pre-K to 8 school located on the island of St. John, 2 high schools, an alternative program, post-secondary institution, and adult continuing education programs that serve the community in the day as well as the evening. Our students are diverse learners and require a vast amount of learning opportunities to meet their individual needs. As of February 8, 2021, the enrollment of students in grades pre-K through 12 is 5,432. The presence of COVID-19 has caused the Virgin Islands Department of Education to join the nation and greater world to drastically modify its regular education programming in the move to 100% virtual learning from preschools through adult learning. We continue to review the guidelines of the Center for Disease Control and the local Department of Health as the safety of our students and employees remain our utmost priority. We also monitor the updates that are reported on the active cases of COVID-19 and the threat it poses to individual life, as well as the impact on the greater society. As Commissioner Barry Benjamin stated earlier, the district has suffered the loss of two of its family members. Jamie Andrews, an 8th grader from the Bertha Sieber Shelter Middle School, and Ms. Faith Malva, first grade teacher at the Joseph A. Sibley School. Please keep their biological families as well as their school families and the department in your prayers during this mournful period. School readiness. The district has addressed numerous challenges on the premise of doing what is best for children. This includes taking their health and safety as well as their academic needs into consideration. While there is no solution that can outweigh the educational needs, the health and safety of our students and staff must come first. Amidst those challenges, there are some highlights that we encountered along the way, such as serving 183,060 nutritious meals, breakfast and lunch, in the St. Thomas St. John district to students from October of 2020 to January of 2021, as well as continuing to spend federal dollars to procure the goods and services to support student learning. As of February 5th, 2021, $5,175,580.77 of the $9,339,670 educational stabilization funds has been encumbered. The majority of these funds procured $4,519,739.28 in technological devices. 5,400 Chromebooks, 500 laptops, protective cases, slates, domain licenses, and online resources for content area courses. Additional purchases include costs procured for administrative staff, resources for the school lunch programs, such as tents, coolers, cots, etc., signage, floor decals, the touchless hand sanitizer and soap dispensers, washing stations, PPEs, and other safe and healthy resources. The balance of the district funds will go towards technology support staff, administrative staff, and safe and healthy resources. Of the remaining $4,164,089, $2,347,412 has been allocated for non-public schools to purchase the safe and healthy resources and technology support resources. About $409,040 is being processed for reimbursement. Another $1,230,620.23 will go towards indirect costs and contracts for additional busing and cleaning support. The chart indicates the number of resources that have been ordered and the percentage that is left to be received. To meet the instructional needs of students, the district procured 5,400 Chromebooks and has received 3,975 Chromebooks to date. The 3,975 Chromebooks were already distributed to students. All students that needed a Chromebook have received one to date. Others have opted to use their own devices. The additional Chromebooks remain available to meet the instructional needs of the balance of the students. The district received 400 of the 500 laptops ordered for faculty and staff. Hence, laptops have been distributed to all 93 paraprofessionals. All teachers have laptops assigned. The school now also has access to an updated inventory of these resources to distribute to teachers and other members of the staff as needed. Promethean boards, 146 next generation movable boards were installed in schools, which will assist with the hybrid instructional model. The school year began with all grades, pre-K through 12, utilizing online platforms. As a result, a multitude of training opportunities have been provided to teachers, students, and parents to support this new norm of instruction. Collaborative district and school-based virtual training teams have provided job-embedded support. To meet the Department of Health and CDC recommendations for safety protocols, the district has purchased items recommended to maximize the safety measures, such as face shields, masks, infrared thermometers, tents, nursing supplies, wipes, hand sanitizers, soap, paper towel, and the appropriate dispensers, and disinfecting fogging machines. These items have been distributed to all of our campuses. To support social distancing guidelines, all main office entrances have installed plexiglass dividers. Staff offices have also been up to ensure a safe space is available to minimize close contact. Classrooms have been divided accordingly to socially distant standards demarked by colored duct tape. Directional signage has been posted on campuses to inform students, staff, and other stakeholders about staying 6 feet apart, washing hands regularly, signing into the main office, and wearing a mask on campus. Floors have been marked temporarily. Floor decals are scheduled to be delivered on February 19, 2021. District staff consists of retirees, monitors, laborers, and other district employees have built and installed plexiglass desk dividers for some teachers and some students' desks in the district. 3,000 plexiglass dividers were shipped from the mainland the week of February 8th to February 12th, this week. Another 200 have been ordered on island, but 100 has already been installed in our schools. 22 hand washing stations are in transit, as well as water bottle fill stations. 2 will be deployed on each campus. We have also ordered additional washing stations to place in other areas on the campus and more opportunities for filtered water safe for drinking. Larger campuses are anticipated to have up to 5 multi-wash space stations with foot pedals. I've listed the contractual services, the schools that have cleaning contracts, and there are 3 activity centers and schools that do not have cleaning contracts. The scope of work has also been listed, as well as the attendance report for each grade and every school. To that end, attendance matters. The district has established a task force to locate children that were on island but not signing into Microsoft Teams to attend classes. To date, 131 of 143 students have been located and are now accounted for. 103 students have since reconnected with schools, and 28 students did not properly withdraw from the school system. This was a very successful collaborative effort that was carried out with the assistance of the Virgin Islands Police Department. Support and resources for students. Data stories were presented by each school's administrative team to superintendents and district coordinators. The data stories revealed the areas of strengths and weaknesses of each individual child, and also collectively as a class, group, grade level, school, and territory. Each school's administrative team was able to articulate the plan of action for addressing learning loss during second semester and possibly into an extended school year. The plans were vetted by district personnel, and schools received additional support to achieve the goals set forth in the plan. The staff continues to use data from iReady and the Smarter Balance interim assessment to make instructional decisions about interventions to address deficiencies. Students that are struggling are enrolled in intervention blocks and small group after school support. Semester 1 credit recovery program will begin on February 24th, 2001. We have a district comparison of quarter 1, how students performed in comparison to quarter 2 of the first semester. And then we've also depicted a 3-year pass-fail first semester data comparison. We continue to be concerned about the social and emotional needs of our staff and students. We have conducted wellness checks and wellness surveys with staff, students, and parents in an effort to provide them with mental health support during these difficult times. Participants were referred to appropriate social service agencies to support their general welfare. There has been several training in collaboration with the Department of Health for school staff to include counselors, nurses, and other professionals that support the social and emotional needs of students. Those trainings include social and emotional trauma for monitors and support staff, intervention referral process, and self-care for student service professionals. We have also hosted radio shows on these topics in order to provide the public with current information as they traverse the pandemic and school expectations. The department has already released to the public that the following classifications of students will return to our campuses at a later date, providing that the number of COVID-19 cases remain relatively low. That's students in grades pre-K to 3rd, special education students in self-contained classrooms, senior upper level career and technical education students enrolled in specific programs as identified by each high school. We arrived at this decision after sitting with school teams to design the best plan that specifically is designed to meet each school's individual situation. We've provided a chart of the number of students in the district that will be returning to our campuses per school. And we've also provided a chart that depicts, that indicates where every child will be, whether at home or in school, for the rest of this school year. Our special education numbers have also been shared with from each school. Support for special populations include, for our English language learners, they are guided by the WIDA English Language Development Standards. Flipgrid has been also introduced to enhance language fluency in the virtual world. Elevation provides the teacher with the proficiency level of the students in order to design a plan that strengthens the students' language competencies. The best resource for ELLs during this time is to utilize and develop language skills. Students assigned to the Edith L. Williams Alternative Academy, or EWA, need to be in the regular presence of caring professionals. Parents and students attending EWA will be notified when students will return to campus on selected days for modified instructional hours. Needless to mention that the St. Thomas St. John School District has not operated under ideal conditions. However, we are extremely pleased that we were able to offer 535.5 face-to-face, virtually interactive instructional hours. At this point, I will turn things back over to the Commissioner for the review of the status of cleaning contracts. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent McGregor and Superintendent Yergin. For more than 19 years, the Department of Education has contracted janitorial services in the St. Thomas St. John District to supplement a shortage of full-time custodial workers. The St. Croix District has operated with sufficient levels of full-time custodial staff to address the janitorial needs of that district. In light of COVID-19, a formal solicitation for contractual cleaning services for the St. Croix District was sent out through the Department of Property and Procurement in late August of 2020. The evaluation committee met in late October of 2020, and after a review of the proposals submitted, the committee prepared a list of the lowest, most responsive bidders for the 13 locations on St. Croix for which janitorial services were solicited. The cumulative costs of the bids totaled $1,375,394. The VIDE's annual budget is unable to support such an expense on a reoccurring basis. Furthermore, the cost to fund the proposed cleaning contracts on St. Croix is 50% higher than the $686,787 for janitorial services for the 14 locations on St. Thomas, in the St. Thomas St. John District for the same scope of work. The department was able to reallocate some funds for savings in pupil transportation from its fiscal year 2021 general fund budget towards funding janitorial contracts in the St. Croix District. In addition, the U.S. Department of Education granted permission to use a portion of the $19.9 million in CARES funds to supplement the department's COVID-related cleaning costs. However, these funds are non-reoccurring and non-sustainable at an annual cost of $1.4 million. While the department is able to cover the cost of an abbreviated 2020-2021 school year, the average daily rate of $371 as proposed in the St. Croix janitorial bids is cost prohibitive. Currently, the department has 57 full-time custodial workers in the St. Croix district and 44 full-time custodial workers in the St. Thomas St. John district, with the ability to provide sufficient cleaning for the portion of school facilities returning for in-class instruction for the remainder of the 2020-2021 school year. The department is currently re-evaluating its needs for contractual janitorial services in both districts for the next school year, 2021-2022. The department's plan at this time is to increase the number of full-time custodial workers at the VI Department of Education and utilize contractual services for biannual cleaning services in each district. The Virgin Islands Department of Education received funding under the Coronavirus Aid, Recovery and Economic Security Act, better known as the CARES Act. The purpose of the funding is to provide emergency assistance to the outlying areas through the Education Stabilization Fund due to the coronavirus disease. These funds are available until September 30th of 2022. The VI Department of Education continues to make every effort to allocate and use CARES Act funds responsibly. Unfortunately, like many other school districts, we have identified a growing trend of price gouging and critical shortages in the supply and demand chain. Additionally, with limited local vendors and significant off-island shipping costs, we continuously review our spending plan to ensure we are maximizing all funds provided to us. Though these issues are not new, once encountered, the districts must reassess and revise their individual spending plans. This resets the clock on procuring important items. To date, the VIDE has obligated 58% of the 19 million received. Of the 11 million that is currently obligated, 5 million has been expended. Provided below is a detailed breakdown of expenditures for the CARES Act funds. As we prepare to return students to in-person learning, the question of why try to return students to in-person school at this point in the school year is repeatedly asked. The answer is simple for the VI Department of Education. Students learn best in an educational environment. Working and learning in a COVID environment is our new norm. Becoming acquainted with life on a school campus under these new conditions is most important. The quicker our teachers and students become familiar with their new environment by actively learning and working in it, the quicker existing protocols and systems can be adjusted to create an even safer environment and welcome all students back to some form of in-person learning. Returning students physically to the school campuses will not equate to what a full year of school would have been prior to COVID-19. It will, however, take us one step further into our new norm, new ways of educating our children. Many of us testifying today are parents, aunts, uncles, and caregivers who live in, work in, and love this community. As we look forward to safely reopening schools, I ask for the support, partnership, and flexibility of parents, students, and all Virgin Islanders. We are not aiming for perfection, as it is impossible to achieve. Rather, we are operating responsibly to ensure safety is at the forefront of our actions and decisions as we work to safely reopen schools. The leadership of the VI Department of Education will continue to monitor COVID-related trends and, under the guidance of our health professionals, make decisions that are grounded with the best interests of our students and employees. Special thanks to the hardworking employees of the Virgin Islands Department of Education who have worked tirelessly to ensure the safety and overall needs of our students and families are met from the inception of COVID-19 in the territory. As an organization, we are committed to this charge. We are committed to discharging our duties with compassion and fidelity. We are thankful for the support of this body and the community. This concludes my testimony. The VIDE leadership and I are available to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner, and the members of your leadership team. Next on the agenda, and before I move to the next testifier, my office did report that received an email to my general email box were 2 letters, correspondence from 2 committee members. Clerk, can you read those tardy letters into the record, please?
Letter dated February 12, 2021. The Honorable Genevieve R. Whitaker, Chairperson, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 20 Estate Golden Rock, Christian says St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Senator Whitaker, I will be arriving late for today's Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and I look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Kurt A. Vialet, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated February 12, 2021. The Honorable Genevieve Whitaker, Senator, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Golden Rock, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Madam Chair, please be advised that I will be arriving late for today's hearing of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development due to a scheduling conflict. I will be attending the commencement ceremonies for the VI Fire Service, Class of 2020-2021, taking place this morning at the St. Croix Botanical Gardens. Please record my absence as excused. I ask that you forward any information not previously available on the committee drive to my office. I look forward to weighing in on the discussion on today's agenda items upon my arrival. Thank you in advance for your cooperation. Sincerely, Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator, 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just by way of information, to both, of course, all my colleagues are aware of that as well, but to the public, please go to legvi.org. You click on committees and you click on the folder for today's hearing, and there you will actually find all of the testimonies we've added as a public drive. And at this time, I want to, before I go to Chairman Callwood, just to continue to request, as we request of you, we've given enough notice. For those, we just really ask that you send the testimonies and the guideline. In my request, I also ask, for this case, we're really concerned about the reopening of schools, but really be mindful when I give time limitations, just so that we can get through the agenda, please adhere to that. So I sent out to each testifier time limitation, and also to request that 2 days before the hearing, so that my committee members have the time to digest this information. Okay, so we'll move on now to the second testifier, Kaiser Callwood, the chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Chairman Callwood.
Good morning, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Chairman of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Education and Workforce Development, committee members, and all senators, others present and listening, and the viewing public. I am Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairperson of the 20th Virgin Islands Board of Education. I am here to offer testimony on the various functions and responsibilities of the board, the status of scholarship and grants, highlight any board accomplishments, the board's work regarding the reopening of school during COVID-19, and an overview of the challenges the board currently faces. I must state that the board wanted to decline this invitation because the board is only 1 month post-swearing in and still in organizational phase. We also wanted to be productive, relevant, and engaged in the Committee on Education and Workforce Development process. Having said as much, in the spirit of cooperation and collaboration, we are here, accounted for, and ready to contribute and participate fully. The 20th Virgin Islands Board of Education is comprised of 9 members. Our St. Thomas District members are yours truly, Judy M. Gomez Esquire, Jeanette Smith-Barry, and Nandi Siku Esquire. Angel Boques Jr. is our at-large member from the island of St. John. Our St. Croix District members are Winona A. Hendricks, Terrence T. Joseph, Shauna K. Richards, and Emanuela M. Perez Casillas. Accompanying me today remotely are Vice Chairperson Winona A. Hendricks, Board Secretary Shauna K. Richards, School Plans and Facilities Chair Emanuela Perez Casillas, Associate Executive Director Emmett Hansen, Director of Business and Finance Alcenta DeWint, and Sylvanie Reimer, Financial Aid Supervisor. Board's functions and responsibilities. Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code, sections 21 to 23, 41 to 42, 82, 90 to 91, 121, 127 to 129, 171 to 177, 184 to 191, and 193 to 194 charges the VIBE with the responsibility for the general policy and direction of public education in the Virgin Islands. VIBE is granted the authority and charge with the following functions, not all inclusive: administer and oversee the territorial scholarship/loan program, special legislative grants and federal funds issued or awarded to the Virgin Islands Department of Education, certification of educational professionals employed by the Department of Education, initiation and revision of educational policies, oversight of school plans, facilities, and environmental compliance, and mediate and hear appeals of decisions of the Department of Education and complaints concerning all educational and school matters. Pursuant to the bylaws of the 20th Virgin Islands Board of Education, these duties are further delineated and executed through the specific roles and responsibilities of each of its 5 standing committees and 2 ad hoc committees. The committees meet at regular intervals to ensure that the mandates under Title 17 are executed and the needs of the education system, students, teachers, parents, and our educational stakeholders are addressed. On Saturday, January 16, 2021, the board, through its chairman, announced the following appointments to the board's standing committees, ad hoc committees, and advisory committees as approved by a majority of members. Professional Staff and Higher Education Committee. They review the credentials of professional staff to ensure each candidate is qualified for certification in accordance to the board's policies. Sponsors courses and workshops that provide materials professional staff applicants seeking certification. That committee is chaired by Jeanette Smith-Barry. The members of that committee include Judy M. Gomez, Esquire, Winona A. Hendricks, and Angel Boques, Jr. The School Plans and Facilities Committee oversees all Department of Education buildings, inclusive of all schools and administrative office buildings in the territory, conducts regular site visits to provide recommendations for repairs and improvements. That committee is chaired by Emanuela Perez Casillas, and the members include Nandi Siku Esquire, Winona A. Hendricks, and Angel Boques, Jr. Public-Private Liaison Committee identifies strategies to engage the community and education stakeholders in the board's programs, forms partnerships with the private sector to promote goals and visions of the board through activities such as radio appearances and town hall meetings. That committee is chaired by Angel L. Boques Jr., and the members of that committee include Terrence T. Joseph, Emanuela M. Perez Casillas, Jeanette Smith-Barry. Policies, rules, and regulations researches and writes all school policies, draft policy for committees review, provide for public comment and full board approval. That committee is chaired by Winona A. Hendricks, and the members include Terrence T. Joseph, Shauna K. Richards, and Kaiser A. Colwood. Our new committee, standing committee, the Finance Committee, which has oversight over scholarships and collection, they advise the board on executing award policies for undergraduate and graduate programs, develop, review, and recommend for consideration by the board policies and regulations concerning scholarship awards criteria and application procedures, monitor labor trends and recommend amendments to legislation concerning scholarships, develop, review, and recommend policies, procedures, and regulations concerning loan applications, awards, and debt collections, review scholarship applications, and recommend candidates to receive scholarships and loan. That committee is chaired by Shauna K. Richards, and the members of the committee include Judy M. Gomez and Jeanette Smith-Barry. The Internal Ad Hoc Committee, which is a new committee for the 20th board, in conjunction with the Executive Director, serve as the board's liaison with the Office of the Inspector General and or all other public or private auditors approved by the board. However, the Executive Director shall have prime responsibility to interface with the Office of the Inspector General, conduct investigations and hearings, and recommend decisions to the board pertaining to ethics violations, labor relations, and human resources issues pursuant to VIVE's bylaws and policies and in accordance with federal and territorial laws. Develop, review, and recommend for consideration establishment by the board due process procedures, standards, and guidelines for considering employee and board member grievances and complaints. Develop, review, and recommend for consideration by the board VIBE operational guidelines, labor relations, and human resources policies. Develop, review, and recommend for consideration by the board all policies related to conducting internal audits and internal controls. Monitor corrective action plans implemented in response to external audits and reviews conducted by any government or private agency. Recommend requests for public audits and or private audits. Review audit reports and prepare corrective action plans in response to external audit. That committee is chaired by Judy M. Gomez Esquire, and the members of that committee include Kaiser A. Callwood and Emanuela M. Perez Casillas. The Legislative Liaison Ad hoc Committee, a new ad hoc committee for the 20th board, draft and update a legislative agenda for consideration and approval by the board, coordinate with board committees regarding recommendations for legislative revisions, coordinate relations between the board and the VI legislature, draft positions and propose legislation for consideration and approval by the board as needed, monitor and provide recommendation for code compliance, coordinate the timely preparation and submittal of reports to the legislature. That committee is chaired by Nandi Siku Esquire, and the members of that committee include Terrence T. Joseph and Shauna K. Richards. The executive committee provides oversight of the budget development process and conduct budget-based program reviews in conjunction with the Director of Business and Finance. Develop, review, and recommend changes to the Virgin Islands Code concerning board operations and finance, supervise the executive director to assure the acts of the board are executed, and it keeps the members informed of issues on local and the national level. That committee is chaired by Kaiser A. Callwood, and the members include Winona A. Hendricks, Vice Chair, and Shauna K. Richards, Secretary. The IDE Strategic Planning Steering Committee. The Strategic Planning Steering Committee is made up of hired, elected, and appointed leaders and business owners. Members of this committee provide recommendations for the department's strategic direction and transformation over the next 5 years. Kaiser A. Callwood is the person appointed from the board to that committee. VIDE's Community Council. This community council is a microcosm of the community as it's made up of members of the VI community, including educators, students, parents, elected and government officials, business leaders, spiritual leaders, community activists, and more. The council is essential to helping the department achieve its goal of restoring and rebuilding community trust. The member assigned to that committee is Shauna K. Richards. VIDE's New School Construction Advisory Board. The New School Construction Advisory Board will guide in the planning and development of better facilities and learning environments designed to facilitate the district's and the community's desired learning experience for our students. Members Terrence T. Joseph from the St. Croix District and member Nandi Siku Esquire from the St. Thomas District will be assigned to that advisory board. VIDE's Curriculum Council. This Curriculum Council is a governing body established to determine policy, monitor, support, and guide all things related to curriculum development. The key to the responsibility of the council is the alignment of standards, instructional strategies, learning experiences, and assessment. The member assigned to that committee is Winona A. Hendricks. VIDE's Curriculum Design Team. The collaborative design team was established on February 4, 2020, based on the premise that curriculum is the heartbeat of the department and is not solely the responsibility of the curriculum and instruction. Different perspectives are required to move the work of curriculum and instruction forward. The goal is for all entities within VIDE to embrace the vision, mission, values, and goals and address all matters pertaining to curriculum to include academic standards, instructional resources, personnel, management, budget, IT, etc. That the member assigned to that committee is Emanuela M. Perez Casillas. WTJX Virgin Islands Virgin Islands Broadcasting System, Title 30 VIC, Chapter 7, Subsection 21, provides the view and processes of that board, and member Kaiser A. Callwood is assigned to that board as chair. University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees, Title 17 Virgin Islands Codes, Chapter 33, Subsection 455. Member Kaiser A. Corwood is assigned to that committee as chair of the board. The Maurice F. DeCastro Fellowship Board, Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, Subsection 190. Member Kaiser A. Corwood serves as the person assigned to that board as chair of the Board of Education. And last but not least, Regional Educational Laboratory Northeast and Islands, RELNI, member Winona A. Hendricks is assigned to the committee. The team Collective Aspirations, Measurable Achievements selected for the tenure of the 20th Board of Education is a unification tool developed to create a template of excellence for the future to follow and hopefully emulate. As a board, members took an oath to serve, and we must strive to revitalize our educational system with new, creative, and innovative ideas. Collectively, this requires thinking outside of the box. I must share that this perspective is at the forefront of the 20th Board of Education, and we will do whatever is necessary to ensure we have an educational system that is new and improved in order to allow our students to be prepared in the 21st century. Status of scholarships and grants. The 2020 financial aid process began in January of the same year with a deadline date of April 20th, 2020. Due to the COVID virus, the scholarship deadline was extended to April 30th, 2020. Some complaints were received of applicants not reaching the office, which led to a further extension of the deadline to May 18, 2020. Applications were available on our website, www.myviboe.com, for completion. Paper application was also available for distribution to the public in the St. Thomas and St. Croix office. As mandated by the Virgin Islands Code, an advertisement of the scholarships was placed in the Virgin Islands Daily News and the St. Croix Avis for 1 week. The information was also available on our website. Staff members presented workshops in the St. Thomas St. John District at the local and private high school, Ivana Eudora Ken, Charlotte Amalia, Adult Continuing Education, All Saints Cathedral School, St. Peter and Paul Cocklet High School, Seventh-day Adventist School, VI Montessori and Peter Gruber International Academy, Antilles School, and Gift Hill School on St. John. Other workshops was presented at the University of the Virgin Islands Upward Bound Program and the Rising Stars Youth Steel Orchestra Youth Program on St. Thomas. On St. Croix, the staff conducted workshop at the St. Croix Educational Complex, the St. Croix Central High School, St. Croix 7-Day School, Free Will Baptist, St. Joseph High School, Good Hope Country Day School, and Adult Secondary Education. A total of 597 applications were received and presented to the board for review and selection of various scholarship awards, including special legislative grants, in-service training grants, nursing grants, general major grants, and territorial loan grants. After the financial aid selection process on June 11, 2020, financial aid representatives compiled a list of the special legislative scholarship recipients. The awardees were announced on WTJX on June 22nd, 2020. Typically, the financial aid process would be completed in September. However, with COVID pandemic, additional time was granted to applicants to submit documents for processing. Dissemination of disclosure statements began in July and ended in October. And I have provided a financial aid breakdown for the academic year 2019-2020, as well as the special legislative grants unexpended. In addition to the ineligible applicants, the 2020 coronavirus scholarship. The following is a breakdown of the 280 applicants who applied, and that template is provided. Thus far, 137 signed agreements were received from students for processing. Of that number, 133 agreements have been submitted to OMB. VIBE has received 70 checks thus far from the Office of Management and Budget. The 2021 financial aid process. The Virgin Islands Board of Education is pleased to announce that we have begun our 2021 financial aid process with an application deadline of April 23rd, 2021. We are conducting radio interviews and virtual presentations in the months following to educate the public on the process. All individuals seeking financial aid assistance should apply either via paper, which can be picked up at our offices in both districts, or online by visiting www.viboe.com myviboe.com and clicking on financial aid and click apply for financial aid from the drop-down menu. To be eligible for financial aid, students must fulfill the following requirements. Must be a U.S. Virgin Islands resident, must be a graduate from a high school in the U.S. Virgin Islands or have proof of 3 years residence in the U.S. Virgin Islands, must maintain a minimum cumulative grade point average GPA of 2.0 or a 2.5 GPA for nursing, must be accepted by and enrolled in an accredited institution, and must be attending school full-time. Supporting documentations needed: official high school transcript and acceptance letter for first-time applicants, official college or university transcript for continuing and graduate students, letter of recommendation from department head or supervisor for the in-service training grads. School reopening. On January 13, 2021, the Virgin Islands Department of Education provided the Virgin Islands Board of Education with a letter that outlined the implementation of its hybrid plan gradually between February and March 2021. Students in grades pre-K through 3rd, students with special needs, and career and technical students will return for in-person instruction once their school has been outfitted with the necessary fixtures that deem them safe to reopen, as defined under the Center for Disease Control and Prevention CDC guidelines. The hybrid plan also mandates students in grades 4 to 12 continue to learn from home. On January 20, 2021, the Virgin Islands Board of Education sent an email correspondence to the Virgin Islands Department of Education through Commissioner Barry Benjamin. This email requested several documents from the Department of Education to include a copy of each school's reopening timeline and status individually listed by district and school level. Example, elementary, junior high, and high school. This timeline should include a list of all school facilities scheduled for in-person usage, the percentage of schools completed and ready for reopening, and all COVID installation and upgrade status and supplies, and estimated receipt of such supplies, and the 2020 repair completion report. An update on all U.S. Department of Education, U.S. House of Representatives, and U.S. Department of Education issued COVID-19 funding and spending report. A report on CARES Act funding and spending, as well as repair projects tackled with federal funding, was also requested. The 2021 plan and budget for future capital and maintenance projects, including rebuilding and infrastructure remodeling projects. Copies of all reports for the 2019/2020 and 2020/2021 school year provided to VIDE from DPNR, DPW, Department of Health, Environmental Health, VI Fire Service, and OSHA that ensure reopening environmentally safe for students and staff. On January 25, 2021, the Virgin Islands Department of Education responded to the board's inquiry of information with several supporting documents and informed us that with respect to its request for environmental report from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Department of Labor, OSHA, the Department of Health, Environmental Health, as well as other agencies, these agencies are not the determining factors at this time, and that the Department of Health is charged with examining and approving the reopening of schools. On February 1st, 2021, VIBE responded to VIDE, indicating that a response overlooks the board's authority to make the final decision to certify the reopening of schools based on a comprehensive report of all environmental factors. VIBE further referred them to Virgin Islands Code Title 17, Section 24A, 2B, which authorizes the board to make decision to annually certify the reopening of schools in conjunction with the Department of Health, Environmental Health Division, the Department of Labor, OSHA, and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Also, Section 24A3 authorizes the board to utilize the agencies mentioned earlier, the Department of Public Works and the Virgin Islands Fire Service, to carry out its obligations under Section 24. In the same letter of response, VIBE indicated that the purpose of these provisions is to ensure the schools are environmentally sound before students, teachers, and staff are allowed to occupy the school campuses. Also, to execute the mandate prescribed in Section 24, the board must be provided with the reports for these agencies that indicate all schools were inspected for environmental and safety concerns and the results of those inspections. The fact that COVID-19 pandemic has caused delay in the reopening of schools does not obviate that the need for the environmental reports and certification by the board. On February 8, 2021, the Virgin Islands Board of Education conducted a tour of the St. Croix District to verify and validate the St. Croix District progress as it relates to reopening of schools. To date, all of our schools have received banners, health and safety signage, touchless dispensers, teacher desk partitions, marked out floors to indicate 6 feet distancing, installed washing stations, touchless water fountains, distributed thermometers, and have procured other resources deemed necessary for the reopening of schools. As of the submission of this report, the board is still awaiting documentation from the requisite agencies to certify the readiness of school. This documentation, among other factors, will help the board determine its position and fully control our authority. VIBE accomplishments and challenges. The 20th Virgin Islands Board of Education has only been in existence for roughly a month. However, that is not to say that we have not hit ground running. The VIBE has already collaborated with the Virgin Islands Department of Education and met on February 4, 2020. In that meeting, we discussed several items to facilitate the collaboration and air of cooperation between VI Board of Education and the VI Department of Education. The items included the following below: roles and responsibilities of board members and VI senior staff, communication protocol between both entities, requesting information/data from VI, certification of teachers and the TRIP program, teacher certification hours, of course breaking that down, for graduation required courses, promotional policy 7 and 8 grades, averaging grades, promotional subject versus overall, diploma offering more than one option to students, curriculum framework, notice of board meetings, and federal grants overview. As you can see, both the 20th Virgin Islands Board of Education and the Virgin Islands Department of Education are making a concerted effort to work hand in hand to deliver the best public education possible for the children of the Virgin Islands. The VIBE is approaching completion of the installation of a generator at our Dranigans Gate facility on St. Thomas. As you all are aware, the electricity situation territory-wide has been tenuous, but the work of the VIBE must continue regardless. After being displaced by Hurricanes Maria and occupying a temporary location, our St. Croix office has permanently moved to offices located on Strand Street, Christiansted.
Chairman, Chairman, yes. I know you're getting close to your end. Just slow down just a bit.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I just want to again note, I did give everyone a time frame, but I know this is our first meeting and you're giving introductory information, but I just ask again that we adhere to timeline, okay? But of course, just in respect to this important topic and this being the first hearing, okay? Just slow down just a bit. Thank you.
Noted with thanks. Where was I? Our committees have begun meeting and are functioning well. Currently, they are working on board short-term and long-term goals and plans. This especially bodes well for the work of the VIBE, as the full board is driven by what comes out of our committees. In fact, on February 9 through the 21st, 2021, the VIBE will be meeting to work on our strategic plan, which is an integral to our success in crafting a sound and achievable plan. However, despite this new and promising collaboration with the VIBE still faces challenges. Our St. Thomas headquarters is experiencing roof leakage. However, we are working with the Department of Public Works to have this repaired by the contractor who did the work. We anticipate having this completed by the end of this quarter. Our next challenge is the renovation and restoration of the Gertie House, also located on our Dranigans office site. When completed, this building will serve as our fully ADA compliant conference room. We want to thank this body for listening to our pleas and providing the funding for this worthy project. We anticipate work to begin in the second quarter of this year, with completion prior to the end of the calendar year. The fluidity of the COVID-19 pandemic mandates prove extremely challenging in setting policies for the VIDE to follow. However, given the new level of communication and more precise protocols between VIDE and VIBE, we are more confident in the quality of information provided to us and in ability for all stakeholders to not only keeping our children safe, but also maintaining and improving the quality of the educational instruction. The greatest challenge has been the receipt of funds, especially for scholarship checks to our awardees. There are several factors involved, both internal and external. However, please note that the VIBE is putting the board and administration full attention towards changing this dynamic and improving the process. Senator Whitaker, Education Workforce Development Committee members, other members of the body, and those watching and listening, this concludes our testimony, and we stand ready to respond to questions posed from this august body. Again, thank you for the invitation, and we look forward to this collaborative year.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I want to, at this time, just to know we do have on our agenda our next testifier. However, that testimony was received just a short while ago. So I'm going to take a brief recess, allow my committee members to at least ensure they have the copy. Well, I have one member. I'm going to, let's do 1 minute just to, and then we'll start, okay? Hopefully. Committee goes into a brief recess for 1 minute.
The committee is back on the record. Mr. Austin Coward, are you on the Teams?
Yep, good morning.
Morning, you may proceed at this time with your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Whitaker and members of the 34th Legislature and listening and viewing audience. I'm Austin Colwood, Director of Environmental Protection Department of Planning and Natural Resources. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources acknowledges receipt of your request for testimony on certification of the opening of schools for Title 17, Chapter 3, Section 24. We note that it is the Board of Education, in conjunction with the Department of Education, that is required to develop and adopt guidelines for the reopening of schools, and the technical consultation is to be provided by agencies such as DPNR. Our historical records do not indicate any specific criteria for DPNR to provide guidance. However, we anticipate that our guidance will be based on air and water quality compliance. Prior to your request for testimony on the subject, the department did receive an invitation from the Department of Education on Tuesday, February 2nd, to participate in the inspection of pre-K to third grade schools in the St. Croix district on Friday, February 5th. We were fully prepared to engage in this very important process that morning until the individual schedule was diverted to respond to the Lime Tree flare-up. DPNR has since consulted with several of our counterparts in DOE and fire service to determine the extent of the observation and inspection required. Their observations detailed minor deficiencies, which are mostly surface-related and easily corrected. We've also consulted with DOE with respect to the compliance with drinking water standards, and DOE is near complete with this process. DPNR stands ready to assist the Board of Education and Department of Education with the opening of schools in any way we can. I stand ready for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Howard. We'll now proceed to the next testifier. Do we have Commissioner Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Department of Health? Hey, good morning. Commissioner, you may proceed.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Good day, the Honorable Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, Chair of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Honorable Senator Janelle K. Saro, Vice Chair, and other members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Department of Health. I have here with me today Dr. Nicole Cradwell Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Attorney Dwayne Henry, Legal Counsel, Monson Harris, Environmental Health, Esther Ellis, Territorial Epidemiologist, and Dr. Tyhan Caesar, our Medical Director and Infectious Disease Specialist. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the annual assessment for the reopening of schools as per Title 17, Chapter 3, Section 24, Subsection A, 2A, and B. The education system, the students and their parents have been severely challenged by this pandemic. As schools have had to turn to virtual learning, many studies are demonstrating the adverse impact on student achievement. Concerns have been raised that this impact may be difficult to remedy, potentially leaving our children ill-prepared to meet the demands of our 21st century workforce. The Department of Health has worked closely with the Department of Education from the beginning of this pandemic with increased intensity from June 2020 to assist them in preparing for a time when in-person classes can begin. Out of this collaboration came Governor Albert Bryan's task force on reopening schools led by Chief of Staff Carl Knight and Shauna Bass, the Governor's Policy Advisor on Education and Workforce Development, and included representatives from the Governor Government House, Department of Education's leadership teams and nurses, Department of Health. Subsequently, the 2020-2021 reopening of schools guidelines was released, which outlines Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, the VA Department of Health's COVID-19 mitigation guidelines. A copy has been included with this testimony as well. To ensure health and safety guidelines were fully understood, the Department of Health educated the dietary staff, school nursing, and other support staff. Several school nurses have been N95 fitted and trained in swabbing and the BINES testing. Once the vaccine became available, the Department of Education staff was placed into the 1B phase, and Vitima has been working to schedule those who are agreeing to receive the vaccine. School assessment. Last week, the Department of Health and Environmental Health team joined other agencies and a member of the legislature for inspections of the schools to be open in St. Croix. In a preliminary report, shortfalls noted were repairs needed in the kitchen at the Juanita Garding Elementary School and a replacement of desks at the St. Croix Educational Complex for Arthur Richards K-8, which will be housed there when it begins in-person classes. Inspections in St. Thomas are planned for the upcoming week. The Biden, Harris, and Brian Roach administrations are determined to get our children and young people back in the classroom. If our positivity rate continues to be below 5% and we attain Governor Bryan's goal of vaccinating 50,000 unique VI residents by July 1st, 2021, we will be well on our way to achieving herd immunity. Our children will be able to once again benefit not only from in-person classes, but from the socialization that is also an important part of their education. As always, I would like to thank the Virginia Department of Health staff for their strong support of the COVID-19 mission. In conclusion, Senator Whitaker, the Department of Health is committed to reducing health risk, increasing access to quality health care, and enforcing health standards. The department commits to continued collaborative efforts with the members of the 34th legislature, and we thank you for the support you give in our efforts to improve health care in our community. I welcome the opportunity to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We'll now move on to our final testifier in Block 1, Dean Andrews, Director of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, Division of Occupational Safety and Health.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, the 34th Legislature, Honorable Senators, listening and viewing audience. I am Dean R. Andrews of the Department of Labor, and I hold the position as the Director of the Virgin Islands Division of Occupational Safety and Health, also known as VIDOS, better known as OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration. I would like to recognize the Honorable Commissioner Gary Malloy and the entire team, which I am proud to represent here today. In particular, I would like to thank the VIDOS team, which I've had the honor of leading for 10+ years. The Virgin Islands Division of Occupational Safety and Health has the statutory responsibility to enforce and administer all laws, rules protecting the safety and health of the territory's public sector employees. This responsibility includes the members of the U.S. Virgin Islands' 3 branches of government, its departments, agencies, instrumentalities. VIDOS operates within the confines of the OSH Act of 1974 and the 2019 U.S. Virgin Islands Code, Title 24, Department of Labor, Chapter 2, Occupational Safety and Health. The Virgin Islands program is structured around 3 basic principles, which are set and regulated by national rules, regulations, and standards. These 3 principal areas include consultation, education outreach, training, and enforcement. Today, I'm before this body to explain VIDOS's role and the measures outlined in 2019 U.S. Virgin Islands Code, Title 17, Education, Chapter 3, Virgin Islands Board of Education, 24, subsection A, 2A, and B, School Management Accountability Universal Citation. There are many interpretations related to VIDOS's role regarding the school's inspection and standards that are simply misaligned with the code. It is important that we understand the mandate as it is directly relates to the Board of Education, the Department of Education, as the primary stewards for setting and certifying the standards for reopening the territory's schools. Furthermore, it is important that we understand the functional responsibilities of our territory's key agencies, such as Department of Health, Environmental Division, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Department of Public Works, Fire Services. It is imperative that we uphold the operational sequence outlined by the Virgin Islands Code. VIDOS has statutorily provided technical assistance to the board and the Department of Education during the certification process, but it cannot come in the form of an OSHA inspection, because an OSHA inspection may generate legal citations if any hazards are identified. The parameter for these are governed by the OSH Act and the Virgin Islands Code. As OSHA inspections involve employers, employee stakeholders such as unions and employee representatives, I would like to make it very clear for the record. The responsibility of generating an OSHA inspection falls squarely on the VIDOS director's shoulders. Thus, the importance of when an OSHA inspection can be conducted is based on 5 factors: imminent danger, fatality or a serious accident, a complaint, a referral, or a program inspection. OSHA inspections activities are not permitted to be conducted in a silo environment. Employees, unions, and stakeholders participate in the mandatory and represent a catalyst to initiate this process. Regarding OSHA inspections, the Department of Education has no open OSHA inspections territory-wide, and VIDOS has not been involved in the Department of Education's recent on-site K through 3 school inspections. VIDOS can provide a technical assistance in the reopening certification process and has done this in the past. VIDOS recently provided technical assistance in the form of a briefing involving the senior leadership of the Department of Labor and the Department of Education. This presentation outlined much of the very details I present to this body today. In the territory's current state of flux from the COVID-19 pandemic, effective communication is imperative. VIDOS is committed to protecting the health and safety of all public sector employees and workplaces during this unprecedented time. Per the OSHA Act of the Virgin Islands and the Virgin Islands Code, all departments, agencies, and instrumentalities are required to provide a workplace free of serious, recognizable hazards. VIDOS will continue to ensure the public sector employees' rights to a safe and healthy workplace is part of the forefront, and as well as ensuring OSHA guidance on preparing workplace for COVID-19 remains part of the dialogue. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for the invitation to provide operational and safety and health information on the certification and reopening of the Virgin Islands schools. VIDOS looks forward to being part of the solution. Respectful. Welcome to answer any questions that this body may have.
Thank you very much. Director Andrews, thank you very much. So at this time, we'll go for just a 1-minute brief recess as we begin a round of questions. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory. Oh.
Points of information.
Oh. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory. We're back on the record. Point of information, Senator Fred
Thank
Gregory.
you, Madam Chair. In looking at the testimony for the Virgin Islands Department of Education, page 16 of 20, I need clarification on the student learning in person table that's included in the testimony. I am having a difficult time following it. So if the superintendent for the St. Thomas St. John District can provide an explanation of the chart, I would really appreciate it. It's 2 charts. The charts don't seem to align, which is creating some confusion. So please provide some clarification or explanation of the chart. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and you can send that to... Huh? Dr. Jurgen?
Good morning. So on page 16, there are 2 charts. The first chart are the number of students pre-K through 3rd grade that are 100% virtual.
Superintendent Jurgen, the request is being made because the document, as for those who see the document, it is very small print. So the senator is simply requesting that you have a point of information?
Listen, I need clarification. You're making reference to, so the students learning in person here is 100%, but you have, okay, so the total, let's just look at TUIT. The total is 117 students that's learning in person, correct? Superintendent?
Correct.
Okay, so what is the percentage, what does the 69% represent?
You're looking at the first chart,
Page
Senator?
16. Page 6, yes.
Page 16?
Students learning in person, the first chart. We're gonna use TUIT as as our guide. So
Okay, so the percentage of students that are coming in, let's look at Ginny TUIT. There are 117 students that will be coming in, and that's 69%.
Of what?
And 31 students will be working from home. So the virtual,
Wait.
the 52
Where's
equals
the
31%, and those students will be working from home.
Okay, let's go back. So 69%, let's walk me through this. 69% represents what? Because at the top of the chart, you just have percentage. What does that represent?
Sorry, the 69% represents the number of students that will be coming into the school.
Okay. And then you have number virtual pre-K3. What is that, 52?
The actual number of students that will be at home, and then I gave you the percentage of students that will be at home based on parental choice.
So virtual is 31 and 69% is in person. Okay, so help me to understand the chart below that then. Because
Okay, so
you're looking at, okay, so you're
below-
looking at a different universe of students.
Right. No, the chart below,
Let's stay to it.
let's stay at TUIT, is 100% virtual.
Okay. But it's a different universe of students. It has more grade levels. It is inclusive of 4th grade and 5th grade. Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
it is inclusive
Understood.
of 4th and 5th because those students are not coming into school.
Understood. Understood. Thank you for the clarification. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Okay, we'll go into a brief recess and then we'll begin the round of questioning. we are back on the record. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. And before we go into the rounds, I just want to emphasize, I want to thank all the testifiers for their testimonies. And I want to, before we begin, just a clarification. Commissioner Barry Benjamin, you indicated, Commissioner Barry Benjamin, you indicated during the tours, school tours, that, and you also presented on radio, that the schools do not need a deep cleaning. As provided, and just by way of reference, the Commissioner Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner of Health, indicated that in terms of having safety environments, and that's in the guidelines that they submitted along with that she submitted along with her testimony, that in fact deep cleaning is recommended. So I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but that's something that I noted in cross-referencing your testimony, your presentation, and what she presented. We'll now move into.
Could I address that?
Okay, and I would like to also recognize we have here in the St. Croix District, we have Senator Nobeli Francis, who's joined us. Thank you, Senator. And I'm looking also just to confirm anybody. Okay, so we'll. Oh, my apologies, Senator, committee member, Senator Kurt Viale. Thank you. Okay, and so with that, we'll start the round. We're going to actually go into, we'll have one round of 5 minutes. I will begin with Vice Chair Janelle Saru.
Thank you, and good morning to all. Commissioner Barry Benjamin, I need a precise answer from you. What is the official date you intend to start school?
There's no official date for either school, Senator, and I've stated that
Okay, what's your
prior
benchmark?
to today as well as today.
I know that, but give me a target date.
There's no target date at this point. The next week, as early as next week, we were looking to open at least the preschool, the pre-K classes on St. Croix, but that decision will not be made today.
Okay, so
that's the closest I can give you.
Commissioner, I understand the dynamics of everything else, but you need a benchmark, you need a target date. At least people have to work towards something. When you just have an open window, then we'll just be dragging our feet. When this come, that come. You need a target date, and the public needs a target date, or your staff needs a target date of the intended, of when you intend to open schools. Let's go to your data. I read about the data stories. Your iReady data. Superintendent Jorgen, what about the data did you notice? Some trends in your analysis of a district data-wide?
It differs from grade to grade, but overall, our students' comprehension level, that was an area that stood out. A major area for all grades was the ability to conduct research and interpret research points. That was a big one. In the area of mathematics, Senator, it really, when you have to look at it for each grade level, but
so what did you notice
number
in
sense also stands out in mathematics.
But what stands out in math? What's the trend that you've noticed?
Computation, simple errors, as it relates to word problems stood out also. Those are some of the areas that stood out in math. I could get you some more definitive responses based on what has been stored collectively for the schools in the district.
And the plan to address that?
Well, each school has a separate plan, but the district office is providing additional support to our schools. We will continue doing our walkthroughs and
okay, so let's go back a second.
Coaching.
I don't mean to cut you off, but in the St. Croix testimony, which I am quite confused with the numbers, St. Croix has some data on the Smarter Balance interim assessments. What is your data? I need some numbers from you. What's your data in the St. Thomas St. John district?
The only reason that wasn't shared, Senator, is because that wasn't requested for this testimony. But I can get our performance results for the Smarter Balance and iReady to you easily.
Okay, so let's go to number 7. In the commissioner's third paragraph of her testimony on page 2, it says, item 7 says support for students who are falling behind. So if you are offering support for students who are falling behind, and that's in your testimony, then that support has to be guided by the data. So the data should have been looked at. So I need to know what's the data. What is the data from the iReady? Have you requested that from your principals?
Oh, I have that information, Senator.
Okay. So I guess through the chair, we can receive that information on the data in the St. Thomas St. John district specifically. Let's go to page 19. I guess this would be Ms. Penn. Ms. Penn, you have allocated for the CARES Act funding $2.3 million for non-public schools to date. You have available 92%. Why aren't the non-public schools receiving this CARES Act funding? Time is of the essence.
Clerk, please hold our time. Please hold. Thank you. So the senator's time.
According to the grant status report, you have 2.3 million total for the CARES Act. Of that 2.3 million, you only have 2.15 expended. Well, actually, you have 2.15 available, 92%, which is 92% available. You've only expended, it says 0 actually. In your chart,
Time.
it says $0 for the non-public schools, and these funds have to be expended by September 30th, 2022. A year has already, well, a year ain't gone yet, but how are we spending those funds? Why is it 0 for the non-public schools? Okay, while we're looking for that, with your indulgence, Madam Chair, let's go to the cleaning contracts on page 18 while they figure out their response.
That's fine.
On page 18, last paragraph, the
I can
department.
share for St. Thomas St. John District if you need me to.
Huh?
There's some feedback. You want to repeat what you just said and identify yourself? Someone just spoke. You want to identify yourself?
Good morning, Disha Powell, St. Thomas St. John District. Senator Sarah, good afternoon. You were asking specifically about the non-public school funds. We have about $440,000 in reimbursements to provide. Some of it already, about 200 and something of it is already in the system. Another 220 is being processed. The non-public schools are reassessing their needs, and they are going to be providing us those updates as to what specifically they want. They spend their money upfront because they had emergency expenditures, and they were given permission from the federal grants office to be reimbursed for their purchases. So we are in the process of making sure those reimbursements are processed. However, the balance of their money, they are preparing that information for us so we can assist them with spending those funds.
So you realize the numbers that you said just now do not align with the grant status report, correct? As we move forward, that chart needs to be updated. Last question. Was my time called? I didn't have time.
Yes, Senator.
It was? Yes. Sorry. Oh. So the department currently has 50, this is from the testimony, page 18. The department has 57 full-time custodial workers in the St. Croix district, 44 full-time in the St. Thomas St. John district. The department is currently reevaluating its needs for contractual janitorial services in both districts for the next school year. So the department's plan at this time is to increase the number of full-time custodial workers at the VIDE. So if you intend to open schools God knows when, because we don't have a target date. And you're saying the department's plan at this time is to increase. How is the hiring looking like? Have you posted these openings? Have you had interviews? What do you intend to increase the number of full-time custodial workers at the VIDE to?
Yes, Deputy Penn will provide an update on that matter, Senator Saru.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Saru. We are in the process, we just recently had discussions of the janitorial custodial needs in the St. Thomas district. In collaboration with the Human Resources Division, we're about to advertise for custodial positions.
So if we're about to start advertising for custodial positions, then we really aren't prepared to open school. Not even.
Well, Senator, we have based on the population that should be returning for in school instruction, we have sufficient levels right now to cover those portions of the facilities that will be occupied.
Okay, I have like 10 more questions, but time is limited, so I'll move on to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Next, we have Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Point of information, Senator Ville.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Commissioner, why are the formats for presenting each district so different? One has charts, one is missing testing data. It's just like night and day. Was there not a specific template that both districts should have utilized?
Thank you, Senator. Both districts reported on what was asked of the Senate, and they decided to include more than what was asked. In terms of the presentation style, both districts were left up to the presentation of their district.
Commissioner, let me interject here. Viewers, we have two things that happened. Before the tours began, my committee members and I, we met and we then sent a letter to you requesting a breakdown of several items, which the agenda speaks to. Also during the tours, and I recall us asking you for data breaking down the number of children who are going to be returning to the school. Almost pretty much everyone who's in the tour who were both my committee members and non-committee members asked for that information. And correct, the Senator Ville is indicating that the report does not add up. You have data, a lot of data in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and the information that you indicate to us, both as I told you, you said it on the radio, you presented that to us, and while you weren't directly asked to provide the numbers, breakdown numbers in the letter that was first sent to you and this letter that was sent for today's hearing, you indicated that you'll give that to us, and that was also on record. Thank you.
Commissioner, let me be specific. The district had to submit the information to the office of the commissioner. So you saw one district with charts, the next district, no charts. I think at some point, somebody should be reviewing the documentation and you should say, I need charts from both districts. I need the information to be detailed in a specific manner so that senators can have similar information for both districts. St. Croix has testing score, St. Thomas none. St. Thomas has charts with who's coming back for virtual, no charts in Croix. So it makes it a bit hard to follow when you don't have consistency from the DAs. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Senator. Senator Don Franker, you're up for your
Can I respond?
Commissioner, I will allow Senator Don Franker to proceed. We're giving you some advice on proceeding. We're not going to do a lot of the back and forth right now. We're limited in time, and I want to give respect to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too must agree. I think my colleague that spoke before me took the words right out of my mouth because the testimony appears to be all over the place and very inconsistent. as far as the data and the information that is in fact provided. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask you through the chair to require the Commissioner of Education to provide us today the chart with the CARES Act funding. The chart is currently embedded into the testimony, and I cannot read it, so I cannot ask any questions. I can't ask any questions around the CARES Act funding. Okay, so I note specifically in the St. Thomas St. John district, there's information as it relates to attendance, and there's a chart that shows the declining attendance from November 2020 to January of 2021. However, to our point, that information is not provided by the St. Croix district. So it is important that some sort of a template is in fact sent out. So Dr. Jurgen, can you please share with us what your challenges are as it relates to attendance in the St. Thomas St. John district, and what are you doing? I see that you are, in fact, you have a task force and you've done some work, so I commend you for that. But how are you working to ensure that the attendance is not continuing to decline in the St. Thomas St. John district?
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. As we met as a team in the district, we started to look at the attendance overall and did a comparison with this year versus previous years. And we noticed that there was a decrease in our student attendance. And so we met with our school teams along with our district support team to see how best we can reach out to those students. Initially, all students didn't have a device. But even after we provided students with a device, some students were issued a device as well as MiFi, and they simply were not logging on. And so we've been making contact with our parents regularly. School teams have also
I don't want to cut you off, but
children.
I don't want to cut you off because, of course, my time is running, but I just wanted to get from you, what are you doing? I understand that you have an issue. What are you specifically doing to address or increase attendance? And that is making contact. You said that you have this task force. That's correct? And is that working?
In addition to we do have the task force, but in addition to the task force, we're making contact with parents and students regularly, Senator.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to St. Croix for a minute. I was going to stay on St. Thomas and continue to ask, but because the testimonies are all over the place, I will just bounce back and forth as well. The St. Croix district noted specifically in their testimony that they encumbered some $5.4 million from the CARES Act. However, did not indicate the difference between the 8.6 million and the 5.4 is some 3.2 million. What is the district planning on doing with that additional $3.2 million that's been allocated or appropriated to the territory or to that district, to the St. Croix district? My time is running.
So, Senator Superintendent McGregor, that difference includes the money for our non-pubs or non-public schools. A big portion of that money. Also, part of that money is money for janitorial services.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm looking for it. But
so you have about $1 million and change for janitorial services. So tell me about your non-pubs. Little of what I could see on the report, I'm seeing that the non-pubs funding is not moving. Do you have a program manager? And this is for both districts, both superintendents. You should have a program manager that's providing adequate support to the non-public schools so that funding can move. Do you have a program manager that's securing or ensuring that the non-pub dollars are in fact spent?
We have a program manager in the St. Croix LEA, and we do monitor the non-pubs. We are bringing on a few administrative assistants to continue to help us to administer the non-pubs money.
So what's the challenge with moving in non-pub funding? Because basically it just requires a meeting The non-pub provides you with, this is what I want to order for my school. You approve it, you put it in the system, and it's processed. So what is that challenge? And that's for both districts. So I'd like to also hear from Dr. Jurgen as well.
Senator, we do have a program manager assigned specifically to our non-public schools. I can also call on Ms. Disha Powell to explain some of the challenges that we've had with our non-pubs.
Yes, my time is running.
Okay, good afternoon. So basically what's happening is we did hire a program assistant specifically for the CARES Act program, who is managed by the LEA for the district. We also hired about 2 or 3 other administrative assistants part-time. They
Ms. Powell,
work about 30
Ms.
hours a
Powell,
week.
Ms. Powell,
And so we actually
Ms. Powell, can you just please tell me how the Department of Education is supporting the non-public schools? And I really didn't want to spend a lot of time on non-pub. That's it. The non-pub dollars cannot sit while we're not supporting the non-public schools. I don't think she can hear us.
Getting those reimbursements, so that's what we've been working on. But as soon as they provide us that data, we will definitely get that money moving.
Time was called, Senator.
I don't think you heard me. We were having a little problem. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you now.
Yes, I was asking, how is the St. Thomas St. John District supporting the non-public schools? I understand your challenges, but your challenges cannot stop the Department of Education from ensuring that the funding to support non-public schools are in fact trickling down to non-public schools. Because when we look at the report of little of what we can see, the report says that the non-public schools expenditures are very little and in some instances zero.
So, like I said, we are working on it. The staff is definitely meeting with non-public schools every day. We do have challenges where some of them are trying to make those decisions as to what they want to do with the balance of their funding. Some of them, like I said, made some initial emergency purchases. And so the department, in collaboration, I think Mr. Smith, in collaboration with USDE, made an agreement that they would get some reimbursement. So the focus was first on those reimbursements, but now they are letting us know what the remaining balance of the fund will be used for.
Thank you. Thank you. My time is running.
40,000 of that money is already gone, and so the remaining 1.5, we're definitely going to be continuing to work on spending that money in collaboration with those non-public schools. We reach out to them practically every day. Commissioner Sum meets with them weekly, so we've been expressing to
Media,
them
can you just mute her mic? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'll move on now to Mike over in St. Thomas.
No, you have to allow me to finish. You use up all my time, Madam Chair. Can you please allow me to ask another question? She's continuing to speak. Yes.
We're going to take just a 1-minute recess to, okay, 1 minute. We are back on the record. Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Senator Fred Gregory, Madam Clerk, we're going to give her a minute to conclude her questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
You may proceed, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's go to St. Croix. I just got a text, by the way, from the non-public schools, and they said that they've been meeting often. However, they have not gotten any resources since the beginning of the school year. We have to do better than that, please. That is not acceptable. The St. Croix district, sometime in September of 2020, you made reference to a number of students that were unaccounted for in the district. I know that in the testimony, Dr. Jurgen made reference to how he is addressing the students in his district, those that were or still are unaccounted for. Could you please provide us with the information around how many students that remain unaccounted for in the St. Croix district, and what your district is in fact doing to address that as well?
All students are accounted for in the district, have been accounted for in the district.
Awesome.
As you know, based on the testimony,
Thank you. Thank you. That's the question. I just wanted to know if you were able to account for your students. My time has been called, so I'll wait for another round. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Before we went to a point, I want a point of inquiry. Senator Saru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, you continue to give us these organizational charts. And we're asking questions about dollars and cents, and Deputy Commissioner Penn continues to respond. Deputy Superintendent Powell continues to respond. Ms. Penn is over, the Deputy Commissioner over Fiscal and Administrative Services. How does that work? What's your org chart? Is the CARES Act federal funding not under the Fiscal Services Office, or is that under the Deputy Superintendent?
The CARES Act funds are managed by the Federal Grants Office. Funds are we have on the state level as well as the district levels. The funds are managed by both the state and the district. Deputy Powell responded to her district.
Thank you. Senator Blyden, you're up for your round of, up for this. Just a highlight, we're just having this one 5-minute round. Testing, okay.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening viewing audience, staff, central staff. Good morning to all. And thank you so much, Commissioner Berry, for your testimony and your team. Also to the Board of Education. I have 15 questions quickly. Yes or no answers, responses. Commissioner Berry, and if you cannot respond, please have the appropriate person that you have there with you to respond, and if they cannot respond with a yes or no, please be as succinct as possible because I only have 5 minutes. These questions are from some teachers, and I have to ask them. So the first question is, when it comes to PE supplies in the schools, they ask if surgical masks for adult D, N95 respirators and D face shields for adults. Are they in the schools already? The face shields for adults, the respirators, N95 and surgical masks, D? Commissioner?
Both superintendents will respond to the masks in their schools.
In the St. Thomas St. John district, yes, the masks are in the schools and the face shields.
Thank you. St. Croix?
Good morning. For the St. Croix district, all masks were distributed to our schools, and they're in custody of all the PPEs needed to reopen schools.
Thank you so much. Electrostatic sprayer?
Can you repeat that, please?
Electrostatic sprayer.
The what?
electrostatic sprayer. If not, please put it on your list. Apparently, you're not sure what I'm talking about. Next is the cleaning.
What is it?
I guess.
It sounds like you're saying sprayer, Senator, in the St. Thomas, St. John district. We do have disinfecting foggers. I don't know if that's what you're...
No, that's not what I said. I was clear. I said electrostatic sprayer. Electrostatic sprayer. That's what I said. But anyway, let's move on because we really don't have much time. I can always get back to them on that. Also, basically, it spoke in reference, some of the stuff they spoke about you have mentioned in your testimony. What about no contact thermometers for temperature screening?
For the St. Croix district, all our schools received an initial set of thermometers, and just recently, as last week, they received another set of touchless, no contact thermometers to be used when we reopen school, and as they deal with their faculty and staff on a daily basis.
Thank you.
In the St. Thomas, St. John district, all schools receive the infrared no-touch thermometers, and we do have additional if schools need. And they've been distributed to all activity centers to include school lunch, special education, etc.
Thank you. In terms of social distancing, and I know you mentioned in your testimony that the school have been taped off, and the question was, are the classroom set up for 6 feet social distancing between each individual, the students?
In the St. Croix district, yes, that is presented in all our schools. When the senators participated in the school tours, that was also seen by those senators on that tour. All the markings and everything are in place.
Okay, next one is, have the school nurse been consulting regarding the appropriateness of the isolation room? Because apparently there's basically stating when it comes to the isolation room, the school nurse was not informed. And where would that, in terms of the building, the school?
So for the St.
Any students, let me finish, because if any students have any symptoms related to COVID-19, etc., where will you hold them until the parents arrive? That was the question.
Senator, in the St. Thomas, St. John district, each school has identified an isolation zone, an isolation area that students that have, let's say, an elevated temperature will be housed until their parents come back and retrieve them.
Okay, very well.
For the St. Croix district, we have the same isolation rooms in each one of our schools, and the schools have identified individuals ranging from school nurses to other faculty and staff for those schools who don't have school nurses that will man those stations until the parents arrive for their children.
And protocols for breakfast and lunch, how will the meals be delivered to the classroom? And is there any protocol for daily cleanup of classroom that ensures all leftover food is removed? I'm just reading the questions.
Yes, in the St. Croix district, each individual school have a school feeding plan. Majority of those plans reflect students taking their meals from an identified location in their buildings, and those students will then return by class to their classrooms to have their meals. Yes, our custodians in all of our schools have a schedule that was created by the school leadership, which ensures that the custodians are conducting round the clock.
I just want to make a quick note. Testifiers, when you hear the word time, allow, when you hear stop, and allow for me as the chair to make the decisions, and for my colleague, so just when you hear time, stop, pause. Senator Blyden, after she finishes, do you have another question?
Yes, I would like to conclude, please.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bastian, proceed.
Yes, so I was just mentioning that in each of our schools, the administration has created a strict schedule for our custodians that will ensure that meals are removed from the classrooms after breakfast and lunch and throughout the entire day. So we have already had those discussions with our principals, and our custodians are very aware of the expectation.
Okay,
In the
thank you.
St.
And
Thomas.
what plans? Go ahead.
In the St. Thomas St. John district, each school has submitted a meals plan that will be carried out. The lunch will be brought to the students, and our custodial staff is responsible for cleaning after meals.
And what plans are in place to accommodate children whose parents decided to send them back to school, but the teachers remain at home when it comes to teaching online? What plans are in place to address those type of situations?
In the St. Thomas St. John district, there are a few cases where teachers, especially in the pre-K through third population, will not be returning. In those cases, we have assigned a paraprofessional to monitor those students while the teacher teaches from home.
For the St. Croix district, it is the expectation that all of our K through third teachers will return to the building. Those few instances where we have individuals producing medical reasons for not returning, accommodations are being made by the school to make sure those classes are covered. What we do know is that no child will be in a classroom without an instructional person there to assist with that daily instruction.
And in closing, my main question is, Madam Chair, is with all these questions and concerns from the teachers, have there been an in-depth discussion with the teachers in order for them to be basically on the same page with the administration and are clear in how they move forward when it comes to safety and logistics of the reopening of schools? And thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time, but that's my last question.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to Senator Carla Joseph.
A pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers. Madam Chair, thank you kindly for the recognition of the time. I will try my very best to be quite clear in my questioning. Let's go to page 9 of the testimony and also to this breakdown that was provided of the COVID CARES Act funding. My question surrounds specifically the indirect cost. I wanted to ask, relative to the indirect costs associated with the CARES Act breakdown, does the department have in place a cost allocation plan that is approved by your by the U.S. Department of Education?
Senator Ava Penn, Deputy Commissioner, currently that cost allocation is 6.7%.
Well, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't quite understand the response.
You wanted to know what the indirect cost rate is?
Yes, and has your cognizant agency, which would be the U.S. Department of Education, approved that cost rate?
Yes.
And what is
the rate?
Okay, and what is the rate? Kindly indicate.
6.7%.
6.7. Okay, thank you. I wanted to also take a look at page, and this would be under Dr. Juergens, your discussion regarding the schools that are being cleaned. How will the cleaning of the contract be implemented using the hybrid model? I do realize there was discussion also relative to increasing the number of custodial workers. How do you see that being planned and implemented? And my final question, and this would be, of course, to Dr. Juergen in the St. Thomas, St. John district. What is the strategy relative to assuring that individuals with the special education and the integration, because you know special education students shouldn't be separated. What is your strategy using the hybrid models, especially for those who have been identified in K through third, when you do in-person teaching and also virtual teaching? Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Senator. As it relates to the students in special education, we must bear in mind that the IEPs must still be followed. So everything that's written on each child's individual educational plan must still be adhered to. As it relates to those students that are coming into school, it is specific to those students that are in the functional classes that are self-contained. By way of the question about the custodians, we did have discussions about increasing the number of custodians in the St. Thomas, St. John district, thereby decreasing the need for the contractual services. We are in the process of hiring additional custodians,
Sorry,
but that really is in preparation for next year, when we begin school in August.
So how many new custodial workers are you anticipating being hired? And also, what funding source are you going to utilize?
The custodians will be hired from the general fund, and we anticipate hiring between 10 and 13 custodians to add to our pool.
In the St. Croix district, are you going to follow the same model with the St. Thomas, St. John district and hire additional custodial workers as well?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Right now, based on the number of custodial workers we have in the district and based on the number of students who will be coming back pre-K to third, we don't see a need for that right now, but of course we'll be taking making an analysis to see if there's a need for more. We do have some funding sources that we can be able to bring on additional custodial workers on per diem if needs be.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You just want to, it's your last question? Or?
Yes, this is my last question.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Dr. Jurgen, this question is for you. Of course, you know, with my background, addressing at-risk young people, you mentioned EWA in your presentation. What does their educational activities look like? And EWA is Edith L. Williams Alternative Academy.
That's correct.
What exactly does that educational component, their educational component, look like now in the midst of the COVID? Because those will be the young people who are really of great need.
Thank you, Senator. The students that are attending the Edith Williams Alternative Academy, all of them have been given the technology to support their online learning. But I do know that the administration has used the department's resources to really stay in contact with those students, to include doing wellness checks at their homes throughout the marking period, because sometimes those students are
one moment,
disengaged, and so
one moment for me, Dr. Jurgen. Dr. Jurgen, one moment. Kindly forgive me. How many students do you have enrolled in this academy? I didn't see it.
We have 20 students enrolled in the academy at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and so how many teachers are these students? Some of the students who were disconnected at one point with the virtual learning?
So, some of them were initially disconnected.
And you have?
But they've since been given, they were on the priority list to be given Chromebooks as well as MiFis.
Is it included in your strategy to have counselors aligned or in contact or monitoring these students in particular?
The counselors are in close contact with those students as well as the teaching staff and the administration. And that's why I was saying to you that they're even conducting wellness checks at the homes and, connecting with their parents to ensure that they stay engaged, especially if they notice that they haven't been logging on.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you. I just wanted to ask, I know that they provided some data relative to learning, assessment, and achievement pre-COVID and during COVID, but it's not clear in the testimony, in the document that we received, because I saw on page 15 there was second semester data comparisons, and I was looking at it and I couldn't see it very clearly. And I just wanted to know, as far as in the St. Thomas, St. John district, Dr. Jurgen, are we seeing a drop? Because it looks like that here, in the number of students who pass compared to those students who failed. We having a drop in the number of student passing. And in 2021, we have a percentage here that says 78% of the students passed, and then 21% of the 21.14% of the student failed. And then for 2019-20, we have 12.58% of the student failed and 87.42% of the student passed. So we're seeing that this COVID, and let's go to 2019. Let me not stop there.
Senator Joseph,
I'll
ask you to wrap up.
Yes, I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to be very, very brief and clear in my wrapping up, Madam Chair. Thank you kindly. And so we're seeing that there's a trend of our student academic learning has been dropping, and in some instances, 10%. 10%. So it is critical that we work together and collaboratively to see how we could really build our students up academically, because this COVID is not leaving us anytime soon. Thank you kindly for your indulgence and your patience, Madam Chairwoman.
Please?
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph, and I agree. Allow Mr. Jurgen to answer the question. Simply.
Thank you for allowing me to answer.
And
obviously, you will note that there is a decrease in the pass-fail, but several factors account for that. This is a review of second semester, a review of a 3-year comparison for first semester, and we must keep in mind that a lot of our students did not have the devices to begin with, but what we've done, those students, 675 of them are signed up in our after-school program that's scheduled to begin next week. So we do have plans on remedying this percentage that you see today that is caused by our current situation.
And Mr. Jurgen, I'll suggest that you put, these are part of the plans that we put in writing and sent to us as we move forward. Thank you so much. I will now recognize Senator Viale for his point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jurgen, how do you have second semester data when the second semester just started 2 or 3 weeks ago? How did you get that data?
That's clearly an error, Senator. It should be first semester data.
So the chart on page 15 is wrong. It should say first semester.
It should stay first semester.
So then what is the chart on page 14? That says first semester.
It's quarter 1 and quarter 2.
It is quarter 2, and this is
hold up, Mr. Jurgen.
Yes, it's quarter 2. It's quarter
Semester 1 means first and second quarter. Semester 2 means third and fourth quarter. So your data should say quarter 1 and quarter 2 and not semester.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
You are correct.
Okay, move now on to Senator Potter. Senator Potter?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner Barry Benjamin, I don't envy you the position that you're in right now regarding as the leader of the Department of Education in the COVID era. And I know that school districts around the country right now are grappling with the same issues that we are here in our territory. Well, my first question is to you, Commissioner. Are you generally pleased with the progress we've made so far regarding the resumption of in-person instruction? And what will the greatest obstacle be to a smooth opening of schools?
Thank you, Senator Potter, for your question. As it relates to the efforts of the VIDE and our employees, absolutely, I am pleased and impressed with the efforts each employee has made and continue to make to help us to reopen schools. Given the challenges of shipping the items to the territory, clearly I'm not impressed with that, but that is something that is out of our control. But no, all efforts have been taken to ensure that our schools are reopened. So congratulations to our team. As it relates to the greatest obstacle, there's several obstacles, Senator, and I don't see, one or the other trumping, but it would be clearly the impact of the coronavirus. Hopefully we do not experience another phase. That would be the greatest challenge as we are in a health pandemic. Another great challenge would be perhaps having more students who indicate, or parents who indicate the need for bus transportation. Our goal right now is to get our students to school through parents, asking parents to drop them, those that are coming back in person. But of course, all parents don't drive, and many of our students ride the bus. If that doesn't balance out, then of course, it's going to force us to change our in-person schedule, because buses won't arrive in a timely manner because they have to do multiple trips to pick up our students, which means the instruction would have to stagger, and the list goes on. So there are so many other factors that's associated with reopening of school that poses a challenge.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. My next question is, and I know you share my concern with the learning loss and the impact of hurricanes that we were faced with in 2017, devastating schools. Before we were able to regroup, and of course we experienced significant learning loss as a result of that. Here comes COVID-19. What specific initiatives do you have in place to address the significant learning loss that our children has experienced and will continue to experience, the cumulative impact of which we will see and we will experience as a community very soon? What specific initiatives do you have in place to address these learning gaps that, if left unchecked, will have a tremendous negative impact on the preparation of our children to be able to function in a competitive world?
Yes, thank you so much, Senator, for the question. And addressing learning loss is definitely something that is an overtime process. We're in the midst of building this plane and flying it at the same time. However, to ensure that additional time is not lost, each district has a scheduled, built-in schedule, and they can share with you what they built into the schedule to address the now. But addressing learning loss is something that is ongoing, and plans for that full implementation will occur throughout the rest of this year. Superintendent?
Senator, in the St. Thomas, St. John district, we conducted data stories, and it was so important to conduct those data stories because they shared with us exactly what has been occurring instructionally on our campuses. So we now know exactly what the learning loss is. We now know the strengths and the weaknesses and the areas that we need to provide additional support in for our schools. And so in our intervention period, there's a period of time built into our day in our schools where we will focus on these areas of deficiencies. And the after-school programs has also been created for the sole purpose of being able to support the learning loss and
Time has been called,
the
Mr.
academic
Jurgen?
challenges students are experiencing.
Senator McGregor, like Dr. Jurgen mentioned, we do have that built-in intervention.
Superintendent McGregor, and I'm just asking again, time has been called.
Oh, okay.
I just asked you to wrap up briefly and allow the senator, if he had a last question, to wrap up as time has been called.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just want to say very briefly that we do have that intervention block that has been proven successful. 95% of our students receive a passing grade for the first semester. We are going to begin our after-school programs on the 16th throughout the second semester. And as soon as the school year ends, we will begin our summer programs right as soon as the school year ends. So that will assist us with bringing some of those students up who are lagging behind.
Senator Potter?
Thank you very much for your generosity, Madam Chair. Just one final question regarding the IT infrastructure and the growing demands for bandwidth, the growing demands for technical support. You have Chromebooks that might fail, Chromebooks that might need repairing, Chromebooks that might need software installed. Do we have the support system in place and the IT infrastructure in place to support the growing demands for information technology here in the territory?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We do not have a full robust system in place. We do have what we had prior to COVID. And clearly with the increase of technology systems and databases throughout the Department of Education and the Virgin Islands government, we have to increase that. And that is one of our initiatives, which is to develop a distance learning infrastructure with all of the bells and whistles and support and maintenance systems. And that is a task in itself so that we can support the maintenance and sustainability of this new IT infrastructure we're building.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Chair, for the extra question.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Commissioner, what Senator Potter just asked, though, he asked what are the current supports? If the Chromebooks are, basically the IT support. I understand you've answered bandwidth. Can you clarify the point being made about if you have the IT infrastructure to fix the devices?
I think I did. Thank you for that. And that's exactly what I heard. If we have the infrastructure, and I said we do have what we had before, but with the increase that we're currently having, we do not. We have to increase that support system.
What do you have right now in both districts in terms of IT infrastructure? Where would parents go to take their child's device to get repaired? Is there a location? Do you have a person, a point of contact, information on the website? Where would they go?
Great. Both superintendents will tell you where parents in both districts go to receive services.
Good day, Senator. In the St. Thomas St. John district, each school has a tech support team that provide those adjustments and fixing of computers or assisting students in getting logged on daily. That's a daily occurrence. In our funding, we are also hiring additional tech support and someone to man our technology support hotline.
Also, good afternoon. Also in the St. Croix district, there's tech support at the schools, and also there's a help desk at the curriculum center. Dr. Bashan, if you could add a little more information about the help desk and the IT support that we offer.
Yes, in addition to what Superintendent McGregor mentioned, we actually have our computer teachers who are very hands-on in the day-to-day involvement with our technology. The help desk works very closely with our schools. We do have support emails for each one of our schools that we continue to share with our parents. And in addition to the infrastructure, majority of our schools throughout the St. Croix district actually received an upgrade in their IT infrastructure. So the ability to carry the new Chromebooks that will come should be supported by those upgrades. So we are on track when it comes to supporting our families and students with their IT issues.
Thank you for that. Okay, I want to, before I move on to the next senator, I want to recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, and non-committee member, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Thank you. So our next senator up is Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're up for your 5-minute round of questions. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers and the people of this territory. I want to start off and say, as a first-time senator sitting here and listening to some of this testimony, I am somewhat taken back because I am a very strong advocate when it comes to the education of our children. And when I continuously hear comments such as "we don't know," that scares me, because when we fail to plan, we plan to fail. And in this territory, we cannot afford to fail our children. So we have to start, when you're coming to these meetings or even planning, make sure you set deadlines and give us dates so we could better understand what we're going to be working towards. One of the statements that I heard had to do with doing some data collection from students in regards to their learning virtually. What has been done to do analysis on the teachers? Because one thing I know from being part of the public school system is all teachers are not created equal. So how has this transition affected some of them and their ability to teach in a completely different realm?
Senator, in the St. Thomas St. John district, we've conducted wellness checks of our teachers as well as students, and we've also provided additional support by having a school-based and a district-based tech support team, and we also give them jobs right there at the school level.
Madam Chair, I didn't hear the last part of what Mr. Jurgen said.
I was saying that we provide our teachers with job-embedded support. We realize that, a lot of the platforms are new to them. We don't expect them to be experts, and that's why we have a school technological team that assists them, especially in traversing this virtual world.
Okay. Specifically, when it comes to special education, have you collected any data as it relates to the IEP and or 504 recipients during this pandemic time? Because I know these are special cases and these children need additional attention. What is your status, if you have collected any data of that, to understand what's happening with them specifically?
Senator, in the St. Thomas St. John district, we monitor special education very closely. One of the things that we paused for a little while at the beginning of the pandemic is keeping up with our testing, but we have outfitted our Doba campus to be able to accommodate students coming in so that testing continues. Our special education supervisors are updating our IEPs, and all teachers are still held responsible, the entire district, for what is carried out in the students' IEP. 57 students have been identified to be a part of a special education program that also provides after-school services in this district.
And speaking to several teachers, one of the things that they have shared with me is when when we're dealing with students where everybody has not been able to log in or connect, some have slow bandwidth, and I know you guys have been handing out laptops. I can honestly say that in the last 2 days, my niece was one of those that received her laptop. I want to know what the status of the MiFis are, as well as, if I missed it, as well as trying to understand what is happening with teachers that have to deal with students that, even though they might or might not have the equipment, because they're investing to create additional packages, I have heard, to assist those students. How is that balancing out? For some, they feel they're almost teaching 2 sets of classes, one virtually and one where they have to do paper and manual. How does that work? And do they get additional assistance for that?
Senator, initially, when we did not have the quantity of Chromebooks that we now have, students were logging on using cell phones and tablets. We've since been able to replace all of those other devices, but we continue to monitor how the students in special education are performing and respond accordingly. That's why the after-school program has been started, and we've identified some 57 students that will be utilizing those services.
MiFis?
Senator?
What's the status of those?
The MiFis, we have reordered MiFis 3 times throughout the semester. We've distributed 1,150, and just recently we received some additional numbers that we did not have before. And we are placing another and waiting for that to be filled.
Madam Chair, may I ask my final question, please?
That's fine. You may proceed.
Thank you. I know one of the mandates of the CDC speaks to ventilation and air quality because the health of our students, and I know you're preparing for some of the students to return. As a member of the Education Committee for 2 weeks before, as the only minority member, I was removed from that committee. We were able to go on site tours. And looking at some of the classrooms in various areas, I noticed that I was a little bit concerned as to the time frame, as to how some of these things are going to be done. Has the health department, along with the Department of Education, how have you been working to prepare for this? Because in order for these students to go back to school, air quality and air must be in a situation where they can go back. What is the status of that, or what is your plan for that?
So, thank you for the question, Senator. The plan for that is, as a result of our receiving our $53 million in CARES Act 2 funding, we do have ventilation for air quality, the improvement of air quality as one of our infrastructural purchases. So that will be paid through our $53 million for all of our schools throughout the territory. We didn't have sufficient funding to do that prior, and now we do.
Do you have an idea when it's going to be done?
Not at this time, Senator. We're in the planning stages.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
If I can.
Okay, and before we proceed, I just want to highlight one of the things that I have encouraged from the very beginning is any of the senators, all 15 who are interested in education efforts, whether committee or non-committee members, are open. I appreciated when we endeavored and when we went through with these school tours, I invited the entire institution. So I want to make note of that. Thank you very much. Moving on now to Senator Francis for your round of questions. For your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much for your testimony, testifiers, and I think that I want to continue to thank our teachers, faculty, and staff for their ability to continue to educate our students during these unprecedented times. So I want to say thank you on the behalf of myself and my staff in regards to being able to do that. I wanted to address the elephant in the room, in my opinion, and to ask both the Board of Education as well as the Department of Education, what is the barometer? I'm sensing a Mexican standoff by which we are still at a quandary as to exactly when school is open and who will determine when school is open. Can I ask the Board of Education as well as the Commissioner, what is the barometer that's being used to make that determination?
Thank you, Senator. And if I may, this is Commissioner Barry Benjamin. As Chairman Carlwood indicated, and really there's no, first of all, the 20th Board of Education and the Department of Education has started on good grounds, and I trust that our relations will continue as such. The chairman indicated that he inquired with us, with the Department of Education, around school openings and a specific report. And the response, and he also indicated that he responded to my response to him, indicating that the Board of Education has the authority, is the entity that has the authority to decide whether schools are ready to open or not. So I just want to clarify on the record that from the Department of Education, we are clear as to the board's oversight and responsibility. And the response that I gave to the board was not in any way, shape, or form neglecting to acknowledge the board's responsibility. We were simply responding to the specific question asked, and the relations we have with the board now, I am certain that this is a non-issue.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for getting that off your chest. Thank you, Commissioner. At this time, I'd like to hear from the board in regards to what is the barometer that's being used to make that determination that for school readiness and if and when school will reopen. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Francis, Vice Chair Senator Francis. Title 17, we are following Title 17, Section 24A2B, as well as A3, that provides the boards with that authority. And through the board utilizing their authority, we did reach out to the department. The department have since been working with the various agencies as the testimonies have indicated, and we are awaiting those reports in order for the board to make an informed decision of how we all move forward through this.
So again, what is the barometer? What is the guide by which a determination will be made in terms of a timeline? What is being required for the Department of Education to put in place for you to make that decision?
So, Senator, again, it will be based on the reports, those environmental reports from Department of Health, DPNR, Department of Labor, Virgin Islands Fire Services, depending on what those reports says in terms of the readiness of school, environmental safety, air quality, then the board can make a decision if, in fact, we will support the Department of Education or reopening schools. So, because we want to ensure that teachers and the students are safe in the school setting, given that it's COVID, among other things that will follow.
So it is your testimony as well as Department of Education's testimony to that there is a collaborative approach by which you will draw that conclusion at some point.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, can you speak to when is it that you received these recent Chromebooks and MiFis? When you received those in hand?
Both districts receive at different times. The superintendents can respond to when they receive them.
Superintendents?
In the St. Thomas St. John district, we received about 3,000 Chromebooks prior to going on Christmas break. We do have a shipment.
The recent one, Dr. Jorgen, the recent shipment.
I'm sorry?
The recent shipment that you received.
Time. I will.
We have a shipment of 1,200.
Add one minute to this time. Mr. Jurgen, Superintendent Jurgen, Senator Francis specifically asked about the current numbers. Senator Francis, if you wanted to follow up. Senator, can you please respond to his question? He's asking about the current numbers.
3,975 Chromebooks.
And those are all distributed. Have you received any since that time, the MiFis?
They've all been distributed. We haven't received any MiFi since that time. We do have another shipment of Chromebooks that's coming to the island, but as stated earlier, our students, some of them have opted to use their own personal devices.
And if we could just get the St. Croix District to respond to when they received the last shipment of the Chromebook and MiFis.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Francis. This week we received a shipment of 2,000, I believe it was 2,100, Dr. Bastian. You may have the exact figure, but it was over 2,000. So right now we've received a total of 5,132 of the 6,000 that we ordered. Those 2,000, we have a distribution list for those to be going out to the schools this week. Every child that needs a device have a device, because remember we had loaned out 1,500 laptops from our prior inventory. So right now, everyone who needs a device have a device. In terms of the MiFis, we have additional 350 this week that will be going out. So that would be a total of 1,350 MiFi units to families in the island of St. Croix.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I'll catch you in the second round.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Okay, thank you. And we'll now move on to Senator Johnson. Oh, please. Senator VLA, please. Okay. Apologies. Keep on looking to my right. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers and viewing audience. I would like to ask Superintendent McGregor about some of the schools in St. Croix. I really must give you guys kudos for the job that you've been doing thus far in preparing the schools. But I had some challenges, some feelings about some of the schools. I really appreciate what I saw in the Pearl B. Lawson School. I think that school is one of the most prepared. But I have my doubts with the Ricardo Richards. You guys have, I think it's 150 students on one wing. Have you decided to use outer part of that school, or you're still going to have that amount of students on that one wing?
Yeah, Senator, the school-based administrators came up with their plan. Of course, you know that Ricardo Richards, it's for the most part the school is basically one wing, and then you have a few classrooms on the exterior. Based on the number of students coming back, keeping the students 6 feet apart, with just pre-K and to third grade, we feel comfortable that we will have enough social distancing in that school to make that work. However, there's a few existing classrooms outside that the administrative team can look at to see if they need to use those classrooms.
Well, that's what was my concern, if they're intending to try to ease up that big number in that one wing and utilize the outside part of that school, which will help a good bit with that mass gathering in that one area. My second question I had was Alfredo Andrews. I realized again, a lot of the students will be utilizing pretty much, there's not a lot of bathroom facility as far as spacing your team out and your students. So what is the plan with that school?
Yeah, again, the principal have a floor plan that we looked at, and it looks very doable. She have the students, again, it's just kindergarten to third grade in that school, and she have them by wings, so that, for example, you will have a wing dedicated to first grade, a wing dedicated to second, and one to third. And within each one of those wings, you have a bathroom on that wing. So you will also have a monitor on that wing. You'll have a custodial worker on that wing. And then, of course, you'll have the classrooms that students are sitting 6 feet apart with their face masks and everything else. So, again, what we were able to do is we were able to, just because we're doing K to third, we're able to spread them out throughout the building to avoid, like you said before, some issues of possible mass gathering.
And my last question will be to Dr. Jorgen. I was listening to your response to my colleague Joseph about teachers being prepared. May I continue, Madam Chair? with new technology, what are we doing about the students with these Chromebooks? It's all new to our students too. How are we utilizing time and preparing our students to make sure that they're up to par with using these modern technology with the Chromebook and their lesson plans?
If I may respond, Senator, thank you for the question. It's all being done in training, Senator. We have pre-kindergarten students that are using these devices that knew nothing, that couldn't even, unmute or raise their hands. And given the progress that we've seen, with them using it every day and receiving the necessary support, they've come a way that we really all should be proud of. And as they continue to use them, their proficiency level will increase also.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Villalay. And again, I apologize.
you.
I had you, committee member. Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Jurgen, you have the test scores for Smarter Balance for your district?
I do. I do have iReady and Smarter Balance.
Let me have Smarter
Assessment.
Balance, please.
In
Language arts?
the area of
You're burning my time.
well, sir, Senator, I have iReady data with me.
Let me come back to you. Get the data together so I could ask you the specific question. Also, I need to know how many seniors are presently failing in your district. I saw the numbers for St. Croix. Mr. McGregor, Superintendent McGregor, you have 54% Smarter Balance at, near, or above in English language, 46% in math. The near is what matters me. What is a near category? Break out the near. Near is not on grade level.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I have Kira Samuel, my Director of Data and Assessment online, and she could.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Samuel, near, how many, what's the percentage of students who are near grade level?
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Senator. In terms of Smarter Balance, we have 44% of our students performed. This is for ELA. 44% of our students have performed below standard, 46 have performed at or near, and 10% of our students have performed above standard. In terms of math,
So the way they have the categories now, are actually worded at or near?
yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. I won't go down no more on that. Commissioner,
Senator, I have the data.
okay, I'm going to come back to you. I'm sure that Madam Chair will let you put the data on the record. Commissioner, the COVID care monies are to be utilized for PPEs. It could be utilized for cleaning supplies. It could be utilized for additional space, cleaning contracts, etc. When I heard your testimony, I'm hearing you saying that you don't have sufficient money for cleaning. How don't you have sufficient money when we just received $53 million from the federal government under COVID that can be utilized for such purposes? Why don't we have sufficient monies?
Thank you, Senator. The department at the time did not have sufficient money.
Okay, but we have it now. Hold up. We have it now. So what is the plan? Are we going to have cleaning of these schools?
I was going to explain.
Say that again?
I was going to share with you.
Okay, but no, what I'm saying is, and I'm trying to get answers quick because I don't want my time to run out. Utilizing the $53 million that we just received, are we going to be able to have cleaning contracts for the District of St. Croix?
We're going to be able to have cleaning contracts for the District of St. Croix now, Senator.
I ain't quarreling with your commissioner. I'm asking a question in reference to the monies. We have the monies here. Okay. Now, the comparison was done in terms of the cost in St. Thomas, St. Croix. Is the square footage more in St. Croix or the cost, the contractors in St. Croix are just charging so much more? Is it a square foot issue?
It's price gouging in our from the seat that we sit, Senator. It's the same scope of work.
Did you send it back out?
Repeat?
Did you send back out for the RFP?
We did, and we're actually gonna resend them out again because we've done, like I mentioned, we're doing some internal reevaluations
Okay,
of the scope
excellent.
of work.
No, excellent. I don't want nobody cheating the government of the Virgin Islands. We got to think that we have money. So we have a right to send it back out and do what we have to do. Mr. Carlwood, the coronavirus scholarship, 280 applicants, 70 checks, that's $70,000. We have $1 million in that fund. What's the hold up with the next 210 individuals who have applied for that scholarship?
1 minute.
Thank you, Senator. So the report does indicate 230, 133 was sent to the department. We have an additional 50
What is the hold
something
up?
that we. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What is the hold up?
Go ahead.
What is the hold up in getting those individuals a check? They had a certain period of time to submit the application. What is the hold up? Is it Department of Finance? What is it?
No, so that's what I was giving you exactly what the hold up was, but you cut me off.
Okay,
while
can you
responding.
be more specific? I'm running out of time.
Okay, so the holdup is per students responding, not submitting the property documentation. Also, we have to send the items to OMB. OMB has to verify and validate the documentation. The checks is processed through finance. We get it back and then contact the individuals to receive them. That's the shortest answer I can give you within your time frame.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. McGregor,
You're most welcome.
attendance counselors on St. Croix, they're doing wellness check.
Yes, they are.
St. Croix.
Yeah. Yes, this is Dr. Bashton. Yes,
Time.
under coordinator Rena Francis with Student Services, those attendance counselors are doing wellness checks.
Okay. The automatic hand sanitizers, dispensers, etc. Do they have batteries? Are they working, or are they just on the wall?
All our sanitizers, 1,000 plus, were installed in our district last week. This week, they are working. We received the PO to purchase the batteries. All we have to do upon the readiness of school, when we get that green light, we pour the liquids into the installed dispensers and install the batteries.
Okay,
we didn't want to put in those stuff as yet.
Okay, so right now they're not working, but the plan is to make sure that you install the batteries and the liquid, etc.
Exactly, because we don't have a time frame. Yes.
In terms of the wellness check for both islands, a wellness check is going to the home, or a wellness check is making a phone call?
Sometimes it includes both.
So we have attendance counselors in both districts. When they can't get in contact with a student, they're actually going to the home.
Yes.
Correct. And the VIDE actually just had a meeting with Human Services to discuss some of the challenges that we are experiencing. And of course, they renewed their commitment to continue to help us as we reach out to those students.
RTA Richard School have received the environmental report.
Senator, the district have not received the final report. However, Dr. Wells Hedrickson is on the line and she could give you some specifics.
Dr. Wells, do we have the environmental report?
Yes, currently we have the two reports. We just got our independent consultant report back this week, and we're convening a task force of EPA, OSHA, and some other entities to analyze both AECOM's report and the one from our consultant.
Are the reports similar?
No, sir.
So why are we worrying about AECOM report when they're the violator? Are we supposed to conduct our own report and go from there? Why are we worrying about what report they're issuing and trying to cover the nonsense that they did with the assembly of these modular units throughout the territory? Why we want the report for?
Well, part of their responsibility was to conduct the testing of the site, but we decided that we wanted to do our own to have a comparison. So that's part of their responsibility, Senator. And so that's what happened.
Okay, since our report is so different to their report, are we ready to file a legal challenge that they did not, in fact, do what they're supposed to do?
Well, after we analyzed, we have contacted DPP in regards to the next steps, and they would be the ones to pursue that, Senator.
Is AECOM still holding the furniture or the equipment for the cafeterias and St. Croix hostage? Are they still locked up and we don't have access to them?
Currently, yes, sir. I will say that we have reached out to them for the packaging slip and the invoicing over 2 weeks ago. We still have not received it. I indicated to them this week that you're sitting on a purchase order that has the money. It doesn't need to be tied to that outstanding change order 1 and 2. Let's proceed. So it seems like they may be
stop there.
considering, but
Okay,
nothing yet.
So stop there. A recommendation for the commissioner. Finish. Yeah. The purchase order for the equipment for the kitchen is separate and apart from what was done with the modular units, and that hasn't necessarily even been approved by FEMA yet. If we have the monies for the purchase order for the kitchen equipment and they refuse to turn it over to the government of the Virgin Islands, we need to begin some type of legal process, or we need to tell them keep the equipment, send it back to the States, and get a next company and get the kitchen equipment on St. Croix. The individuals on St. Croix have been on a regular basis cooking in facilities that lack basic equipment and having to cook for 2, 3, 4 different schools. They have had this equipment since last year. It is time to stop playing games with AECOM. Government need to file a lawsuit against this company for installing inferior units. None of the gymnasiums that they have installed, all the ACs are broken down. This is 1, 2 years out. And we just sitting here and our children have to go to a high school, kindergarten students, and use urinals that are higher than them. Something got to be done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Viale, I want to thank you for your line of questioning. And just to highlight, following this hearing, we are going to get into the infrastructure issues, right? Because part of the school tours that most of my colleagues joined me on, and definitely all of my colleagues had their staff attend, is that we have to break that down, right? So the purpose of the hearing today was about focusing on the reopening. Are we ready? But we definitely have to get the transparency surrounding the issues surrounding the infrastructure. So I look forward to receiving such testimony, gathering that information, so when we have our next hearing, we can delve into those important details. Thank you. Next up, Senator Gittens, for your line of questioning. Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. So I was listening to some of the testimony on my way here, and I heard the Department of Labor's testimony, OSHA, and I heard that of DPNR, which wasn't much. And it appeared to me that and obvious that DPNR is not certain of their role as it pertains to the reopening of schools. They read out specifically what the law states in Title 17, Section 24, which speaks to school management accountability. So I am not certain why they're not fully understanding of their role, being that based on their testimony, they stated that this testimony spoke to the historical records, that it do not indicate specific criteria. But the law is clear in Title 17, Section 24, as I stated. So I believe if they're looking for a specific criteria, that should come from the agency head. OSHA's testimony also on page 2 specifically stated that VIDASH has not been involved in the Department of Education's recent on-site K-3 school inspections. Again, the law requires this to happen. So let me ask the Board of Education and the Department of Education, have you conducted a thorough annual assessment or evaluation of schools that is in writing?
So Senator Gittins, I will have the School Plans and Facilities Committee Chair respond to you, but I can tell you that the board is right now in the process of conducting school visits. We did St. Croix, we have to do St. Thomas in order for us to have a full documentation in addition to those reports.
Speak it on there. Put it in front of you.
I'm hearing a lot of chattering and papers moving. This just requires a yes or no answer. Did the Board of Ed, and this is for both Board of Ed and Department of Education, have you all conducted a thorough annual assessment and evaluation report of each school that is slated to be reopened? Yes or no?
We are in the process, Senator. The report is not due until June.
Okay.
But we are in the process.
Have the Board of Ed or the Department of Education developed the standards and guidelines for conducting a comprehensive annual report? The same annual report and of assessment and evaluation of schools that I'm asking of.
So, Senator, the department and the board, that's the process of them working together. Hence why we have the several other departments conducting their assessments in order for both entities to make a full conclusion of how we will move forward in reopening schools.
Mr. Chair, so I'm not understanding. Is there written standards or guidelines for conducting such comprehensive reports?
No, and I told Senator, not as yet. That's what we're working towards because the code only talks about collaboration and coordination. It will take that the board and the Department of Education come up with what that template is, and the template that they're currently using is based on CDC, Department of Health, among other factors in
Mr. Chair,
using it to reopen schools.
Mr. Chairman,
so that's the best answer I can give you. I'm not sure what other answer I can give you.
Well, thank you for your answer, but I respectfully disagree with you. The law is clear.
Because I told him this. I told him this. And he knocked me the same.
Can I ask everyone to please mute your devices? I'm hearing chattering in the background. Thank you. The law is clear as to what the mandates are, and these standards and guidelines should have been in place long ago. And to hear the response just now, I have to respectfully disagree with you. Now, in conclusion, let me ask about prior to placing, because, and again, be careful on your answers because I'm always talking about continuity of government. Prior to placing the sprung shelters, which are known as the modulars, in the respective areas that they're in, were all the respective agencies involved in the decision for these modulars to be placed where they are? The agencies such as Department of Health, Department of Labor, OSHA, DPNR, the Virgin Islands Fire Service, etc. And that's a question for both the board and education, if someone can answer.
Senator, are you which modulars are sorry, Commissioner Berry Benjamin, good day, Senator. Which modulars are you referring to? Are all the modulars after the hurricane?
That's what I asked. If the respective agencies were all part of this, prior to placing the sprung shelters, the structures, were all the respective agencies involved in the decision making as to where they will be placed?
Time.
That's not a question I can respond to as Commissioner Senator. You're asking about a conversation that would have happened in the last administration.
There should be.
I'm not sure if anyone else.
Commissioner, I cautioned you all that I don't want to hear those types of responses because there's people who are sitting to the table that were there then, that are still there now. And there should be reports in place that we review going forward. So please, I don't want to be frustrated with you all because I know you all are trying your best. But you need to have these reports handy, especially when you're coming before the legislature to present. So there's no one sitting to the table with the Board of Education or the Department of Education who was there when these sprung shelters were placed. No one there can tell us whether or not these agencies were properly involved in the decision making.
Senator, I cannot speak for the board. I'll respond for the department.
Okay, I tell you
For the
what, stop.
Department of Education, I
Commissioner,
did not receive-
one second, all due respect. Okay, since you can't speak for the department, I think she's a deputy commissioner who was there during that time. Can she respond, please?
Yes, Senator, I think the point I was making is I did not get a report as commissioner. So I couldn't, you said we should have reports on record. I did not get a report when I entered this role. Dr. Wells Hetherington can speak as to whether or not she was involved or invited to that process.
Thank you. That's what I'd like to hear from. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Gittins. In regards to all the supporting agencies that are at the table today, the answer is no. I know that EPA and DPNR were involved in the process, but as far as labor, health, and any other departments, the answer is no.
And I will interject there, Senator, and I appreciate your line of question because they're on point. Before I requested this committee, as if you go through the this committee requested specifically, and if you go through the testimony, we referenced the exact section of the law. Again, we're talking about Title 17, Section 24. Section A subsection A refers to the Department of Education that you guys are, that per law, develop and adopt the standards. In subsection B, the requisite agencies, we're talking about DPNR, the Environmental Division, Department of Labor, OSHA, Department of Health, also Fire Services, and this law was passed back in 2001. And we asked specifically for those reports. Senator Gittins, you may proceed.
They already shut me up. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I asked this specifically because, again, 5 Ps, prior planning prevents poor performance, and I keep telling you all that there's 7, so there's 2 more. Arthur A. Richards Junior High School has a sprung shelter there. Yet still, Arthur A. Richards Junior High School, without good reasons, is slated to be not only demolished, but moved. But why would we put a sprung shelter, in this case a modular complex, right next to a school that is about to be demolished? We're putting not only students, but faculty, staff, everyone in jeopardy. And this would mean that we can no longer utilize the property, especially while they're doing a demolition. And the last question is, Commissioner, the last time you all said the final decision was not made. Is it the decision of the Department of Education or Board of Education to totally relocate the Arthur A. Richards Junior High School from its current location in the Stony Ground area?
Yes, Senator.
And can you provide us with the reason for that?
Yes, and Dr. Wells have the update on that because it was a collective decision as part of our advisory construction council, and I'd like for her to put how that process came about.
All right, good afternoon again, Dr. Wells Hetherington. So
in your statement, Dr. Wells Hetherington, in your response, can you tell us when that decision was made first, please?
It was presented maybe around March of 2020. We had several town hall meetings around October of 2020 with the suggested relocation. We did some feasibility studies in terms of the layout.
I'll ask you to stop there, and I'll just let you submit the report to the chair, because if you're going to tell me from March of 2020 this decision was made, and you all told us just the other day that a final decision was not made, then I certainly have a problem with that. I'll wait to read the reports surrounding the decision. I'll allow you to please forward that to the chair, through the chair, kindly. Thank you.
And I would ask, as Dr. Hendrickson Wells, for your staff to be sure to send an invitation. We have the new school advisory, new school construction advisory council board, that we do our best to make sure that and I'll do my best in collaboration to make sure all the senators are aware of that. So I know that the new school on the website, and I just want to, on that clarifying point, when you go to the Department of Education's website, you have to pretty much hunt down that information and go to a separate website. What I suggest is that on the homepage of the Department of Education's website, that the new school construction plan be featured. Okay, at this time, I'm going to break for a recess as we get ready for our block number 2. So 30 minutes. I want to beg the indulgence of the testifiers in block 2. I want to thank everyone who's been part of block 1 as we continue to move forward. Look forward to our next hearing, and even between that time period, us continue to work on behalf of our children. I join my colleagues in remaining very concerned about the state of our schools. Going on the school tours was very heartbreaking, painful actually, to know the environment our children are in, but certainly as we look at reopening, doing so safely. Sure. Senator Saru, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Dr. Wells Hendrickson had the response on Arthur Richards and the time frame and when the information was disseminated in Alphelis. Can she be allowed to just elaborate for the public's edification?
Yes. Yeah. Dr. Wells, Hendrickson Wells, you want to elaborate on the Arthur Richards Junior High School?
Right. So what I was trying to say is the recommendation was made in March of 2020. We had several town hall meetings around October 2020. We did not start to do the schematic layout for the new site until the following year. Actually, I'm saying it wrong. March of 2019, I apologize, is when it came up as a recommendation. October of 2019, we had the town hall meetings, and then we began looking at the layout in January of 2020. That is when we started the facilities master planning. We had a series of town hall meetings with the public. Everything that we do concerning the new school construction is made public. Nothing is done in transparency, and we welcome the input of all. One of the things that I would like to say also is the design, the land that Evelyn Williams gives us more space to really put the state-of-the-art facilities that we want to see moving forward for all our schools in the territory, but more so for the St. Croix district. And so those recommendations were taken into consideration. Again, it's in the facilities master plan. Senator, we make ourselves available to have a sit-down meeting with your colleagues and yourself to discuss that, and if you so desire, because we're not trying to do anything in transparency.
Thank you. And at this
Also,
time,
if I may, Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
I keep hearing senators say that we're moving Arthur Richards Junior High School, and I want to make it clear again that Arthur Richards is a K through 8 school. It's no longer junior high; it's a K through 8 school.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll allow the point of information, Senator Anna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of my colleagues, I believe, asked for the smarter balance information for the St. Thomas St. John district, and I'm very interested in hearing the information. Dr. Yergin, do you have it?
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. In the area of the smarter balance assessment, the interim assessment that has been administered since mid-November, in the area of ELA, it's 43% at or near proficiency, 9% above standards. So it's 52% that's at, near, or met proficiency. In the area of mathematics, 9% proficiency or above, 9% above, 35% at or near the standard, and that's 44% at, near, or above the standard.
And to have a
Some
proper...
schools,
Go ahead. You finished?
yes, some schools have not finished testing because the window for the interim assessment is still open.
Thank you, but hold for 1 second. And so if you were to send that so we can have that as part of this committee hearing, you can send that as soon as possible so that we can have that. And just in future reference for the purpose of the public as well as they participate in hearings, if that's something you're reading from your screen, which you would be able to click share your screen so we can actually read along with you.
Will do.
Point of information, Senator Saru.
Dr. Yergin, what is that aggregate amount? How many students have been tested in your district? Total.
In the area of ELA, 4,300. In the area of mathematics, 2,500.
How many are left to be tested?
1,800.
Okay, so at
And
this...
that's in 1,800 in mathematics, rather.
All right.
So ALA is complete.
Okay, point of... Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead and finish.
The ALA testing is complete, Dr. Yergin? Yeah, mute somehow, somewhere.
Oh, sorry. Most schools have completed. I know of one school in particular that has not completed the ELA.
How and why? And I'm done, sorry.
No.
Remember the window is still open, and that's why I didn't report any data for the Smarter Balance assessment, because the window still remains open. And last year, we did not have a testing period, and that's why I didn't report on that data initially in my report.
And what school in the district, lastly, has not completed testing? What schools are those?
Adelita Cancrine has not completed testing, and I know that Adelita Cancrine has not. Miss Powell, if you can remember the other.
It's Jenny Tuohy, Dr. Yergin.
And Jenny Tuohy School. Thank you.
So those two schools comprise 1,800 math scores, math tests, because you have 1,800 remaining to test. So those two schools equal 1,800?
Well, that's probably about 1,100.
I'm a little off with your numbers.
I can find out exactly what other school hasn't tested. And again, that's why I hesitated reporting on this information that wasn't 100% complete.
I don't want to abuse the time, Madam Chair, but we're trying to glean the information, and the data is important, and there are deputies on the line. The deputy should be able to respond to the schools. Dr. Brown, do you have that information?
I do. I just want to give the explanation. Thank you, Senator, for the question. So the test is separated. So one child will take more than one test. So this is why when they report the numbers, it looks as if it's more, but it's actually broken down into different areas and different strands of testing.
Okay, so can you explain that for us?
Break it down, please.
If we don't take tests, you can explain to us.
All right, for math, they took one test, okay? In one respected area, okay? In language arts, some took 2, some took 3. And again, the window is still open. So when it's time for us to aggregate the data, we will be able to identify the total amount of students who test
versus the amount of tests that were taken. So with the window being open, it's very difficult for us to conclude and aggregate that data at this time.
So when your testing is done, you'll be able to
will
give.
be closed. I'm sorry.
So when when that time period has closed, you'll be able to scrub the numbers and give us an accurate amount. Okay, that's what was last about. Okay, thank you.
And can you give us a time frame? What are we from today's hearing till that period? What are we talking about?
So the window for the second for the interim assessment closes on March 8th, March 7th. Is it 5th? The 5th. And then on the 8th, we begin the second set of assessments, which will be the summative assessment.
Okay, thank you. Senator Vele, you had a point of
Yes, thank you so much.
inquiry or information?
In reference to testing, how is one school allowed to complete testing and the next school window is still open? Testing is supposed to be a reflection of the student ability at a specific period. So one student can't have or cannot have received 20 weeks of instruction and they're tested, and then the next student received 28 weeks of instruction and then they're tested because their knowledge base would be more. So if you don't have all the students beginning to test at the same date and ending the testing period at the same date, then your test scores are invalid. I don't know if there's a different mechanism now that they're utilizing, but I can't see how one window is still open, the others are closed, and then you're going to try to compare the student whose window is still open now to students who already took that test 3-4 weeks ago. Can you explain how the validity of these tests? Because I know that it used to be a beginning period and an ending period. Every student across the district, to include the island of St. Thomas, across the territory, were tested on the same dates, the same window. Explain that to me.
You are correct, Mr. Dr. Yergin, may I?
Sure.
So you are correct, Senator Vele, but I want to emphasize that the interim testing is not for reporting. It is to identify where students are. And then when we do the summative, that's when we're able to now move into analyzing. So interim is used to identify where students are. Then we decide what prescriptions we're going to use to teach.
So the
the
data that you provided to us is all pre-assessment. It's not the actual scores.
Yes.
Okay, so
not summative.
So then the answer for the particular question would have been that we have not begun testing. We did a pre-assessment. The testing window will begin in March or April, and all students would have the same parameters for that particular period, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to proceed with closing out Block 1. Thank you very much, Senators. And I want to allow now each testifier to provide closing remarks as we close out and go to recess. Starting with you, Commissioner Barry Benjamin.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker, and congratulations on your first hearing as chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. I want to thank this body for giving us the opportunity to provide updates at the VI Department of Education. We are always excited to provide updates to the community as to where we are. I look forward to more informative hearings. And I will say that despite the efforts of some to highlight what may appear to be minor issues, we have greater successes at the Department of Education. And I want to congratulate our employees that go above and beyond to make educational opportunities happen for our students, whether they are learning at home and eventually return back to our classrooms. So I want to thank you, and thank you, VIDE, for participating. Thank you, Commissioner Encarnacion, and all other government agencies for your partnership during these unprecedented times. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up. Austin Call.
Senator Whitaker, Education and Workforce Development Committee members, other members of the body, and those viewing and listening, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the 20th Virgin Islands Board of Education for your invitation. And of course, we look forward to a collaborative effort. I want to make sure that we indicate that the department and the board will continuously work together, especially as it relates to reopening the school with all the other agencies involved, so we can make sure that it's the reopening of school template is validated and students and teachers can return back to in-person instruction in a manner that's environmentally sound and works for all in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Next up, Austin Callwood, who testified on behalf of DPNR Commissioner Oriel. Mr. Callwood. Okay.
Again, Senator Whitaker, thank you, and the 34th Legislature. On behalf of Commissioner Oriel, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present it, and to say at this point in time, especially with the situations we're going through and we'll be coming out of COVID, it's going to be an excellent opportunity for us to establish those specific criteria that we need to have for the committees that will be doing the inspections to certify the schools when they're reopening annually. So it's an opportunity for us to revisit and establish specific criteria for us to be able to do that. And we look forward to being a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Encarnacion, Department of Health.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. And of course, I too want to express congratulations on your first hearing, Senator. One of the things that I would like to do is just read the CDC guidelines on cleaning and disinfection, because I think it's not only going to help everyone here, but everyone in the community as well. So clean and disinfect surfaces and objects that are touched often. Follow your school's standard procedures for routine cleaning and disinfecting. Typically, this means daily sanitizing surfaces and objects that are touched often, such as desks, countertops, doorknobs, computer keyboards, hands-on learning items, faucet handles, phones, and toys. Some schools may also require daily disinfecting these items. Standard procedures often call for disinfecting specific areas of schools like bathrooms. So if we follow that guidelines, I think that we will continue to be safe. And last, of course, I want to say that we do have a goal to vaccinate 50,000 unique individuals by July 1st. I'm asking all of you for your support, your constituent support, so that we can actually attain herd immunity and eventually come out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, I say thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Congratulations once again, Honorable Senator Whitaker and the team, listening and viewing audience. I'd like to encourage all the parties on this call to communication. I also like to pass on to the body of the Senate, as well as others listening, that this is a very fluid process. Executive orders are coming out from the federal government on a regular basis. Those are the things that govern what we do. So the way we practice law now is changing very quickly. In the land of OSHA, things change daily. We will be having some standards coming out that govern how we will protect employees here in the territory and on a national level. So I share this with the group to, be cautious on what we say or do and not dig into the sand. But remember, the protection of our employees and the places they work is one of our major priorities, and educating our children will be done well once it can be done safely. So thank you for the opportunity and have a nice day.
Thank you. We want to, again, thank all the testifiers. And just to reiterate, and thank you for the last point that you made, Mr. Andrews, we have an executive order, state of emergency, that's correct. But when it comes to the standards for the school, the law is very clear. Agencies working collaboratively, the Department of Education, the Board of Education, working, actually having a written policy as to how they're going to safeguard the schools. I'll now recognize Senator Gittens for his point of personal privilege, and then we'll take a recess after that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as I sit here, I'll be remiss if I didn't publicly say that I find the closing statements of the Commissioner insulting and disrespectful. we as elected officials have a responsibility to oversee these agencies. The legislature makes laws, whereas the executive branch is to execute. And if they're not executing, it is our responsibility to question. So I find it insulting that our questioning would be looked at as highlighting minor issues when the department has major successes. If the department has major successes, it's your responsibility to inform the public by highlighting it. But it is my responsibility to question when I could see that Title 17, Section 24 of the VI Code speaks of school management accountability, and I don't see any accountability. We're talking about reopening schools. We're talking about collaboration between departments and agencies, and obviously today we find that there was almost no collaboration between the agencies. So, Madam Chair, I just had to state that I find those closing remarks totally insulting to this body. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go in.
I said they were not.
No, Commissioner, this is not a back and forth. The senator you were able to speak. I gave you a chance for your closing. He made his point of personal privilege. We're moving forward. The back and forth, we're not going to do that. We are all working collaboratively and to move forward. There are also statutory requirements that are not being followed, and it was clear. So let's move on. So now, thank you so much again. There will be other opportunities to put other items on the record. At this time, I will take a recess, and we'll be back. I'm going to actually recess until right now it is 2:23. We'll be back at 3 o'clock, okay, to allow persons for lunch, and we'll resume at 3 o'clock. Thank you. This committee stands in recess. The committee is out of recess, Committee on Education and Workforce Development. We're now moving into Block 2. Okay, I would ask our first testifier, Dr. David Hall, the President of the University of the Virgin Islands. Dr. Hall, good afternoon to all of the testifiers. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for your patience. Thank you, Dr. Hall. You may
You're welcome.
proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Whitaker, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, and other members of the 31st Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, and it is indeed an honor for me to appear before the committee to offer testimony on behalf of the University of the Virgin Islands. I want to also at this moment congratulate the new members of this body who were elected, including Chairwoman Whitaker, and those who were re-elected. And I look forward to working closely with all members of the 34th Legislature. I was asked to address the following topics: the various functions and responsibilities of the UVI board, highlight some of the board's accomplishments and challenges, UVI's role in establishing a pipeline to the VI Department of Education, the status of the free tuition program, new programs, the nursing program, and the agriculture program. In the 5 minutes allotted for testimony, I will briefly touch on each of these topics and stand ready to answer your questions. First, the Board of Trustees is a 17-member board that sets all policies for the operation of the university. The membership is composed of 9 individuals appointed by the governor, 2 elected by the board itself, and various individuals who are appointed by constituency groups in the university and external to the university, like the Board of Education and the Department of Education. From my perspective, the board is highly effective and a well-functioning governing body that has played an instrumental role in the university's success. For example, during the last 5 years, the Board of Trustees has approved 19 new degree programs, and the administration has instituted numerous new minors and certificate programs. I would pause here to say many of these new programs, or some of these new programs, have been funded by initiatives by various senators who have been a member of this body. Some of the new degree programs include a master's in social work, a bachelor's in fine arts with a concentration in theater, music, and dance, a bachelor's of science in nursing on the St. Croix campus, 2 interdisciplinary degrees, a master's in educational leadership, and master's in school counseling and guidance and education, just to name a few. The board also approved the university's first PhD program in creative leadership for innovation and change. This program has had, over the past 5 years, as many as 130 students enroll, and 15 have already graduated. During this same period, the board also approved the new 5-year strategic plan for the university entitled Greatness Through Innovation. One of the challenges facing the board is the number of vacancies and some expired terms. We hope that as the governor appoints additional members, that they will be expeditiously confirmed by the Senate so that they can help carry the load of a very stretched Board of Trustees. Second, UVI has a number of programs to aid at supporting the work of the VI Department of Education. In particular, I will highlight the work done with teachers. Our School of Education provides students with the preparation for the initial certification in pre-K to grade 12 setting through the early childhood education, elementary education, and secondary preparation programs. We are also building capacity and addressing the critical shortages of the teaching English as a second language and special education teaching workforce needs through our certificate and post-baccalaureate certificate program. We assist with teachers hired on temporary or emergency certificates to complete requisite coursework for attaining permanent certification. In addition, our School of Education prepares other school professionals like school educational leaders for the workforce. Within the past month, we were asked to prepare a new cohort of school psychologists in training in response to the number of retiring school psychologists. Our VI EPSCoR Education and Workforce Development Team is also working to transform science, technology, engineering, and math education in the territory. Our team has implemented a series of teacher training sessions through the Institute for STEM Education Research and Practice. Thus far, over 4,000 hours of training have been provided to over 115 6th through 12th grade STEM teachers, with 100% representation from our public, middle, and high schools. Third, the free tuition program has been an enormous boost to the university, and we are deeply appreciative of the role that this legislative body played in making it a reality. In its first year of implementation, the university experienced a 25% increase in freshman students and a 34% increase in transfer students, and we believe directly due to the free tuition program. Unfortunately, the second year occurred in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, and UVI, as other universities, experienced a decline in enrollment. So far, this program has benefited approximately 355 students, and we have expended so far approximately $1.2 million. We did suggest to the 33rd legislature some proposed amendments that would allow more students to benefit from the program. And we are delighted that Act number 8415, sponsored by Senators Sauro, Violet, and James, and co-sponsored by Senate President Fred Gregory, now makes the program funding applicable to dual credit program, so high school students can receive college credits for free. This entire act is a historic example of legislation that other states and federal governments are considering. Fourth, nursing is one of our stellar programs and recently obtained reaccreditation. The School of Nursing was reaccredited in 2020, and our nursing graduates continue to excel nationally in testing outcomes of the nursing licensure exam called NCLEX at a rate of 94%. The university continues to provide stellar nurses for this community, and they, along with many others, have been on the front lines, taking risks and serving people during this COVID challenge. We would like to expand the program even more than what occurred earlier with the infusion of funds from this body and train more nurses, but faculty resources and clinical sites continue to stand in the way of this goal. Fifth, our newly formed School of Agriculture is up and running and making important contributions. There is now in place a certificate program that students and farmers can take advantage of, and an associate's and bachelor's degree program should be approved soon. We have been fortunate to hire some very outstanding faculty, and Dean Usman Adamu has been coordinating this effort in an inclusive and thoughtful manner. And finally, though not one of the topics mentioned in my invitation letter, I do want to update the Senate on how the university is presently operating. Though in the fall our classes were exclusively remote and we only had 11 nursing students living on the St. Thomas campus because they had to in order to fulfill their clinical requirements, we now have 94 students living in the residence halls on the Orville E. Kin campus on St. Thomas, and 24 students on the Albert A. Sheen campus on St. Croix. Though the vast majority of our classes are still remote, the latest schedule I reviewed included over 70 in-person classes and a significant amount of that, and a significant amount that are hybrid, which includes some in-person sessions and some sessions via Zoom. We are committed to fulfilling our mission in a safe and thoughtful manner. And though we're not quite back to normal operations, we are moving in that direction. And with the continuing support of this body and the governor, we are confident that we will return to and exceed our formal levels. Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hall, and I appreciate the presentation. As for context, as part of this block, we're talking about the pipeline, how the university is supporting education in terms of the lower grades, and on the point of agriculture, as the most latest program for UVI, the hope is, and I've asked for the support of my colleagues, in us really addressing the long outstanding requirement for our children to learn agriculture from kindergarten to 12th grade. So thank you very much. We'll move on to and receive Michael Carty, who's the chairman of the Workforce Development Board. Mr. Carty, are you online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee and constituents from the community and fellow testifiers. I am Michael Carty, Chairman of the Workforce Development Board and President and CEO of SmartNet and Alliance Data Services. I was afforded the honor of being appointed to the Workforce Development Board in October 2019, and soon after appointed as board chairman by Governor Albert Bryan in November 2019. Some of the functions and responsibilities of the board. The Workforce Development Board is a volunteer board appointed by the governor and is comprised of 27 members. More than half of these members are business leaders from the private sector, and the remaining members come from various areas of government, including workforce, labor unions, education, and economic development. The board assists the governor in the following areas: development, implementation, and modification of the state plan, the development and continuous improvement of the workforce development system, the development of strategies for technological improvements to facilitate access and to improve the quality of services and activities provided through the one-stop delivery system, the development of strategies for aligning technology and data systems across the one-stop partner programs, the preparation of annual reports, the development of such other policies as may promote statewide objectives and enhance the performance of the workforce development system in the territory, the development of strategies and providing effective outreach to improve access to individuals and employers who could benefit from some of the services the workforce development system has to offer. Thus far, we've been maintaining the balancing act and walking the virtual tightrope of compliance with the U.S. Department of Labor. Despite the challenges of 2020, some of the progress made by the board in our first year are as follows. Number one, completed negotiations with the new agency provider. Number two, cleared a U.S. Department of Labor negative finding against the Department of Labor, the VI Department of Labor related to the board. The state plan was completed, submitted, and approved by the U.S. Department of Labor. Successful negotiations of performance goals with the U.S. Department of Labor. Collaboration with the VI Department of Labor at the beginning of COVID to brainstorm contactless processing of client applications. Submitted and received approval on waivers supporting VI Department of Labor's processing and reporting requirements. Consistent presence on U.S. Department of Labor corrective action plan calls. Participated in and provided feedback to the VI Department of Education Advisory Council on the portrait of the VI Graduate Initiative. Validated with the U.S. Department of Labor that the agency contract is in process, and as a result, this assisted the VI Department of Labor by being removed from a high-risk key area of procurement and policy and procedure. We reworked a contract with a vital contractor to increase WIOA compliance assistance and initiate workshops to be conducted in the local housing communities, informing them of opportunities available at the VI Department of Labor and how to go about participating in training and other services available at VITAL. We are in the process of developing a re-entry strategy with ex-offenders in collaboration with UVI, the Bureau of Corrections, the VI Department of Labor, and the Dannon Project. In addition to these names, we also recently added the Department of Education as well to the MOU. We also added 4 new training providers to our list of eligible training providers in the territory. institute training in areas of construction, woodworking, life skills, and culinary arts. Status of the WIOA grant. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, also known as WIOA, allocates to the Virgin Islands a total of $2.2 million per year. These funds are dispersed upon successful approval of the state's or territory's state plan. Most of these funds go towards the operation of the American Job Center at the Department of Labor. The programs operated by the current agency include youth, adult, and dislocated workers. To date, we have not been denied any of these funds from the federal government or turned back any funds to the federal government. Despite these accomplishments, however, we still have a long way to go, and the path isn't without its challenges. Our challenges, what we are up against. A little over a year after being on the Workforce Development Board, I have identified several issues that not only affect the Workforce Development Board, but they affect our entire workforce system. As a collective, we are nowhere near prepared for the coming changes. We still utilize conventional thinking and traditional processes as an approach to solve rapidly evolving problems. The pandemic has unhitched our workforce from the past, and we are steadily drifting forward into the future that some are calling the Great Reset. Our workforce needs to realize that in the next 10 to 15 years, there may no longer be a lifelong career where someone goes to college, earns a degree, and works in a career for the rest of their lives. The new normal will be reinventing yourself every 5 to 10 years. Rapid learning and relearning will be the only constant and single most important skill we all must have. When I addressed this Senate body on March 12th of 2020, pre-pandemic, I identified several occupations that were subject to disruption in 5 to 10 years. Some of these occupations mentioned were bank tellers, fast food operators, cashiers, receptionists, and retail sales staff. On March 13th, less than 24 hours after that Senate hearing, a state of emergency was declared in the Virgin Islands in response to COVID-19. That state of emergency, followed by stay-at-home orders, eliminated those same occupations. What was expected to happen in 5 to 10 years actually occurred the following day. This offered us a glimpse into what is to come, gave us an opportunity to react, and now a chance to further prepare. Next challenge. The future is coming, and we are laying on the tracks. No matter how hard we cling to the future or cling to the past, the future is coming whether we like it or not. Most advancements in technology over the past 20 years have been improvements in modes of communication. Everything from email to text, social media, real-time video and voice anywhere, anytime, all tied together with smartphones. These advancements and their variants are primarily communications. This era is identified as the third industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution, where we are headed now, is the age of robotics and artificial intelligence. This age combines the efficiencies developed in industrial revolutions 1, 2, and 3, and creates adaptive automated approaches to solve problems that can assist us with manipulating, educating, and replacing ourselves. While this is not limited to the Virgin Islands, we must realize how far behind we are as a people and develop a sense of urgency in how we prepare for what's to come. We also must realize that preparation for this future should not be limited to students currently in school, but also members of our existing workforce. While students are the most versatile and able to adapt to this future, many of us will still be around sharing that same future, similar to how we are now sharing the present with our current retirees who are at the mercy of a pension system, which, whether we will admit it or not, was already disrupted and victim to the third industrial revolution of software and automation, which reduced the number of employees required to deliver a day-to-day government service. So while we debate on how we arrived at this point, who is to blame, and wait for the one sole brilliant idea another disruption is underway, the fourth industrial revolution. Challenge number 2, we don't completely understand the severity of the situation. Our territory averages 40 to 50 homicides a year. I say it again, our territory averages 40 to 50 homicides a year. On the other hand, our average high school graduating class size is between 150 to 200 students after 4 years of high school. Understand that homicide every 4 years exterminates the equivalent of an entire graduating class in the Virgin Islands. While we are far behind on the race of workforce development, we are winning the race of lost lives. These lost lives likely had the ingredients of being fearless entrepreneurs, creative problem solvers, and ambitious leaders. Challenge number 3. Many of us no longer identify with the individuals we are trying to help or the levels that we encourage them to excel to. It's difficult for somebody to guide another on a path they've never walked or witnessed. In a community where we encourage somebody to go to school, study, get good grades, stay out of trouble, dream big, we tell them. While at the same time, we publicly bicker over who's being paid $85,000, $100,000, $120,000, etc., implying that there's a preset limit on our success or what we define as success. This is yet another part of us that's still attached to the past. These figures, based on national numbers, just border on middle class, especially given our cost of living locally. Do you really have the answers for someone in need when you're 2 paychecks away from being in their same situation? Yet with this mindset, we intend to elevate locals and attract Virgin Islanders in the diaspora to come back home. We must collectively expand our view of what success means to us. Someone's limit or growth should not be measured by where you personally stand. On the flip side, can you relate to somebody going through a day-to-day without work, with a family they can't support, if you've never been unemployed yourself? Can you understand their sense of desperation? We convey messages such as, say no to drugs, don't use or sell drugs, just hold on, things will improve, stay the right path. But what's the alternative, and when will it arrive? Can you relate to the sense of relief when a son or daughter brings home an unexplained roll of cash while you at the pot boiling your last pack of ramen noodles, the second for the day? Would you refuse it? Refuse it when your definition of hard work is a parent or grandparent living next door who works an entry-level main job, an entry-level second job to support a youngster family member with no job? Would you refuse it when you heard your downstairs neighbor, when sympathy ran out, resorted to threaten the landlord to buy more time to pay rent? At the same time, with our recovery dollars, we manufacture up millionaires out of mainland individuals and firms who before the storms were no better off than we were. Many of us have experienced and made it to the other side of similar situations, but some choose to forget and act as if we were born at the level we are at now. We choose to distance our mind from the past, which prevents us from being able to accurately weigh someone else's reality who is now in the same situation. Some of our leaders, a few in this Senate body, I clearly recognize, have the obvious scars that you've gained walking this path. You shouldn't hide or be ashamed of this past, as expressing it may be the one bridge to you reaching someone else in need. Don't just tell me what you know, explain to me where you've been. But I understand it's difficult, since that's not the norm. We are expected to be perfect from start to finish on the road to success. These challenges, compounded by our political, personal, and class separations, strain our ability to deliver meaningful impact where needed. We will never thrive in a free world with oppressed minds. Without a collective code of conduct or agreed upon vision, the future our scattered efforts attempt to create at best would only leave clues to success and no clear path. The Virgin Islands has a rare opportunity to redefine who we are and what we are for the better, but we all need to move toward the same vision. This will be no overnight process and may span an entire generation, but each of us must participate in the effort. Some of us may likely not see the results in our lifetimes, but along the way, we can enjoy the process. I thank you, Madam Chair, for inviting me to provide testimony, and I'm available to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Carty, for your testimony. Next testifier is, we have Dr. Anastasia Jackson, who is the Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education. And I see we actually have Dr. Susan McGrath. Are you presenting on her behalf? No? Oh, okay. Dr. Jackson, are you online? There you are. Great. Okay. Dr. Jackson, you may proceed. You're muted.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Genevieve Whitaker, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, and other members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, fellow testifiers, and members of the viewing and listening audience. The members of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education, thank you for the opportunity to testify before your committee. My name is Dr. Anastasia Jackson, Board Vice Chair. Today, I have the responsibility of reading VIB-CTE's testimony to all of you on the record in the absence of Dr. Michael Francois, VIB-TCE Board Chair. Joining me here today are Board Secretary Dr. Suzanne Darrow-McGrath and Executive Director Anton Deuce. Critical to our mission as board members of VIB-TCE is the mandate that employability skills, both academic and technical, be provided to all students in the Virgin Islands, regardless of their plan to attend college and or enter the workforce directly after high school. Teachers and students must also be provided with the proper resources required to keep up with the rapidly evolving changes in career and technical education around the globe. Today's testimony will include various functions and responsibilities of the CTE Board, highlights of board accomplishments, the board's work regarding schools reopening during COVID-19, as well as an overview of the challenges that the board faces. The CTE Board was established in 1957 in the VI Code, Title 17, Chapter 23, Subchapter 262. It states, the Virgin Islands Board for Career and Technical Education should be the sole agency for the administration of the career and technical programs in the Virgin Islands under this subchapter and the Acts of Congress referred to in Section 261 of this title. The law goes into 12 sections, which the board consolidated as follows. Cooperation with all stakeholders as it relates to CTE and provide certification for all schools in the field of CTE while administering all provisions of the code. Cooperate with federal government agencies in all phases of CTE. Administer both local as well as federal funds for the promotion of CTE. Approve plans for CTE as an integral part of the Virgin Islands and aid in the preparation of subject matter teachers. Certify payment of federal acts relating to CTE programs from funds appropriated for this purpose. Provide for research relating to CTE. Promote, maintain, and aid in establishing schools. Provide for certification determine salaries and appointment of teachers, determine the qualification of persons who are training in CTE and articulate with other territorial programs, do all things necessary to receive all federal grants appropriated to the Virgin Islands under this code, issue rules and regulations for the proper administration of this subchapter, and prepare an annual budget and reports to the legislator. A complete copy of this code is conveniently posted on our website, www.victeb.org. The CTE board consists of 7 members, 4 members from the island of St. Croix, Chairman Dr. Francois, Vice Chair Dr. Jackson, Teacher Certification Chair Ms. Murphy, and Honorable Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Scholarship Chair. The 2 members from the St. Thomas Secretary, Dr. Susan Darrow McGrath, and Treasurer Ms. Jenny Fox. From the island of St. John is Public Relations Chair, Mr. Ronnie Jones. State Director Nancy Calwood, Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education, is an ex officio member. Presently, we are short 2 of the 9-member governor-appointed board as mandated by the VI Code. The board is a territorial one and serves both districts with a staff of 4, including Executive Director, Mr. Anton Deuce. CTE members set their goals extremely high for the first year as a functioning board. Although the pandemic had its effect on direct interaction with administrators, instructors, and students, we still managed to accomplish many of our goals. We have, for the first time since the board's inception, created bylaws by which the board is governed. The board successfully issued $10,000 in scholarships to 12 students in both districts and recognized the top CTE students in the territory. The board, through the Division of Personnel, provided interpersonal communication and resolution training to district, state, and school administrators, CTE board members, and staff. Board members supported the office when the existing director retired. Mr. Anton Deuce was hired to fill the position of executive director, a position which was vacant for 8 months. The board's website is functioning, having been updated for full instructor interaction and document submission, making the certification experience easier. The board also revised the teacher certification manual, which is now available as a download on our site. To date, 29 teachers have attained certification. In addition, information and the Zoom link to our monthly public meetings are always posted. Several board members attended the Virtual Association for Career and Technical Education conference and learned new ideas to further develop existing local programs. We partnered with other local agencies, holding meaningful dialogue with the Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Board of Education, and the American Federation of Teachers. The CTE board, as well as many of our partner agencies, are eagerly awaiting the reopening of schools for the second-year CTE students. To that end, the board toured CTE classrooms in both districts in January of 2021 to assess readiness and are optimistic that our capable CTE instructors will soon engage students in in-person and hands-on learning. The board is committed to transparency as well as accessibility by a community of instructors. We engaged in virtual instructor meetings in September of 2020 to learn firsthand of concerns and challenges. The board saw the need for CTE online teaching materials and other resources and sprang into action, helping the cosmetology, aviation, and automotive electronic programs territory-wide. The board also faces various challenges. The VI Code mandates the board's oversight of all federal CTE funded, which is not yet in effect. The board is also mandated to participate in all phases of CTE programs approve plans for the promotion of CTE as an essential and integral part of the public school system in the Virgin Islands, and provide for the preparation of instructors in such subjects. We are working on improving this level of involvement. The board is keenly aware of the instructor shortage that plagues the CTE programs. We know that the salaries are a major issue, among others, and we're working to address those challenges in collaboration with partner agencies. The board invites the committee, your committee, to collaborate in finding and identifying workable solutions. The territory's CTE curriculum needs reviewing and updating. As the global economy evolves, so should our program. As a result, we're exploring new programs and curricula to fill emerging opportunities. Other challenges include assessing hard CTE data, the inability of the board to enforce instructor certification rules, and most of all, the person-to-person contact and interaction that COVID-19 has robbed us of. The board will continue its work on previously discussed goals, as well as new goals, in establishing a teacher certification and licensed tradesman credentialing system, supporting teacher certification courses, and exploring instructor financial assistance for required coursework. We will also continue to increase our visibility and communication efforts. Thank you, Madam Chair, for involving CTE in the legislative decision-making process on education and workforce development, an area that heavily impacts CTE in the Virgin Islands. To conclude, the CTE board wishes you all a happy Black History and CTE Month. My team and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have for us at this time. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Jackson. Move on to our next testifier. Ms. Carol Callwood. Sorry, let me run exactly according to the agenda. My apologies. Rosa Soda Thomas, who's the president of the St. Croix American Federation of Teachers. Ms. Sosa Thomas, you may proceed.
All right, thank you, Senator Whitaker. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Genevieve Whitaker of the Committee of Education and Workforce Development, and other members of the legislature of the Virgin Islands, the fellow testifiers, the viewing and listening audience. My name is Rosa Soto Thomas. I am president of the St. Croix Federation of Teachers, AFT Local 1826, a union representing educational professionals, paraprofessionals, and support staff. The union's role and responsibilities are fully outlined in Act 4440 of the Virgin Islands Codes. We serve approximately 5,100 students in the St. Croix School District. At this time, I would like to take a moment to recognize, acknowledge, and salute all the AFT members for their commitment and diligence to the education and support of our students of the Virgin Islands public school system during this unprecedented pandemic. Rest assured that your efforts have not gone unnoticed. One love. I would like to thank Chairwoman Genevieve Whitaker for the opportunity to testify before the Education and Workforce Development Committee of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Our first meeting went well, and I'm looking forward to our continued partnership. There is indeed a lot at stake as it pertains to the education of the children of the Virgin Islands. Although the union and the VIDE continue to meet and forge relationships, there are instances when pertinent information is not communicated directly to our members and the union, but is released via social media and other mediums, causing chaos and mistrust. The timely release of information to the union, the untimely processing of grievances by the VIDE, and the other inconsistencies with contract enforcement are also issues. AFT's take on the reopening of VI public schools. While it is a no-brainer that remote learning cannot replace the traditional classroom or in-person learning, members are very concerned about the preparation, readiness, and implementation of COVID-19 protocols. Also concerning is the transparency regarding the identification of positive cases, contact tracing, and quarantining. As I reflect on the last positive case at the VID headquarters, while the affected member did what was expected subsequent to their positive identification, a person who was suspected of being exposed was sent home only to return 4 days after, outside of what is recommended by CDC guidelines. Immediately following this incident, the building was not cleaned or sanitized. Not even a doorknob in VIDE headquarters was wiped down, and members were told to return to work the following day. This fans the flame of further mistrust and resentment on behalf of AFT members, and rightfully so. This will be refuted, but it is what it is. Other concerning issues regarding the return to in-person learning. Clearance for school buildings from the Department of Health, Fire Services, OSHA, and EPA have not been received by members and other the union. A COVID-19 response plan for each site has not been received. Teachers want to go back. They want to be safe. Why is that so hard to understand and respect? No clear mask rules have been adopted by the department. Gaiters, bandanas, and one-layer masks should not be permitted. Proper ventilation and mold remediation are also other concerns. Broken AC units, heat and the wearing of masks absolutely do not mesh. Classrooms have not been sanitized by professionals. Custodian schedule need to be made available to the AFT members. Hybrid instructional models are confusing. Teacher shortage and retention, of course, is also an issue. Lack of adequate custodians at sites, operable hand sanitizers and paper towel dispensers, soap dispensers. Members have expressed fear of having unmasked students in their classrooms during lunch, and the timely subsequent cleaning after lunch have ended. Who will be responsible for immediately cleaning? Will childcare assistance be available through Human Services? Educators do not trust the department team to make decisions about their lives. Members recently received the IDE's travel policy, which is troubling and illegal. The union will be demanding to negotiate items included in this policy through OCB. One size does not fit all. Members have different situations, persistent, pre-existing conditions, multiple children, and the like. Timely release of information regarding work detail is also an issue. Burnout. Vaccines. The union continues to educate and encourage members to take the COVID vaccines that are available. According to FDA regulation, vaccines cannot be mandated during the emergency use authorization. As we all know, there's subgroups of people who are not recommended to take the vaccine. Nevertheless, we're hoping that more members who meet the criteria sign up to take the vaccine. Our move towards herd immunity is imperative. Status of AFT negotiations. The union and its membership are looking forward to getting back to the bargaining table. Our collective bargaining agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and the Department of Education, the St. Thomas St. John Federation of Teachers Local 1825, and the St. Croix Federation of Teachers Local 1826 contract expired on August 31st, 2020. Consequently, we continue to extend our contract and recently signed our 6th contract extension with the GVI. The AFT has received tentative dates of March 22nd through the 26th and April 12th through the 17th to reconvene negotiations for a successor agreement. Our members' responsibilities and roles have increased substantially during the pandemic, and their pay increases need to be addressed post-haste. Reimbursement of the 8% case. The AFT members, along with steel workers and many in our community, have been anxiously awaiting the restoration of the 8% reduction, which was egregiously imposed by the 29th legislature. Although attempts were made by Governor Mapp to restore the 8%, this was not well received, and the syntax apparently fell to the wayside. Many in our community, to include the AFT, were happy to hear that the current administration may soon be in a position to make affected members whole once the case with REFCO and the GVI is resolved through the district court and excise tax collection resumed. It is long overdue. Members have expressed that they're optimistic that a favorable outcome will be garnered by this august body. Here ends my testimony. Once again, I thank you, Senator Whitaker, for the invitation to put the concerns of the AFT members on the record in hope that each will be addressed. I stand ready to answer any questions this body may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Soto Thomas. Our next testifier, Carol A. Callwood, the president of the St. Thomas St. John American Federation of Teachers. Ms. Callwood, you may proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Chair of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, committee members, all of the senators present, other testifiers, listening and viewing audience. I am Carol A. Callwood, President of St. Thomas St. John Federation of Teachers, Local 1825. Thank you for inviting our union to share with you our position on the reopening of schools during this COVID-19 period, as well as our position as the union that represents the educational professional, paraprofessionals, and school-related personnel, otherwise known as support staff, of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. President Rosa Soto Thomas of the St. Croix Federation of Teachers, Local 1826, shared with you the issues that are common between both locals. So I will focus on the reopening. I will state that I am concerned that we were scheduled in Block 2 that seems to focus on supporting entities, which we are not. President Soto Thomas and I represent the employees that are the forefront of the education of the students in the Virgin Islands and should be respected as such. In previous testimonies before the 32nd and 33rd legislatures, I shared our experiences regarding the development of the school calendar, school safety, and educational effectiveness, the morale of teachers and the students. I was challenged because of terminology I used when describing how our membership felt post Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Unfortunately, much of what was written in 2018 and 2019 stands today. Some of our facilities, schools, and activity centers are still in a state of unreadiness to receive staff and students safely. When the school buildings were closed last year due to the pandemic, we were under the assumption that the downtime would have been the perfect opportunity for the Virgin Islands Department of Education to rectify the structural deficiencies that have plagued this department for so many years. As the new school year began and the work had not, I inquired, only to be told that the reason is the same as the previous years. There is no funding. So that brings us to almost 12 months later, and the plan to resume in-person instruction in the classrooms that have not been repaired. I have been assured that these rooms will be fixed before the students return, but I do not have faith in that statement. History has demonstrated that those assurances are not reliable. During Block 1, I did not hear a discussion about funding the maintenance department. Are CARES Act funds going to be used to address these schools and activity centers? Some classrooms have roof damage. Air conditioners need to be repaired or replaced in rooms with poor ventilation, especially now as CDC has stated that proper ventilation is a must. There is a continued presence of irritants in many of these rooms. I use the word irritants because I was reprimanded for using the word mold to identify the substance in the air and visibly growing on some of our walls. The cost and time needed to properly clean and repair the schools and activity centers before classes resume has not been identified, or at least have not been shared with us. CDC mandates proper ventilation and air quality controls. We do not know the status of our campuses and the air quality of our classrooms. As I have stated from the hurricane recovery period, preparation is a must to move forward into what was termed then as our new normal. Normal is defined as the usual, average, or typical state or condition. After the passage of Irma Maria, there was nothing usual about the way things could be done in and around classroom instruction. The term new normal is defined as the current state of being after some dramatic change has transpired. Irma Maria brought that change, and COVID-19 has created another dramatic change in the way things are being done. In my 2018 testimony, I stated, and this is an excerpt, those storms changed the landscape physically and metaphorically. Our new normal brings challenges, but also opportunity. Our new normal includes limited internet access in a technology-dependent system. Attendance, grades, lesson planning, and the teacher evaluation system require access to the internet to complete the task on an almost daily basis. Internet connectivity is lost. Even with these limitations, administrators are pressuring the teachers to comply with timelines and deadlines because their evaluations are tied to the completion of these tasks by their teachers. What is apparent is that our new normal will include fewer teachers in our territory. We are struggling with mandated initiatives without adequate training and with less than adequate resources. But we are doing what we love to do, so we adjust to our new normal. But the new normal does not have to reflect only the negative. Our new normal allows us to think outside of the box, to be more creative in our approach to teaching, to share with our students the ability to turn a challenging situation into a positive. That statement could have easily been written today. We have forged ahead into this new space. We have acquired some of the technology that can connect our students to the rest of the world. There are so many opportunities for us to continue to showcase the exceptional students that this territory produces. We only need to capitalize on them. There are so many issues surrounding the safe reopening of our schools that in the 5 minutes allotted to me, I may not have enough time to discuss the positive experiences. Presently, the School Food Authority employees, monitors, and our bus drivers have been out distributing food since March without adequate staffing, equipment shortage, and no protection from the elements. At the beginning of the program, I solicited and purchased masks and hand sanitizers for these employees because the Virgin Islands Department of Education said that masks were not required based on the statements of CDC at the time. Needless to say, shortly after that, CDC recommended masks to be worn. To this day, almost a year after the program began, most of the sites on St. Thomas are distributing out in the open without a tent for coverage. These employees reported to work at the onset of the pandemic, as did the other frontline essential workers, but they were never compensated as such. While everyone else were in the safety of their homes during the governor's stay-at-home order, these employees were cooking, packing, and distributing food throughout territory. While other departments honored the CBAs of their employees by providing the hazardous pay incentive, we continue to fight with the Virgin Islands Department of Education to provide the pay for these employees. But despite the challenges, education is a desired profession for us, and we do whatever is necessary to provide a quality education for our students, even if it means sacrificing our time, resources, and sometimes peace of mind. I once read a quote that said, "One mark of a great educator is the ability to lead students out to a place where even the educator has never been." This is so appropriate now. The educators in this territory are in the front of our students virtually right now, leading them into a future that is as unclear as the origin of this pandemic. We are only certain that it exists, and we will make the most of our present situation to prepare them for their future. Our national president, Ms. Randy Weingarten, has written in the AFT Framework for Reopening School, which was published last April, that schools are essential public goods that prepare students to be informed and productive citizens, as well as provide critical nutrition, counseling, and social services, especially for disadvantaged children. As important as in-person instruction is, safety comes first. I'm going to say that again. As important as in-person instruction is, safety comes first. The framework is based on science and public health protocols, as well as educator, school staff, and healthcare expertise, not on politics or wishful thinking. One thing that is undeniably clear and demonstrated through this nation, successful school reopening plans include the representatives of the employees, that's the unions. The employees of the Virgin Islands Department of Education generally receive their information after decisions have been made, and often those decisions have to be modified because implementation is hampered due to the logistics that would have been identified if discussed. We look forward to the discussion today, as we are anxiously awaiting to hear the procedures and protocols that will be in place for the safety of the adults and the students that enter the campuses. We know the best way for students to connect, learn, and thrive is in person in school. But the return to school must be done safely. And for us, the safety of our learning environment is not a minor issue. Although I have shared so many challenges that we are experiencing, many of our students have been able to demonstrate growth and to produce in a variety of disciplines. Yes, we have a digital divide, but I have faith that we will be able to overcome the obstacles that have prohibited all of our students from success. While awaiting the department to schedule training for our teachers, the AFT, St. Thomas St. John District, we offered a one-week training during our summer academy for our teachers to prepare them with strategies for teaching in the virtual space. We extended the invitation to our brothers and sisters in the St. Croix District. We continue to schedule workshops and trainings to support our members. Additionally, while waiting for the VIDE devices to arrive on island, we joined forces with our benefactor and her team of donors on the mainland to distribute tablets for students to use. I must commend the VIDE for some of the things that they have been able to accomplish. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that the transition would have been smoother and quicker if the employees had been a part of the preparation. As I have always said, communication is the most important aspect for successful implementation of any plan. I look forward to collaboratively working to provide the resources that will take us to the path of success. I have to say thank you to all of the AFT members for their hard work in spite of all the challenges. They have done such a great job, and the ones who required assistance, we have been there to support them. I thank you for this opportunity, and I'm available to answer questions and to share with you examples of the wonderful things our educators are doing through our digital space.
Thank you very much, Ms. Callwood. And I just want to highlight, both you and Ms. Soto Thomas made a mention of blocks 1 and 2. What we're creating here and how we go forward is that we are all a part of an education stakeholder. The block 2, we're focusing definitely the premise of this all is definitely the safety of our schools, but also to beyond COVID and amidst COVID, our students' education. And so as we move forward, our next hearing we'll dive deeper into the infrastructure, the issues, certainly, also the curriculum matters. And so I take kind of exception to saying that block 2, you're not aligned with the person's brought to. We have education stakeholders, and perhaps in the past, they have not been aligned, but the work now going forward is that alignment needs to happen, because critically beyond just the infrastructure, our school curriculum needs to be addressed. And so I hear that loud and clear as we work collaboratively to move forward on behalf of our children. All now, there are concerns about students getting behind because of the situation. What we're going to see in the future, a lot of those outcomes come afterwards. So we have to do the work right now, work together, work collaboratively, and also really envision a new future for our children, okay? We have on the agenda, we had additional testifiers. Margarita Brown, who is the president-elect of the USVI National Parent Student Teacher Association, PTSA. Unfortunately, she was not able to testify today, but she did provide testimony. I continue to highlight that on our public drive, we have the testimonies that were delivered today, and certainly this will not be the first time I invite the PTSA. We also had 2 other individuals from 2 organizations also involved, from particularly the Bemidji Community Center. Mr. C. Lloyd, as the director, runs a program there wherein there are children who take part in after school and also youth development. And Vanessa Pfeiffer, who's the director of the Youth with a Center, who also is engaged in youth and education. Because one of the things that was highlighted today during the testimony of the Department of Education, not every school has after-school programs. And as a parent who can, speaking personally, and also on behalf of other parents, there's always a continuous struggle for after-school programming throughout the territory. So as we work together moving forward, I look forward to everyone working together for the solutions for education. We also had one more testimony, which was a member of the public, Ms. Mary Moorhead. At this time, Madam Clerk, would you read that excuse letter into the record? Thank you.
Letter from Ms. Mary L. Moorhead, dated February 12, 2021, to Ms. Genevieve Whitaker, JD, Chairwoman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Christiansted, St. Croix, VI. Reference, accountability of the Board of Education. Greetings, Chairwoman Senator Whitaker, Senators of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Senators of the 34th Legislature, testifiers, and audience. According to the Virgin Islands Code, the primary goal of the VI Board of Education is devising policies and rules and regulations to educate all students to become competent, literate, responsible citizens, capable of making successful life choices within the global community. The VI Board of Education is responsible for the direction of public school education, the development of the youth in the Virgin Islands. Their role is intensified as educators, staff, and parents are intimidated and bullied not to be publicly critical of the public school education, forcing the community to place faith and trust in the diligence of the board. The community wants to have confidence the board will execute its powers and duties with genuine commitment for a high-quality public education. If you know something, say something. Leadership repeats often. Numerous attempts were made to deal with challenges internally. Having exhausted internal attempts and attempts to related agencies, comes to time to say things to the legislature, specifically the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. The remedy is for the Senate Education Committee to investigate the things said about the Board of Education and address however applicable. Blatant denial of people's rights put the items of closed meetings to priority mention. The State of the Government meeting open to the public 1 VIC subsection 254 states, All meetings are open to the public. VIBE bylaws on board committee states, committee meetings are subject to Territorial Open Meeting Act in accordance with statute. I requested a VIBE board secretary to receive notice of all board and committee meetings before my election to the board. I viewed board meetings and committee meetings at the Sunny Isles office. The 20th board has declared committee meetings are not open to the public. The 20th board knowingly, willingly, and intentionally does not announce nor give access to standing committee meetings. It's ironic that the Democratic Party recently published platform with the first item to ensure transparency and accountability. All members of the 20th board are registered Democrat. Something was said to the board and the Attorney General's office. Since 2017, there have been indication of irregularities with the selection for the Morris DeCastro Fellowship. The irregularities have multiplied. The 2020 St. Thomas St. John Morris DeCastro Fellowship was not awarded in accordance with statute. The board leadership knowingly, willingly, and intentionally allowed irregularities in administrating the Morris DeCastro Fellowship. Something was said to the board. February 2020, the Inspector General's office reported on the audit it did on VIBE administrative operations. Previously, the OIG made recommendations to address the conditions. VIBE legal counsel encouraged the board to adopt policies to address the conditions cited. The legal counsel drafted policies to address the OIG's recommendations. The board knowingly, willingly, and intentionally ignored the drafted policies to address the recommendations. The conditions cited still exist. Something was said to the legislature, Governor Bryan, the OIG, and the OAG. October 15, 2020. A complaint was filed against the vice chairman for violations of VIBE Code of Ethics. In accordance with policy, the AED assigned a 3-member investigative panel. The investigative panel never acted. At the 19th board final meeting in December, VIBE legal counsel opened the complaint expire with the 19th board. Something was said to the Attorney General's office. VI Board of Education bylaws on standing committee membership dictate the requirements of committee membership bylaws number 3A. Each board member must serve on at least 2 standing committees. Posted on the website, a press release on the membership of VIBE standing and ad hoc committee shows the 20th board knowingly, willingly, and intentionally ignored the bylaws. The membership of the standing committee does not comply with bylaws. Something was said to the Board of Education. Board members swore to oversee a quality public education system. Research of the aforementioned things will reveal a pattern of questionable behaviors. The board must be transparent and accountable for the community to have confidence. This is a formal request for the 34th Legislature's Education and Workforce Development Committee to investigate the things presented in this testimony. The legislature of the Virgin Islands must hold the Board of Education accountable so the board can perform to effectively hold the Department of Education accountable. If there's no accountability, public employees and public officials are tempted and emboldened in corruption. Act to keep hope alive. Closing, let me make a point about DOE pre-K through 3 in-school instruction plan. I advocate for the in-school instruction for pre-K through 3 grades, but reopening of the preschool facilities must have all the safety measures possibly in place. DOE must be totally transparent with the details for reopening the public school facilities to the satisfaction of educators, school personnel, students, parents, and community. The national experts are in sync concerning safety tools. The White House Chief of Medical Advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, thank you, the CDC Director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, and the AFT National President, Randy Weingarten. Best practice is for teachers and school support staff to be COVID tested and vaccinated, aligned with the reopening of the in-school instruction. COVID testing of educators and all related staff will control the risk of infection, and vaccination of the majority will prevent virus mutation, and foster herd immunity. If the plan for in-school reopening does not prioritize public school educators, the support staff for COVID tests and COVID vaccine, this is a public health concern. Thanks for the opportunity to say things on the legislative record. Mary L. Moorhead.
Thank you. So we'll now proceed to our round of questions. We'll have one round of 5 minutes, and I will start with Senator VLA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Making up for the last round, I see. So thank you. Let me begin with Dr. Holland. It would be just more of a statement. And I really want to thank the University of the Virgin Islands for adding a number of additional degree programs over the last 5 years. And this body, this institution, have been very vocal and a key part of making sure that we fund these particular programs. And I'm very happy that in our first term, I see Senator Francis there, we were able to pass a Bachelor of Science in Nursing for the St. Croix campus, which have benefited the island of St. Croix so much that I can't explain. I'm also happy to see the School of Agriculture getting going. We funded that 2 years ago through the Finance Committee. We also funded the Masters in Social Work, and all of these programs were done in conjunction with Dr. Hall. He provided all the necessary data to us, provided a detailed budget, and were able to provide funding, and the programs have come to fruition. So it shows you that in a short period of time, the legislature have been able to expand the role of the University of the Virgin Islands in the Virgin Islands, and specifically on the island of St. Croix. I read Mr. Carty's testimony. I didn't hear it, but I read it, and I agree with quite a bit of what he said, but I was pretty troubled by the analogy of the ramen noodles and somebody coming home with a wad of cash in your hand and you're down to the last pack of ramen noodles. So what do? You take the wad of cash? Totally no. I ain't taking no wad of cash from any. And I would recommend to every member of this community, when you take the wad of cash, that's why you're going to be crying in a graveyard 2-3 years down the line. And then you want to know what is going on. We cannot encourage anybody, whether it is opportunity, lack of opportunity, or they're not making the right amount of money. We can't encourage anyone to enter into any illegal activity. I know a lot of school lunch workers and custodians who are the bottom of the totem pole, who have worked hard and educated their children, and their children are now engineers and doctors and everything else. So I don't want to cop out. No cop out. At all. With wad of cash, no encouragement of that type of behavior whatsoever. I'll eat the ramen noodles forever if I have to, but I'm not going to encourage anybody related to me or anybody that I know or don't know to take any wad of cash because time's hard and they ain't paying enough. Nah, not at all. I heard both AFT unions' testimony. I want to shout out to all the teachers who are working hard in this virtual learning platform. I want to thank them so much for the work that they have done. But today, at this hearing from this morning to now, there's no path forward for our children to go back to school. There's none. VIBE say, we're in charge. We're going to set the guidelines as to them going to school. But they don't have a template. They don't even know what they want. The VI Board of Education haven't even gotten along for the last 5 or 6 years. Squabble on a regular basis. But now they're in charge. We're going to determine when you're going to go back to school. AFT testimony, I hear them. I understand a lot of the concerns. But no clear path as to when we're going to go back to school. Just every single reason why we should not go back to school. Communication is an issue. Department of Education is doing a horrible job in communicating to the teachers and administrators. Because teachers are asking me when they're going back to school. They shouldn't be asking me. I don't work with the Department of Education anymore. They should have that conversation with the superintendent. The information needs to trickle down. I have stood on this floor and countless times say that the Department of Education must include teachers in the decisions. That is how you're able to determine the path moving forward. But we can't have every single entity given a justification as to why we can't have in-school learning when the private and parochial schools are going to school every single day. Our children are losing. Our children are falling behind. We just saw the rate. Over 20% failing in the St. Thomas district. Our children are falling behind. Are we comfortable with that? Or are we going to move to the level where the Board of Education, the union, and the DOE is going to come with a succinct plan as to how we're going to open school? From September of last year, we have a meeting. We meet September, we ain't get no date. We meet October, we meet December. Now we're meeting under a different chair. And we still don't have a date today. But we have every single reason why the public school children, the government, cannot resume in-person learning when we have access to 19 million plus 53. That's $72 million to open schools. You could rent space, you could do anything to get schools open. I read the parameters of those monies. Cleaning contract, etc. But a church school that have a budget of 1,000 could open. Something ain't wrong with the way we're functioning as a government. A church school, a parochial school, daycares are opening, putting in protocols, not having any widespread outbreak of anything. Schools that have had outbreak, I heard the analogy that Ms. Soto used. Department of Education, all right. But Gift Hill School had an outbreak. And they quarantined the students, they tested them, and they went back to school the next week. But when it comes to the public school children, we always have an excuse as to why we don't want them to be educated. That bothers me. Because we're not going to feel it now. 4 or 5 years down the line, you're going to see the dropout rate increase. Those third graders that can't read and the second graders, they're going to have trouble learning for the rest of their life. And we are going to be here squabbling about everything else. In the testimony, status of negotiations with teachers. I agree teachers need to have the status of negotiation. But you put 20 negative as to why you can't open, and then right after that you put, okay, but we want to negotiate. And we agree with the governor and his 8%. And the legislature didn't follow through because the syntax didn't follow through. There was a case filed against the government of the Virgin Islands that stopped the collection of syntax. That's public knowledge. The timeshare industry was destroyed in the hurricanes. That is public knowledge. But the members of the 32nd legislature, when this government had no dollars, $0, we made sure that we passed tough legislation that allowed us to pay every employee of this government every single 2 weeks. We passed the syntax. We did the privatization. We made sure that no one was laid off. And the recommendation at that point was lay off government workers. They came in front of the legislature and protested in the hundreds to lay off government workers. And the members of that legislature said, we will not lay off a soul. We will make the tough decisions to make sure that this government continue to survive. And now we're in the middle of a pandemic. And we are still making sure that we pay our employees every single 2 weeks. But at some point, we got to resume in-person learning because single parents are quitting the job. Single females, we are sending females crazy. They have to quit the job They have to stay home. They have to struggle with the bills. We're forcing them to become educators when they were never trained to be educators. Right? So it's okay for that. But then the next argument is, well, we need some additional training. But teachers are professional. Every teacher I know knows how to teach. Just about all. And those that don't know, they just need some help. They're professionals. But who have trained the parents? What entity have trained parents to become teachers in the Virgin Islands? None. And we're going on 1 year that parents are teaching from home. 1 year. And that doesn't bother us. Every week is the same thing. No information. Something got to be wrong with the mindset and the position of us as a people when it comes to educating the children of the Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Senator Viale. And wow, what your sentiments speak volumes to the feelings. And I know as we go forward, because we're going to get deeper now into when we show those photos of some schools look like almost like you're walking into Twilight Zone, you know, the infrastructure that even exists. And so we're in a really tough place. However, what I wanted to do also to really during this section is to really, what's the way forward? When we work on reopening the schools, when we work together, when we use a tool so we can teach our children, what's the way forward? Because it's the content now. What do we do next? CDC, even just now as I'm sitting here, I read another report. There's another report that came out from CDC saying what? That, in fact, they're not encouraging necessarily, they encourage vaccinations, but what they're really encouraging for school reopening is that the students maintain a 6 feet distance and that their school environment is sanitized. I'll move on I'll go to our next senator on St. Thomas, Senator Potter.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's for you.
My first question is to Dr. Hall, and I wanted to ask Dr. Hall, is there a process that UVI undertakes to align its major course offerings based on the long-term workforce needs of the territory? Is there some interaction between the university and, let's say, the Department of Education, Department of Labor, the EDA, to ensure that the future workforce needs of the territory will be met? Just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Yes, thank you, Senator, and congratulations to you in joining this august body. Look forward to working with you. We, on an ongoing basis, have had communications, especially with the Department of Labor, but with other agencies as well, in trying to indicate where the workforce in the territory, as well as nationally, is going, and to try to fashion programs to meet those needs. Just this morning, I was part of a meeting with Labor, the Office of Disaster Recovery, Workforce Development, and many others. And we had before us what are the demand needs that will occur because of the recovery period, looking 6 to 8 years out. And what I offered up were the various ways through certificate programs, degree programs, that the university can address those needs. So our CEL program, and Ms. McGrath was here earlier, I don't know if she's still here, but CEL is always reaching out to the private and public sector to figure out what are the marketplace needs and come up with short-term trainings for that. So that's a long-winded way of saying, yes, we do that on an ongoing and periodic basis. I think because of all of the resources that are going to be flowing into the territory and all of the construction projects, the Office of Disaster Recovery has been reaching out to us even more to see how we can create some training programs in construction management, grant management, forensic accounting, et cetera. And we're at the table trying to figure out which ones we need to design and how we're going to implement them.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Dr. Hall. A second question regarding your nursing program. I know you mentioned on page 4 of your testimony, what specific faculty, resources, and clinical sites that you mentioned in your testimony continue to stand in the way of the nursing program's goals? Can you be specific in that regard?
Well, it stands in the way of our overall vision to grow the program. I think the nursing program is an excellent program and doing well, but this territory needs more nurses than what we produce on an annual basis. We're glad that many of them do stay in the territory, and the hospitals have been very aggressive in recruiting them. But if we want to increase the size of the entering class and the number of students who are graduating, we will have to increase the faculty size. And the dean of nursing can indicate, I need X number of additional faculty if you want me to bring in X number of more students. So that's one piece. And on one level, that's an easier piece from a financial standpoint. The harder piece is that our nursing curriculum is embedded with clinical experiences where students actually have to be in the hospitals or in clinics so they can get firsthand, hands-on experience. And so there's a limited number of sites that our hospitals and clinics can absorb or can provide, and thus a limited number of students that they can provide or have there. So we would have to become very creative, and it too is a resource issue of how could those sites that we presently have take more students. How could simulation education, which is permitted as a substitute to a certain degree, replace clinical sites? And if we had to, how could we work out some clinical locations off island for nurses to receive training?
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Just one more question, please.
Sure, you may proceed.
And I know that the university cannot do it all, Dr. Hall, but has UVI ever given any thoughts to developing a school of allied health? Maybe professions like nuclear medicine, technology, radiation therapy technology, medical technology, dental hygiene, CT scans, and the like. My thinking is that anytime I go to a hospital, a doctor's office, or a lab, you do not see Virgin Islanders, any local Virgin Islanders in those roles as a radiology technician and the like. I know they are high-paying jobs and don't necessarily require a PhD to do it. Has the university ever thought about going into that realm, maybe cornering the market in a region of producing those allied health professionals in a top quality environment similar to your nursing program?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. We have looked at that. As you may well know, that was part of our long-term plan in regards to the medical school, because we wanted that to be the anchor and that some of the allied health fields would grow out of that, from physical therapy to physician assistants, on and on. So because of our delay in being able to open the medical school, that has delayed some of these other programs. I would say with the opening of the medical simulation center that will happen later on this year, that will give us another opportunity to see which of those allied health programs we may want to be able to start as we await the medical school. LastCell has had some trainings that it has provided, not for the kind of high-end skills, but for some of the entry-level, record keeping in medicine and other types of data entry, medical technicians. They have provided those types of trainings. But you're right, that is a large field that we need to keep on the agenda. And I am confident that if we can get over this hurdle in regards to the medical school, that you would see more of those fields being added to our curriculum.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hall. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next up, Senator Blyden. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony. And I also want to send a happy Black History and CTE Month to all. I do agree with everything my educator, cushion senator on the other side spoke about, and I can feel his passion and understand his frustration, because it shows that he truly cares. And based on the testimonies that we received earlier this morning from the Department of Education and the testimony from the AFT and the different boards, it is clear, because the last question I asked that did not get answered, or they didn't get a chance to answer the question, was why the teachers had so many questions. I had 15 questions by some teachers. And the answer is clear. There is not enough communication with all of the stakeholders at the table in order to assure that our students are properly educated. And that's unfortunate. As my colleague stated, there are some $72 million COVID funds. Yesterday, I'm hearing in a testimony by the AFT, Ms. Carwood, this afternoon, the president, this afternoon, that the lunchroom workers can get paid hazardous pay for the work they have been doing since COVID-19. I believe if you look at the guideline, they should qualify for funds. There is money there. We just have to be creative of how we go about, acquiring those funds. I know that the Virgin Islands Department of Education spoke about they do not have a threshold or timeline as to when school is going to resume, and how is that possible? How can we plan? How can we prepare? How can we do anything if we don't have a clue when we're going to open again? How? And we really have to get serious and assure that we work on behalf of our students, because that's who this is about, the students and their success. I know that the city board spoke in reference to instructors and they cannot wait to get back in the classroom to do hands-on training. But they also spoke about shortages with instructors. Can I ask Ms. I believe Jackson, how many instructors do you have at this time, and how many instructors do you believe is needed or necessary to basically have a right size your board in terms of the workers and applying the skill set to the students? Ms. Jackson? You're on mute, ma'am. You're on mute. You can unmute your mic, please.
Thank you, Senator, for your question. As is right now, we have about 40-something teachers on the CTE role. We are basically looking, with the tours that we did, we realized that many of our classrooms are just not ready to accept students. At this time, the only school that we saw that was actually ready to accept even our second-year students, because it is critical that we put out students who are ready, So second-year CTE students will participate in the in-school learning, which is critical. We have made connections with Limetree, and a lot of the companies there are willing to work with our students in terms of OJT as well as other places, but our students have to be ready to participate. So at this point, only the CTEC students, which are 148 students, will be participating in that second-year program. None of the other high schools are ready and prepared to have students to do that.
Okay, thank you for that, and I'm happy to hear that. I know that when it comes to reopening of schools, and I believe we have a cheat sheet. What I mean by that, There are many schools in the United States that have reopened successfully. The numbers are not increasing, etc. We have private and parochial schools, as my colleague said, daycares here, that's doing the same thing. So why reinvent the wheel? Look at what they're doing, see what can work, see what we can improve on, and get it done. Let's just do it. I mean, what is the issue? I honestly cannot operate like that. I do not operate like that, and that's not how my mind works. We already have policies and procedures in place. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Look at what they have and add, and do what must be done in order for our children, our students to be successful and be on a level playing field. This, honestly, is very frustrating for me, but we need to do what must be done on behalf of the students. We need to think about the students and not about ourselves. And I think that's the problem we have. And moving forward, colleagues, we need to do something. Because this is not working, it cannot work. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Next up, Senator Joseph.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, and the listening audience. I want to start my first line of questioning to Dr. Hall. I paid close attention to your testimony. I'm reading actually, Dr. Hall, from page 3. And before I ask the question, I really want to commend you and the leadership, the Board of Trustees, for all that you're doing in the midst of this pandemic to assure that our young people, middle-aged people, older citizens are being educated at the only institution of higher learning in the Virgin Islands. My hats are off to you and your team. Now, I wanted to ask a question relative to the numbers you represented in the third paragraph on page 3 regarding the 24% increase due to the free tuition program. I'm not sure if you have these numbers available, but how many of those 24% students, or how much students was enrolled in the 2019 class that returned after the COVID for this semester, or the 2020-2021 school term? Have you seen a marked drop?
Yes, we did see a drop from our spring semester, because those numbers that I was giving, the 24% of freshmen and transfers, which gave us quite a boost. A good number of them did not return in the fall when we were completely remote in the education we were delivering and had no students living on campus, with the exception of those 11 nursing students. So we saw a drop in returning students, but we also saw a drop in new students and transfer students, just the opposite of what we saw the fall before, which was the first year of free tuition. When we saw an increase in both of those, we saw a decrease. So overall, we saw an 11% drop in our enrollment, and it's due to COVID. It made some students delay their education. I think it made some students not pursue it at all. And so part of our challenge, and that is our goal, to get back to the place we were before, hopefully in the fall. But we wanted this spring to start that process by bringing students back on campus, by having some in-person classes. So COVID has had a negative impact on our enrollment.
Okay, thank you. I also have a follow-up question for you, Dr. Hall. Did the University of the Virgin Islands receive any funding from the CARES Act? And how much
yes,
so?
we did. I'm sorry.
And in what amount, and how much have you expended thus far, if you have those numbers ready?
I don't have the exact numbers, but I can give you some approximations. We received 3 different layers of funds or tranches of funds. The first one, we received a $1,000,007. Out of that, 850,000 had to go directly to students, meaning we had to give it to them, not for student activities. So we created financial aid funds. We gave every student who qualified and across the board an amount. Then we had a second pool where students who were having compelling circumstances could apply. Under the CARES Act, after that first tranche was over, because we are an HBCU, we received another tranche of funds, which was about 1.7 million again. And all of those funds have been utilized with the exception of some of the financial aid funds that we didn't distribute that we still plan to distribute. We also received from the governor and because those were CARES funds, but they came through the governor, the other funds that I just mentioned came directly to the university. We received $1 million in the fall, and we have allocated all of those funds. We haven't spent them all because those are the funds we use to prepare for bringing students back on campus this spring. And so those were, I would say, about 80% of the CARES funds have been expended, some in replacing revenue that we lost, some in making the campus safer through shields that we have purchased, through sanitizing equipment and protective equipment for our first frontline individuals, et cetera. I would say that we have just been notified that in the COVID relief bill that was passed recently in December, that we should be getting some additional funds for students, and we should be getting some additional institutional funds. We're still waiting for what those final numbers would be.
Madam Chair, I know
Yes,
my time
Superintendent.
has expired. You would indulge me to ask one question. This other question is directed at Mr. Michael Carty, the chairperson of the Workforce Development Board. Good afternoon, Mr. Carty. Good to see you. You and I have worked together a number of times. I wanted to ask you, has the Workforce Board identified those demand-driven industries? Because you are made up with, comprised of also local business owners like yourself and stakeholders who play a critical role in providing employment and training opportunity for people. Because I read your testimony, but at the end of the day, we know here what is critical is getting people the opportunity to be employed, training them, and putting them in jobs. How are you working with the Department of Labor to do that and your stakeholders?
All right, to answer the first part of your question, have we identified those demand sectors? Yes, we have.
And what are they? I'm sorry, Mr. Carty. What demand-driven industry have they identified? Just list them.
I was getting to that.
Okay.
So basically, the healthcare industry, the marine industry, the hospitality industry, and the information technology industry. That's the core of the demand sectors that we identified in the state plan. In addition, on the outskirts of that is the gig economy, short-term work, more or less like what we would call contractors. The financial sector is another demand sector that we identified. Entertainment, and we also left a spot for the unknown industry. And this was all pre-COVID. And that unknown industry or the unknown occupation could almost be defined as contact tracers. There was no such thing as a contact tracer, so to speak, before COVID. Now we have an occupation that for the time being will be needed for the foreseeable future. So those are the sectors that we identified.
Okay,
now, the second part
I'm sorry, just bear with me one moment, please. I'm surprised with those demand industry that you have identified. You haven't identified construction. Construction is really needed. Everything we're talking about here today with the schools not being ready is construction. And construction is not identified as one of your demand-driven industry.
Well, in the revised state plan, it was. However, what was done is we added a construction eligible training provider. So looking into the future, the state plan is to project down forward into the future. Construction is a current, today, immediate need. You could almost say that's what will catapult us into the future, but that won't be a large demand area 4, 5, 6, 7 years from now. We can't predict what careers will be in the future, but some of the times we could anchor ourselves in what we know will not change. Those sectors that I identified will not change and will be steady increasing over time. Construction is going to have a spike now, yes, but over time, as the recovery moves forward and moves into completion, those jobs will start to decline. The state plan is more of a future forward-looking plan. Construction is right now today, and our response to that was adding a construction vendor for eligible training provider.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. You were very kind. I appreciate it deeply.
And I would just to follow up on that. The construction industry, let's be very frank and real. That is, just highlight that's actually one of my legislative agendas is to address construction in our community and to work on developing from a homegrown grassroots perspective. We have to hone in deeply, and we have on Block 1 and 2, most of the stakeholders in this. The other stakeholders are the actual vendors who need to be empowered so they can get into our schools and have the students come out to their shops and to move us forward. Construction is, and even as we speak all now, there's different, we have International Building Council that pushes around the whole country, getting young people and getting different school systems through that program. Dr. Jackson can speak to that validity through the CTEC board as the board continues to evolve and add clusters. So the stakeholders, we really have to get out of that silo, all these silos and individual actions, because not just this meeting, but beyond this meeting, we're going to continue to forge forward. We're going to continue to build this network of stakeholders. For those who have not met before, start to meet, because we're going to start to move this forward. So we have to, and even with the plans that are written, to continue to redevelop them and ensure that the public is part of that process. Many plans are written, and I appreciate that they've been written. However, the public has to be part of the process. Many times, myself and others who are reading plans, looking at them, trying our best to get the information, and that's through digging and research. It shouldn't be so hard to get information. And so we really have to work on transparency and moving forward in a much different direction. How we're moving now is the stagnancy, how we're always looking to the outside for help. We have to work on internal development. I'll move on now to Senator Francis for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. I believe that a lack of vision is what have brought us to this point where we are talking about construction and limited our abilities to really put in place the skill set that's required to move us forward. When we look at what's happening in our community right now, contractors are paying individuals almost close to $300 a day. Skilled individuals, masons and carpenters, which equates to almost $37.50 an hour in order to get these individuals. And guess who they are? They're 65, 75-year-olds. These individuals have come out of retirement because a lack of vision have failed us to recognize that we should have already prepared that next generation to assume these positions. So construction will always be ongoing. We're going to be in the construction phase for the next 10, 15, 20 years down the road. So we need to do everything possible to really address that. So much so that even in the governor's state of the territory, we talk about earmarking $10 million for the purpose of hiring putting together about 625 individuals for on-the-job training. Mr. Carty or CTEC, have you had any discussion of how do you believe that you could work to ensure the success of this $10 million usage towards perhaps 625 individuals moving forward? Any discussion or any ideas?
Absolutely. On a regular basis, the Commissioner, Department of Labor, who is the primary person to submit that proposal for CDBGDR, on a regular basis, we flesh out a lot of ideas as far as how that money will be spent and bringing on board more diverse training providers to meet that need. Because $10 million is one thing, but we have to have a wide range of training providers to fill that need. Now, yes, construction will be there. However, we also have to keep in mind what happens after that or what happens in between that. Today, those workers are getting $37 an hour. Tomorrow, will that rate still be the same thing when the demand decreases? So I just want to acknowledge that, yes, I fully agree with everybody as far as construction. That is what is keeping us moving forward right now. But we can't be comfortable anchoring into that. We have to identify those areas that we can move forward with into the future and get our workers good enough to earn and then evolve into other careers moving forward.
Well,
yes,
you know, I'm not allowing us to just be the hourly worker, but in fact become entrepreneurs and be able to own some of these businesses. But I'll tell you that a home is a lifetime investment. They always need maintenance, they always need painting, they always need work to be done on them. So this will be into the out years.
Yes, not to cut you, but I guess it'd be best to
Can I
define
respond?
the trades. So we're saying construction, but I think it'll be best future forward to define those as the trades rather than just narrowly construction. The trades, plumbing, electrical, masonry, those are the areas that we're talking about rather than just generalizing it as construction.
I totally agree with you, and those are the skill set that I was kind of thinking about when I talk about construction work, as it encompass all of those areas. I heard, was it Dr. Jackson? You had a
yes. Yes, Senator. And let me just continue that, and that is precisely why it is critical that we develop those programs on a local level at CTEC and other schools in the Virgin Islands. It's a skill set, it's a lifetime need. I mean, I just paid $500 for somebody to fix a pipe for me.
That's right.
And we do have students who want to do those trades. However, there's difficulty in getting instructors to teach. And that's part of the reason after we met with the legislature, I think about a couple of months ago, we're in the process of looking at the Virgin Islands tradesmen and those who are licensed. And we have begun the paperwork for us to find a way to be able to allow them to become teachers in our schools and help our students. Because we're in desperately need of instructors to teach those areas.
Very well, but I know that there'll be pushback, but I'm also allowing and creating legislation to clear the pathway by which we could bring those individuals on board in a timely fashion, you know, so that we don't continue to create barriers that prevent that from happening. Just real quickly, I wanted to shift gear a little bit and...
Time.
Madam Chair, if I could just one. Thank you, UVI, Dr. Hall, for your testimony and your comments and your continued hard work, your faculty and staff to make things happen in regards to our higher education. And I just wanted to ask Ms. Rosa Soto-Thomas and Ms. Calwood real quickly if they had an opportunity to review the AFT bill draft or the blueprint, I must say, in regards to how do we reopen school, and if they do have, and I heard where, I know that there is some mention that teachers want to go back into school, and I really want to hear the vision in terms of how do we make that happen, and remove those things that we know, safety concerns that will be addressed by the administration and the Department of Education, but how can we work collectively to get our students back into school? We have been ravished by these storms back in 2017, and we have, if we count forward to 2021, that's the entire high school year that we have lost students in our classrooms and limited the number of classroom hours that they have received. Can we speak to how do you believe we could close the loop and be able to get our students back into school? I'll appreciate it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
President Soto Thomas, you go first.
Thank you.
Let me just say that we have reviewed that document. It's quite extensive. My concern is the AFT has been involved in a task force regarding the rebuilding of our schools, Senator Francis. And that's what Carol and I are moving for. We want to work together with the Department of Education, but the chaos is happening because we're excluded. We're excluded. We're not told the truth. A lot of things are being held back from us. They're not transparent. They are simply not transparent with the union and the employees of the Department of Education. Our teachers want to go back. The majority of them want to go back. I want to see the schools reopened. The issue is protocols are not in place, and we're not going to bring our members back in harm's way. All right? And that is the major problem that we have. They're not sharing information with us on a regular basis. We're hearing, of course, they got this new monies. What is it going to be expended on? We're not included. Teachers are texting me, Ms. Thomas, I still don't have a desk in my room. Tell the commission I need a desk, you know? And this has been since the hurricane. A lot of our teachers are operating on banquet tables. They don't have their regular desks and you know what they're accustomed to. They don't have the proper storage and what have you. They removed cubicles out of the classroom. They haven't replaced them. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on, but we want our kids back in school, our students back in school. The union supports that. You never hear, I mentioned stuff in my testimony because those are the issues that we still have outstanding, Senator Francis. There's a lot of stuff we have outstanding, and I'll be lying to you if I say that the VID hasn't made progress. They have made a lot of progress, but we're still not where we need to be. The ventilation, you heard that this morning. They haven't sanitized or cleaned the schools in St. Croix District. They have not. We got custodians, you walk in building, they're not even in the buildings. They're all over the place because, you know, people are in and out of these buildings during the pandemic. The school's not officially open. They haven't been properly cleaned. And until we come together, you know, with all the entities, I don't know how the Department of Education got the ball in their court as to their deciding, that board deciding who's coming back. Since when? I mean, what the heck is going on in the St. Croix and the Virgin Islands period? Not St. Croix alone, but the Virgin Islands. How did that ball or that decision land in the chairperson and that board's lap? I am totally bewildered as to how that occurred. All right, so, but I want you to know that we support the reopening of school. There's nothing that can replace the traditional classroom. We just want to make sure that our members are, you know, returning to a safe school opening, and our students as well. Thank you.
So Senator Flynn, if you're referring to the AFT framework, we've not just had a chance to read it in its completion. Our president and that task force got input from the presidents nationwide. We were part of creating that document. They asked, we had meetings, we had town hall meetings, we had separate meetings, we had regional meetings, sharing what we have in place, what we don't have in place, and all the things that are necessary in order for reopening. And then that document was created. That document was not created in isolation, unlike the document that's created in the Virgin Islands. Because one of the concerns that we had, the Virgin Islands, the Department of Education had a task force that was created earlier last year, where they had what they call stakeholders that didn't include some of us, that created a document talking about the guidelines for reopening. And when you speak to those people, for the most part, you ask the individuals who were supposed to be on the task force, well, how did you guys come up with this? Too often the response was, well, we didn't have that conversation in our meeting. So again, I want to know, well, who came up with these guidelines? Who came up? The only people that should, not the only, but the most important people to discuss how to open a classroom and how to resume instruction should be the people who are resuming instruction. And this is something that has not been done, even to this day. And as much as we've complained for months, almost a full year later, the complaint is still there that the Virgin Islands Department of Education has not communicated with the AFT. They did not bring us to the table. They have given us the information at the end. And that way they never have it right, because they need to be in communication with the people who are going to implement whatever plan and whatever decision is being made. No, virtual learning can never replace in-school instruction, but it is the position of the St. Thomas, St. John Federation of Teachers and the St. Croix Federation of Teachers that no, in-person instruction should resume without all of the resources available on each campus to provide for safe instruction.
Thank you. And what I also want to encourage is, as we put out information, even going forward, we could also, as part of collaborative efforts for the purpose of the public as well, different reports on different information, we could put out the different guidelines. I want to thank, for example, Department of Health, along with their testimony, they actually attached the Department of Health guidelines, and even as AFT would, part of this whole, this whole effort, provide the AFT blueprint documents. So as we go forward and we have hearings and we have documents to share, so the public can go to our public drive and other, and of course.
I'll send them to you right now.
Great, thank you so much, thank you. Okay, moving on now to Senator Gittens for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Let me start with UVI and say I too want to thank you for the work that you're doing. I'm happy to see that you noted that you had that the Board of Trustees approved 19 other degree programs. Also, in doing so, I know that there's more that we could look forward to as well. And I just wanted to bring to your attention that there were some concerns or questions asked about you possibly having the family nurse practitioner and a master's in science of nursing program in the District of St. Croix. So I'm asking that you consider those if those weren't part of your action already. And I wanted to ask, since we're doing things so virtually now, are students able to be in one district and still enroll in the other district in these degree programs that may not be available to them within their district campus?
Thank you, Senator, for your question, and I will certainly offline brief you on the Master's of Nursing program. But yes, one of the upsides of COVID has been that we are able to offer courses to students in one. Excuse me?
Be sure to mute your mic if you're not the one speaking, please. You could proceed, Dr. Hall. Thank you.
Okay. We have been able to offer courses to students in a different district that would not have been able to be available, because though we have for quite some time had video conferencing classes, we've never had all classes to be accessible to anyone no matter where they are. So that has been the benefit. The problem is, and again, we're not talking about a lot of programs, but we still struggle with some of the science courses that are only on St. Thomas and not on St. Croix. So we still would like to get to the point where that is not the case, but you can't migrate the entire degree using the online platform, because you need labs and other things. So we've been able for the last 2 semesters to do that, but it's hard to do an entire degree that way. But that has been one of the kind of eye openers of this whole process, that there's some things that we've been doing just on one campus that can be done for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know you said we'll talk offline. I'll also like to have that discussion surrounding the police science degree as well, and criminal justice on St. Croix. On to the AFT. I heard your response just now to the previous speaker, Senator Francis, with regards to your involvement in the rebuilding of schools. My question to you is, how involved are you in the reopening of schools?
This is it. This is the only thing that we've been invited to.
Excuse me?
This has been the only thing that I have been invited to. I have not been invited to any of the walkthroughs. I have not been invited to any meeting. This is the, I'm sorry, the superintendent did meet with us last week and shared with us the things that they have decided to put in place. But this is the only time we were able to have a conversation before anything is done.
Wow. That's a lot said, because you represent the largest union in this territory, and you know, this is baffling. So the next question to you, AFT, is what involvement, if any, did the AFT had with the decision for not only the closure of the Arthur A. Richards Junior High School, but the relocation of this school from the Stony Ground area to the Paradise area? Because this is going to also come at a cost to us as well, with busing these students all the way up the road from where they are.
Senator Gittens, I attended a number of task force meetings, and also they had hearings in the community, and I attended that. However, regarding the decision as to specifically where a school is, it's not like we move a motion like you guys would do motions in the Senate and decide that, hey, the majority of the votes go here or not. That's not the process. You know, parliamentary procedures are not a part of those meetings. We come in and, you know, sometimes we come back.
President, I'm not asking about parliamentary procedures. I simply ask what involvement, if any, the AFT had with the decision of not only the closure, but the relocation of the Arthur A. Richards Junior High School from its existing
I was not a part of the final decision. That's what I was trying to tell you, Senator.
Yeah, but
I'm saying that, you know, that vote never came to the floor where the committee decided on that. So
I get, okay,
the department decides on that. The department decided on that, Senator Gittens.
Okay, thank you. Because all I wanted to know was what involvement the AFT had. So obviously it was none. Thank you.
No, we were on the task force. We are on the task force. We are on the task force, but they hear our input, but decisions are made based on what the AFT or the group says. They always say the department makes the final decision, but they took it out into the community. So I'll be lying if I say the community wasn't a part of it, but the decision is made by the Department of Education and the GVI. The GVI makes the ultimate decision, sir.
President.
Senator Gittens?
You're going in a direction that I am not asking. I simply, okay, you sit at the table. So what was the input of the AFT with regards to the relocation of the school? What was your recommendation? Did you make a recommendation?
We shared with them some challenges. My VP met when they were discussing the Arthur Richards, and clearly the vice president who was attending that meeting on behalf of our local was not in favor of that decision.
Thank you. And in closing, no time was called, if I may, CTEC, I'm going to just make a statement rather than asking a question. I am going to be reaching out to the CTEC board with regards to a bill draft that we have regarding emergency medical technicians. We do have a shortage in the territory. Just today, we attended the Virgin Islands Fire Service graduation in the District of St. Croix. Some 60 firefighters are eligible for retirement right now as we speak. And we do have a real shortage of EMTs as well. And one of the only way that we're going to build this pool of EMTs is for us to have the conversation of at least seeing if we could make it part of our curriculum, not something where you force a student to take an EMS course, but as an elective or something from on the senior high school level, 9th through 12th grade. And what we're looking at is by the time you get to 12th grade, hopefully you've gone through the 4 courses, and by then you'll be able to take a national certification examination, and by the conclusion, you not only walk across that stage with a high school diploma, but also with a national certification and able to be hired into the work field. So I'm asking that you contact my office if we don't reach out to you first, so that we can have this conversation. I've already reached out to the Department of Education and some other agency. But thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you. And just on a note of moving forward in the process, I look forward to getting all of my colleagues who are members of the committee and non-committee members as we go through the bill process. I wanted to make a note of a couple of things. For one, with the unions, I want to thank Rosa Soda Thomas did, by invitation, attend the school tours. And Ms. Colwood, we connected right after the school tours because those were pretty immediate, and I appreciated that meeting. And so this wouldn't be your first meeting. This would be the second meeting, because during our meeting, we discussed you coming to this meeting and going forward. That was the initial school tour. We still have another engagement to do with the schools itself and going forward and building collaborative relationship. And as we go through the bill process, making sure that we have, for one, stakeholder commitment as we go through the process. Some of the concerns I've heard over and over again consistently is, as we go through the bill process, being sure that the stakeholders are engaged in that process. So I look forward to getting my colleagues on board with that and moving forward. I will now move on to Senator Francis Heiliger for your round of questions. This one went to one round of 5-minute question. Thank you.
First up, can you guys hear me? Okay. First up, I would like to speak to Dr. Hall for a moment. As I sat here and I listened to your testimony, I actually came and I was prepared to be enthralled a little bit more to hear more about the online. And I noted here in your testimony, it was basically one sentence. I want to understand, has the university collected any information or data as to the effect of COVID-19? Because you did share earlier that enrollment had reduced by 11%. But were there any uptakes, any positives? What were some of the drawbacks? I know you shared some of them, but I want to know a little bit more overall, and have you collected any data to corroborate to see if you should move more permanently to some of these 70+ classes to stay online, or are you planning on taking most of them back to the regular classroom?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. We have certainly, our students evaluate every course, and we have looked at that for the spring semester, which was the first time when we had to move everything remotely. And we've done that for the fall semester when, again, we had every course, with rare exceptions, remotely. I think the good news is that our students overwhelmingly felt that they received a quality experience. In the spring, for example, when we first moved to online because of COVID, we only had 5 students who withdrew from the university. You have to compare that to after when the hurricanes came in 2017, we lost about 300 students immediately after the hurricanes. So that data alone says to us that we were able to deliver on what students expected for the most part during that period. We were able to still graduate the students who were up for graduation. We had about 300 students, which is right about what we expected that did graduate. We had to delay the ceremony to December, but we still graduated the class. So, and the other thing that is outside of the classroom experience, but our leaders in student affairs and in our Center for Student Success created all sorts of virtual student engagements, from cooking classes to dance classes to so many other things online, so that students didn't feel as if they were just isolated and taking their classes. So overall, I think our faculty members and staff did an outstanding job under the circumstances. The challenge, and what we believe that 11% drop is due, is that those students made it through that semester. For some of them, that's not the experience they wanted. They wanted an experience where they could live on campus, where they could come to classes. For some students who we were recruiting, you're now asking them to come into an uncertain environment. We didn't make the final decision. We were hoping to bring students back in the fall. We had gone through so many plans to keep the campus safe, to go to single occupancy as opposed to double occupancy. But right in August, as you recall, the number of cases in the territory, it really was late July, just spiked enormously, and we felt we could not go back. So some of that in uncertainty probably also contributed. So though we have learned a lot from the...
Now I was saying thank you. I appreciate it. And I need to ask a couple more questions before my time runs out. I will see if I could reach out to you offline so I could get a little bit more information. Okay? Thank you.
I'll be glad to do that.
Appreciate it. I would like to speak to our AFT representatives, Soto Thomas and Ms. Callwood. One of the things sitting here listening to you, I clearly see your passion for the protection of our teachers and our students, but you made a statement that you have been continuously excluded from some of the decision-making process. Do you have an idea as to why this is happening? Because you keep saying it's happening, but there has to be some rationale behind where it's happening so we can come up with a solution.
Time.
Rosa, go first.
You need to go first this time, Carol. Go ahead. Go first.
Thank you.
Your turn.
Because I have one more question.
The reason escapes and President Soto Thomas, we have no idea, but it has basically started from post-Storm Maria. We were not involved post-Storm Maria in the decision-making that for how they were going to reopen schools, the process, what schools they're going to use, and any of that, we learned about it the exact same time as the community did when the commissioner makes her media tours and her online press box. That's when most of our members hear about the decisions that were made then. And at the beginning of this COVID process, it was done. They have gotten a little bit better where they will send out a memo the night of or the night before for our membership and or call us the day before to have that meeting with us just before they make the publication. But as far as having a conversation with us before the decisions are made,
why this is happening to you.
Most of the time. So a lot of the times we're looking at what is going to be the plan. We gave them, I wrote a letter in March of last year, wrote another letter in July, did again a letter in January restating our concerns, and we have not received a response. We looked at we went over the checklist for reopening. We don't have any of that information, and we get, this is what's going to happen. We're going to be opening the, this is where we are.
Ms. Soto Thomas from the District of St. Croix, share with me quickly.
To answer your question, Senator, I'm not certain why the department is taking this position. The leadership and the head of the department is taking this position. But I do know that I work with Carlos McGregor. We meet on a regular basis, but then there are times when things shifts and decisions are made and it's not consistent, all right? We have these great meetings, but it's never consistent as to the release of information, like members being told to go back into the schools. That was never discussed. We'd had a big meeting, and then in the St. Croix district, they receive emails from their principals telling them that they have to return to the buildings because the department is getting ready to open. You know, so I was confused because they were slated to open on Monday. They were slated on open Monday. A group of students were supposed to come back. They had done all the media rounds. It was preschool through first grade, was supposed to report on February 8th. I didn't make it up. And the teachers were like, what the heck is going on? They even announced they were supposed to do an orientation for parents. So I told them, well, opening definitely can't happen because the orientation, you know, didn't happen. Health didn't clear it. The department, the union made sure that, you know, we kept telling them, you need to clear it with health. Just like during and OSHA and all the agencies that were discussed this morning. This happened right after the hurricane. We had all these people come in. So I don't know what's going on now. I really don't know. I think they're playing games.
We will have
but we need to move
listen.
forward.
Thank you. We'll have to look into that. Madam Chair, could I just ask my last question quickly?
Sure, go ahead.
Appreciate it. This is to Ms. Jackson when it comes to the CTE program. You had a line in the testimony here from Dr. Michael Francois. The board also faces various challenges. The VI code mandates the board's oversight of all federal CTE funding, yet this is not in effect. The board also mandates participation in all phases of CTE programs, approved plans, and the promotion of CTE as an essential and integral part of our public school system in the Virgin Islands. Can you tell us a little bit as to why and since this is happening, and how do you intend to resolve that you are trying to get control of these funds?
As per the, thank you for your question, Senator. As per the VI code, this is what I quoted in terms of our oversight on how the funding is used. The Department of Education really administers CTE funds, and we do have a state level, Ms. Carlwood, who is the state director.
So when you say oversight,
have expressed
is it? Okay. Now, what I want to ask you quickly before I close, when you say oversight as opposed to the Department of Education administering, I need to understand that a little bit, because is it directly under you that you have to make the decision as to where the money goes and then the department puts it out? How does that's the part I'm trying to understand.
Okay. As per the code, we're supposed to have complete oversight. As per what actually happens, and we discussed it we had a meeting with the commissioner and her team last week or the week before.
Okay.
And we did mention it, and that's why I put at the end of that paragraph, we are working on improving the level of involvement.
Thank you for that.
We did have some, yes.
Well, we'll see how we could get that sorted out. Madam Chair, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to finish up my questioning. And overall, from what I have heard here today, There's clearly a lot of work to do when it comes to the education of our people in this territory. And as an incoming senator, along with my other colleagues, I am sure that we are going to push really hard and fight to make sure that not only our young people, but our adults alike get the necessary education they need in order to push forward the Virgin Islands to a better place. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator. And just on the last point that you made, Dr. Jackson, just if you want to just give a clarifying point, when was the process started with the engagement of the Virgin Islands Department of Education? The CTEC board started the issue surrounding oversight when, and also just for by way of record, the meeting, I have awareness as a committee chairwoman that there was a collaborative meeting between the Board of Education and the department, as well as the CTEC board, but those engagements began some months ago as well. You don't need specific dates, but just basically give a more clarifying point to Senator Francis Heiliger's question. Because you're muted?
Sorry. We have met on several occasions with the Assistant Commissioner. We began that process maybe about, this is February, maybe about October, November.
Of last year. Yeah.
Of last year.
Okay.
Sorry. And we talked about the VI code and some of our concerns regarding the oversight or the direct involvement and participation in decisions that are made, especially for the Perkins funds, which are federal funds. We also met with the commissioner. The commissioner initiated a meeting with VIBE as well as CTE. However, she spent some of the time we were with CTE, but we were with VIBE. However, the last hour was spent only with us, meaning CTE and VIDE. So we did talk about the oversight, and she did mention that this is something that we're going to continue discussion on. We are not sure how that will go, but we're grateful, at least for the start and initiation of those talks.
And one thing I would highlight today to all my colleagues on the agenda today, and as public who's really keen and aware, a request was made of the Department of Education for a breakdown of the Carl D. Perkins Vocational Fund that was not provided to us today. So that is a definite follow-up, and not just that fund, there are several education funds. Today, we centered heavily on the CARES Act funds. That's really all the funding that went, that's been given to the Department of Education to ensure the safety of our schools. We asked as a committee, our oversight over that process, and certainly I'm requesting of all the education stakeholders their use of funds and how best to use them. There's concerns, I will say openly to Mr. Cardy concerning the allotment of the CDBG funds, all of it going to your board, because as we sit here right now, as we collaborate in this meeting, there are a number of stakeholders who would have to, the plan would have to be amended to include them. And the overarching concern, and I definitely hear boat union leaders very loud and clear, that is why I specifically asked for the participation in the school tours and going forward, definitely, not leaving anyone out, to be part of that process. And our committee being the vehicle to really be sort of a mediator, but also our oversight responsibility. We have statutory issues. Right now, as we sit and speak, there are statutory violations. They don't amount to maybe criminal violations, but they are, they've really negatively impacted our education system. That's the CTEC situation. That's with lack of oversight of the CTEC board over federal funds as per the Virgin Islands Code. That's our Virgin Islands Code speaking to the school accountability, ensuring that all the departments responsible for health and safety of our students, that they collaborate and develop standards. And as we go forward, so there has to be that. So I certainly want to join with my colleagues in that process, us doing this strategically. We all have our education initiatives, but we have to do so collectively. and I'm asking for the support of all the stakeholders. This is one of many meetings as we go forward, but even beyond the meetings, the work has to be done. I would like to see some tangible outcomes. So as we conclude the meeting, and allow the testifiers to provide concluding remarks. I also, at the end of the meeting, just summarize some of the items that my colleagues has asked for, and as we move forward, are getting ready for our next hearing and moving forward. And and I also want to, as we are celebrating Black History Month, and certainly the Career and Technical Education Month, as well as the graduation of our fire service, our new class of individuals who will be out there. And as we speak about school safety, that the next set of firefighters will be part of that whole effort to ensure the safety of our schools. And so I want to congratulate them. Of course, we had a hearing today, so I wasn't able to attend that ceremony. So at this time, I would like to have every testifier give a short conclusion. We will have more meetings and go from there. So we start off with Dr. Hall. And Dr. Hall, while I didn't have any statement towards the university, I want to continue to, I want to thank you for, and I had actually had a meeting with Attorney Smock, who was the original testifier, but of course, as we asked UVI to testify, all the stakeholders within UVI being part of the ecosystem as we work to bridge the education gaps, as well as the pipeline to education, from really moving from a prison to pipeline, more of an effort where we are preparing our teachers as well as the students. Dr. Hall, your closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am just thankful to have the opportunity to come and share with the committee about the university and what we're doing, and especially with the new members of the 34th Legislature. And I look forward to working with each one of you. As Senator Violet indicated, the university owes a lot of its growth to the advocacy of this body, and we are thankful for that, and we look forward to continuing to work closely with you. There are some matters that were raised that I will follow up with individual senators about, and please know that I am available to be a part of this overall ecosystem of education in the Virgin Islands, and to do whatever I can to make it the best educational system that we can create. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Our next testifier, Dr. Jackson. I'm sorry, Mr. Carty, then Dr. Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the invite to the Committee on Workforce Development and Education. I'd like to also thank my fellow testifiers for enlightening me in some of their plans that they have going on now and into the future. I also want to confirm and clear up that any of my statements in my testimony were not meant to encourage any wrong or what I'm doing, but there was to bring to light what actually happens today. Even though we might not want to talk about it, even though it might make us feel uncomfortable, these are things that are happening now. I applaud Dr. Hall and all the great things that he's doing in regards to education at his area of the pipeline, but we can't forget those that are harder to reach, those individuals that are easily forgotten and lost in the shuffle. So that's the focus for us right now, is getting those individuals into the workforce pipeline and moving them forward. I will continue to collaborate with this body and any other members of the workforce development system to moving things forward. But we do have a lot to do, and we don't have much time whatsoever. So I encourage you all to keep moving and maintain a sense of urgency. Thank you.
This is Dr. Jackson. I want to thank the members of the 34th Legislature, and especially Madam Chair, for giving us the opportunity, CTE, that opportunity to meet the other testifiers and really talk about and remind people about the importance of CTE all around the globe, but especially right now in the Virgin Islands. And to take in stock that especially with the ladies, Ms. Thomas and Salter Thomas and Ms. Carlwood, that we will be talking to you a little bit about finances and how do we attract the people on the outside who are making lots of money to become teachers, and so that we can really have instructors who have the experience and the knowledge and academic knowledge to work with our students at CT, that it no longer is, I don't want to do this program, I don't want to do this program, but let us try this program, let us try that program, rather than, we know that a certain percentage of our students, when they graduate, actually do not go to college, do not really do anything except that they have this certificate or diploma. So let's encourage them from the 8th grade, from the 7th grade, to begin to look at the different careers, and for all of us to just encourage them. And as we begin to do things on the high school levels, that as Dr. Hall talked about, some of the programs that he plans to implement at UVI, it's no longer the college, UVI, that we are prepared from the CTEC and the other programs to feed into his programs students who are already knowledgeable in certain areas. So I'm really thankful for this opportunity, the workforce and all of you, Mr. Cuddy, all of you, for giving us the needed information, and for the senators, the opportunity to get together so that we're able to provide more for our children of the Virgin Islands. Thank you all.
Ms. Soda Thomas.
Yes, I want to actually thank you, Senator Whitaker, and congratulations on your first committee meeting. And I look forward to participating in others. I think that is very disappointing, though, for the AFT members and the community, because we were hoping that the outcomes, questions would have been answered and we'll have a different outcome. Because members are stressed. They get all hyped. We're going back in the buildings. We're going back. School is going to reopen. And the students and the parents as well. And I don't think that we got any answers today regarding, anything definitive was not garnered today from the hearing. And I think it's very disappointing to AFT members. They're still on the call. I'm looking at them on Facebook, hoping that we would get some answers. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So they'll continue to stress, but I hope that it's over soon. I mean, this has got to come to a head, clearly. And the AFT is looking forward to working with the department on the safe reopening of schools, safe. And let me emphasize safe, because we're not going to back down and put our members in harm's way. Cannot do that. All right, thank you so much, Senator Whitaker.
Thank you. Ms. Callwood.
Thank you again for this opportunity. Like President Soto Thomas said, congratulations on your first hearing. First, I have to thank all the employees of the Virgin Island Department of Education and our union for all that they do, the sacrifices they make, and the love that they put into the students of the territory. We have to thank Dr. Hall through Dr. Linda Thomas and now Dr. Brown for the collaborative work they do as they develop the School of Education. They have kept us updated in the university's plans for our potential educators. We look forward to continuing our work. Dr. Jackson, I have testified in the past that in our district, our CTE program wasn't suffering mainly for the lack of educators because we had the teachers, but our students weren't given the opportunity to take the classes. Sometimes they were dissuaded from doing so. The role of AFT is to support our membership, the professionals, paraprofessionals, and school-related personnel. We fight for safe and sanitary working conditions, fair work practice, and yes, proper compensation. We will never apologize for that. My statement about being placed in Block 2 has been verified in this line of questioning. Much of this discussion did not revolve around the reopening of schools and the resumption of in-person instruction, which I believed was the reason that we were invited. In saying that, though, I did enjoy learning of some of the information from the other testifiers, but at a different time, that would have been good. This hearing has not answered the many questions of our members and the community. As I close, I want to be sure I repeat what I said before. Virtual, remote learning can never take the place of in-school, in-person learning. And educators are aware more than anyone else that our younger learners need the personal interaction with their teachers. And trust me, the teachers are yearning for that interaction also, especially for the students that they've identified as deficient. But they want to be sure that the facility is clean, disinfected, and/or sanitized to have some assurance that their babies will be relatively safe in the school. There's so much that needs to be discussed about the reopening that wasn't shared this morning. The anxiety level of many of our educators is high and could be minimized with the sharing of a plan that they could wrap their minds around. Hopefully, by the next hearing and before they announce the starting date, the employees and the parents could have this plan. So thank you once again for inviting us and for your desire to involve all of the stakeholders as we move forward.
Thank you very much. And as we conclude, I want to again thank all the testifiers, thank the members of the public who tuned in, and certainly I want to, of course, thank members of my colleagues for participating, members of my staff, the media, everyone involved in making today possible. So have blessings to everyone. And so as we move forward to the children, to the parents, teachers, administrators, to the leaders of within education, continue to, with God's guidance, because we know that it's not easy. We are requesting and all asking for certainty. We've asked the Commission of Education for a certain date. So we are not just hopeful, but we are also demanding that we get a timeline. So we're going to continue on this route in terms of addressing school reopening, at the same time addressing other critical needs of our children, the parents. As a parent myself, I understand the frustration of many parents having to be now teachers themselves. It's a very difficult environment, and overall, it's about our safety. To those who have lost their lives, we continue to definitely offer our condolences to victims of this horrible disease, this sickness, and those affected by the pandemic overall. So we continue going forward. Let us continue to work together. And yes, for those who have not been in the room with each other often, it's time to get in the room with each other. It's important for us to move forward, and we have to do it holistically. I want to thank everyone once again and have a blessed rest of the day. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And this meeting stands in recess until our next one. Take care. Bye-bye. And we now adjourn. Thank you.